Good morning, everyone. And before I proceed today's inaugural session, I would like to make a humble request to everybody who are present here to avoid any interruption. So kindly mute your phone on silent or airplane mode, please. Thank you very much. And please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tenzin Doma. I'm Program Coordinator at Tibet House Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And I'll be moderating today's inaugural session. On behalf of Tibet House Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, I would like to extend our warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Ashish Kotari Ji, founder of Kalprish and the co-author and the co-editor of Churning of the Earth, Alternative Future, Pluriverse, a Post-Development Dictionary. Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila, Director of Tibet House Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. And our convener, Professor Kaveri Gilji, Professor at Shiv Nadar University, New Delhi. Our esteemed chairpersons and speakers gathered here, and also particularly for the participants who are gathered here for the conference on the ecological, imperative, and ethical interdependence, possibilities for the 21st century. Thank you. Now, I would like to request our keynote speaker, Mr. Ashish Kotari Ji, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila, Professor Kaveri Gilji, our chairpersons, Professor Rajeshwari Raina Ji, Professor Savita Kekar Ji, Professor Rohit Negi Ji, and Ms. Gauri Gilji to kindly light the lamp of wisdom and request to take their respective seats on their dais, please. Thank you. And Tibet House, New Delhi continues to follow the vision of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama in organizing these series of one-day conferences, such as right now we are having the ecological imperative and the ethical interdependence possibilities for 21st century conferences, wherein eminent scholars from various disciplines will share their valuable inputs and address the critical issues on ecology. Before we begin the actual session, I would like to briefly introduce you all about the Tibet House and its activities. Tibet House, New Delhi was established in 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet for the purpose of preserving the cultural heritage of Tibet at the time when it faced the extinction in its homeland, as well as for providing a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. His Holiness the Dalai Lama's recurring emphasis on developing a sense of universal harmony and compassion as its own effective antidote to global suffering, together with the needs for a meaningful exchange between different religious and cultural traditions, also had a profound effect on the purpose and also its activities on Tibet House. Tibet House, New Delhi aims to bring together Buddhist masters, Tibetologists, people across the different disciplines, students and practitioners, and the common man through the various programs and events. Tibet House continues to expand its objectives in saving Tibet's heritage and in exploring and working towards the Tibet House potential contribution towards the ethical development of the modern society. Over a period of 5 decades, since its inception, Tibet House has come to recognize as a significant institution for the dissemination of Tibetan culture and for the Buddhist studies. Tibet House has a library, museum, various study programs on Buddhist philosophy, conferences on interdisciplinary subjects such as neuroscience, Buddhist psychology, quantum physics, spiritual ecology, Padmapani lectures, and universal ethics conferences. A publication unit which publishes around 10 to 15 books a year and program division which regularly organizes lectures, seminars, conferences, film screenings, and exhibitions. Tibet House also offers 4 different courses on Buddhist philosophy, psychology, and also Tibetan language course particularly. Firstly, the first batch of Nalinda Master's course, which was launched on 9th December 2016 on the occasion of 51st anniversary of Tibet House, New Delhi, in the gracious presence of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, along with Sri Kiran Rajuji, the Union Minister of Home Affairs, and Sri Najib Jung, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. The first batch of Nalinda Master's course is completed with 372 students from 44 different countries. And the second batch of Nalinda Master's course on Buddhist philosophy has already started in July, and which is around 900 participants enrolled from 54 different countries. Secondly, the Nalinda Diploma course, which was launched on 2018. 3 batches have been successfully completed so far. Nalinda Diploma course, which is a 14-month course, and this course is designed specifically to accommodate people who are more serious into Buddhist philosophy while being in the midst of busy schedule with their other engagements and commitments. Till now, we have successfully completed with 3 batches, and the 4th batch of Nalinda Diploma course is now being offered both online and offline. Tibet House also offers Tibetan language course on a regular basis. There are 4 different levels of learning offered at a very nominal with a special concession for students and monastics. Till date, 24 batches have been successfully completed. And for now, the new 25th batch, which is both online and offline, is going to offer soon in the month of June 2023. Now, I would like to request Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila, Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, to kindly address the gathering, please.
Good morning, all of you. Respected keynote speaker, Mr. Ashish Kothariji, and Professor Ecological, our convener for this program, and also Professor Savitaji from Goa University, and Professor Rajeshwariji, Professor Rohitji, and Miss the Goriji, and all the participants here. Is a great the joy that Tibet House has been involved with various facets of the human endeavors, such as the creating platforms for the various the dialogues, conferences between modern sciences, quantum physics, neuroscience, versus the philosophy of Shunyata from the different traditions of the different religious traditions of the world, and also on ecology, and likewise creating organizing exhibitions and so forth, and giving scholarships to the primary for the students and for the scholars. So with this in mind, today at this conference, we feel that it's extremely important for us to pay attention to the ecology. Everywhere we see that there's a downgrading on the area of the ecology, where the excessive mining and so forth happening is all out of the greed, and we see that oftentimes in the scriptures, particularly in the ancient classical Indian traditions, the scriptures there mention the ordinary people as like small children, meaning that small children, they cannot see what is tomorrow, and they cannot see the long term, the consequences, and then they just act so impulsively, and because of which that there's a tremendous disaster to the world happening. And then the good people who really have the potential to create a change in the world, they don't get any, nobody pays heed to them, and then only those people who are there, who are in a way like these seems like influencers, actually creating a disaster to the world, and they become so popular and everybody following. The small children, they follow small children. So this is what the world is today, so unfortunately. But if Dr. Dojila, please come. If we are to if we are to feel demoralized because of these gestures of the small children like people, and in the area of the ecology, the finance, administration, education, including medical science, where even some of the professors in medical science, they're like small children. They teach their students while they already made the commitment, they took the Hippocrates oath. But what they teach the students is that, if you join this discipline, you will not get money. This is how they've been taught, that there is so much of work and you don't get money. This is how unfortunately, this is what is happening all over the world, in various disciplines. So, as we can see here, the speakers here, I know many of them personally, and they have an incredibly good heart for the world. So the good people, the like-minded people should come together and work for the welfare of the world. So with this in mind, I just like to share some of my thoughts, which I usually share pertaining to ecology. So first of all, why is the ecology so important? From how the people in the countries actually destroy the environment in all sorts of forms, like heavy deforestation and Amazon rainforest fires, nuclear proliferation, and so forth, people are given the impression that ecology is the least important of all. This is all our naivety. COVID-19 reminded us that our well-being is the most important thing. The money and the wealth for which we are destroying the environment is not the end, but not to be forgotten. That they are the most important and they are not the most, but a superficial means to the end. The end is the well-being of the citizens of the world, as visibly taught to us by COVID-19. The whole world has to remain locked down during the COVID-19. Nations have to lose and sacrifice trillions of dollars. And they have to sacrifice the education of their children in schools, colleges, and universities. This is well highlighted in the 17 SDGs enumerated by UNO, more precisely in the first three forms: no poverty, no hunger, good health, and well-being. From the space, if you look at the various celestial objects, there is only one planet which starkly stands out as the most beautiful one. Exuding the blue hues is the planet Earth, our home. If you lose this, the whole inhabitants will die, and there is no other planet for us to escape to. This is well reflected in the book, Our Only Home, by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, when he said, "Yesterday, our beautiful planet, the blue planet, was still a natural paradise in many areas. Today, it is already withered in many places, and tomorrow it will be uninhabitable in many regions if we just carry on as before." He also said in the foreword to the book, Ecological Responsibility, a Dialogue with Buddhism, published by Tibet House, Delhi in 1997. Resolving the environmental crisis is not just a question of ethics, but a question of our own survival. The natural environment is very important, not only for those of us alive, but also for future generations. If we exploit it in extreme ways, even though we may get money or other benefits from it now, in the long run, we ourselves and future generations will suffer. The Buddha exhorted, all phenomena of pleasant and unpleasant nature arise from their respective causes. It is pertinent to study and identify the causes of the ecological crisis. Some of the causes of the man-made environmental degradations are ozone depletion, excessive deforestation, greenhouse effect, water pollution or air pollution, nuclear waste dumping, excessive meat consumption, and so forth. The immediate cause of these is our attempt to feed our endless greed. The greed is because of ignorance, which fails to see the interdependent nature of the fragile planet Earth as a habitat, and human beings and animals as inhabitants. Inhabitants will perish when the world as the habitat perishes. Let us look at how tsunami washes away everything: your house, your children, your family, your money, including your bank, like small matchboxes being washed away by a flood. In the Buddhist texts, where the beings are oftentimes referred to as a childish. It is a child who throws stones to the glass house one takes shelter in, and to regret at the end over the loss of the shelter when one suffers from cold, rain, and so forth. Dr. Franz Olt said in the book, Our Only Home, a climate appeal to the world, journey written by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, where it says, every day we're emitting globally about 150 million tons of carbon dioxide. And every day we're killing off about 150 animals and plant species. We're losing daily 50,000 tons of fertile soil, and deserts grow by about 80,000 hectares every day. Our greed for meat destroys rainforests. In 2019, hundreds of thousands of Africans lived through the most terrible drought without a living memory, within the living memory, and are fearful of the next famine. The whole subcontinent is crying for water. His Holiness, in his address on June 7, 1992, to the Parliamentary Earth Summit Global Forum of the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, he said, "This blue planet of ours is a delightful habitat, is life, is our life, is future, our future. Indeed, the earth acts like a mother to us all. Like children, we are dependent on her. In the face of such global problems as the greenhouse effect and depletion of the ozone layer, individual organizations and single nations are helpless. Unless we all work together, no solutions can be found. Our Mother Earth is teaching us a lesson in universal responsibility." Now, where lies the solution? Let us look at some of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals as highlighted by UNO. Clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on earth. We need collective efforts. On the international level, leaders play a great role, should play a great role. For example, handling COVID is not that one nation can do. I'm so impressed to hear Mr. Blinken, the Secretary of State of USA, during the meeting we had on the first day of his visit to India 2021, where he said that no one nation, I was there as part of the meeting, and he addressed this. He said that no one nation can do anything to curb the virus, COVID-19. It should be a collective effort of all the countries. And individual citizens, also we need to, as individual citizens, we also need to take responsibility in this effort. It was very inspiring to see His Holiness the Dalai Lama emphasizing a lot on preservation of the ecology during the public teachings in Sarnath, India, on 29 December 1990, the place where the Buddha gave his first sermon. There, His Holiness the Dalai Lama distributed lots of fruit-bearing tree seeds, which he bought from the monetary part of the Nobel Peace Prize of 1989, thus inspiring all his followers and admirers to replenish the environment with love and care. His Holiness the Dalai Lama said, "Since I do have a responsibility in this matter, that is to work for the protection of the environment and to see that the present and the future generations of the mankind can make use of refreshing shade and the fruits of trees, I bought these seeds of fruit-bearing trees with part of my Nobel Prize money to be distributed now to people representing different regions. All the continents of the world are represented here and during this Kalachakra gathering. These seeds have been kept near the Kalachakra mandala for purification and blessings, since these include seeds of apricot, walnut, papaya, and guava, etc., suitable for planting under varying geographical conditions. Experts in respective places should be consulted when they're planting with care, and thus you all should see that my sincere aspiration is fulfilled." One distinctive yet very noble mindset I notice in the people who love and stand for the environment is that they will never engage in killing another human being, human brother or sister, which means no terrorism. They care for life. If this altruistic compassion, which drives them to become a noble being, as opposed to selfish persons, can be taught to the world leaders and common people alike, the world is going to be a very different place, a place of worship, and a real peace and kindness by the present and the future generations. How can we teach this altruistic heart to the people? This next question. It always intrigues me to see that what His Holiness the Dalai Lama says resonates with that of what Albert Einstein thought when the latter said, "A human being," this is Einstein saying, "a human being is a part of the whole world, called by us as universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. This delusion is like a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task now must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening a circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. Every time His Holiness gives public addresses, within or outside India, experts come with the same question: where are we as a world going wrong? That the world crisis keep increasing despite the great advancement in the modern education. His Holiness, without second thought, responds: the well-being of the world is determined by the development of both the brain and the heart. Unfortunately, the modern education is designed to develop only the brain and not the heart. Now is the high time that we introduce programs for heart development as part of the modern education program, the system. It has been one of the greatest efforts of His Holiness the Dalai Lama in this pursuit of introducing universal ethics, which eventually culminated into the launch of an extremely important and efficacious program, a gift and a legacy for the world, known as Social, Emotional, Ethical Learning, commonly known as C-Learning, as a great mission of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, undertaken by Emory University, Atlanta, Georgia, USA, which was globally launched in April 2019. Any institutions or even individuals can take the maximum benefit from this program. All materials are available for free. Even teacher trainings are given for free for the institutions. This is also to bring it to your attention that many institutions from across the globe have been receiving the benefit of this program. I hope and pray that this program of the universal ethics, as envisioned by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, will soon one day be picked up by UNO for the world. I'm confident that many future generations will reap the benefit to change the course of the world from darkness of ignorance and miseries to the light of happiness, equality, breathing the fresh air of compassion and harmony among the world citizens. Let me read a verse from the poem His Holiness the Dalai Lama wrote for ecology, and another verse which His Holiness always recites for the joy of the entire world of sentience and non-sentience. The poem reads, just one verse and two verses, one for the ecology and one for his own sentiments for the world. Being attentive to the nature of interdependence of all creatures, both animate and inanimate, one should never slacken in one's efforts to preserve and conserve nature's energy. As long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, may to remain to dispel the mysteries of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Geshe Tajud Amdullah. And now I would again request Venerable Geshe to kindly offer kata and the souvenirs to our keynote speakers and chairperson and our photographer. Please. Now I would like to request Professor Kaveri Gilji, Professor at Shiv Nada University, to kindly share a few words of the conference.
Thank you so much, Chadomala, Tashidele, and good morning to all of you, respected panelists, chairpersons, and the audience. So when Geshe-la, the director of Tibet House, requested about helping convene a conference on the environment, it'll be a story about interdependence, and I'll just tell you how. So one of the most moving books that I read in the last years is called My Tibetan Childhood, When Ice Shattered Stone by Nakshang Nulo, and it's published by Duke University Press in 2014. And in this book, this individual has lived in Tibet throughout. This book has been published originally in Tibetan, and I understand that's much more beautiful than the English, but the English just left me sleepless nights. In it, he describes his childhood in 1950s Tibet, when the communists are coming in, they are taking over the country, and his father is a nomad, and they travel from East Tibet to go to Lhasa for a pilgrimage, and their mother passes away, and the father teaches them. So on the way, they see all kinds of wildlife, wild wolves, animals, birds, and the relationship to nature that the father teaches them, for example, how to see that a sandstorm is coming, which can be a question of life and death in those parts. And then they return to their home, and thereafter the father passes away. And these two boys, it's him and his brother, they are only able to survive the famine that follows thereafter because the father has taught them how to engage with nature and survive. So Tibet House, of course, was formed in 1964. It is the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama in Delhi. And as Geshe-la mentioned, His Holiness has spoken about the environment over decades. And of course, this book came out in 2018, Ecology, Ethics and Interdependence. It was born of a Mind and Life conference on this issue. And His Holiness has spoken about the Earth as our only mother or planet home. He's also spoken about the legal rights of nature and animals. And in this regard, I also want to say that it really shook the present dispensation in China, because a few years ago, His Holiness requested Tibetans not to wear animal skins to stay warm. And in the whole of Tibet, there were, nomads and others who absolutely refused to do so. And that shook the government, because obviously, though he's been in exile for decades, his word carries, means so much in Tibet to date. But at the heart of what he says about the planet and ecology and the environment is really about interdependence. Interdependence, as we will see in the sessions today, between human, animal, intergenerational, and the ethics of it. And he talks about a universal responsibility. So here today at this conference, and when I was asked to help, the first thing that came to mind, my colleague Rajeshwari Rena, Professor Rajeshwari Rena, had organized a conference on alternative futures and degrowth and thinking about a post-development world in September of last year. And in fact, Ashish Kothari ji was part of it, and there are others here who were, and there was a lot of deliberation on this question. So Vasu, here, my other colleague from Shivnada, and so there was a lot of deliberation on this question. So today, of course, we have three panels. Number one, so they aim to explore interrelation and contestations at three different scales and registers. First, economy and climate change politics between the global north of developed countries and the global south. Second, between varied environments and species in the age of the Anthropocene. And third, on disputed frontiers and in the fragile ecologies of the Himalaya and the third pole of Tibet. And there is also a book launch by the photographer Gauri Gale and my sister, who has done a decade-long work with Adivasis who face the brunt of development. So the question is really, when we know about the ecological impact and the environmental impact, why are we not moving towards doing something? And there we have to look at the question about development and post-development. So, of course, and in this, the post-structural criticism of development of Escobar and others is well taken. It's aimed at the intentional development agenda of the post-World War II period. Post-developmentalism, which includes radical pluralism, simple living, degrowth, reappraising non-capitalist societies, may be said to encompass a critical stance with respect to established science. As the other day, we had a lecture from Professor Sheila Jasinoff. She's just spoken to the Environment Support Group in Bangalore. Therefore, a lot of our participants are coming late night from there as well. And some couldn't be with us. She gave a keynote lecture for our university the other day. Excellent lecture. A respect for local knowledge systems, cultures, autonomies, and an affinity for localized pluralistic grassroots movements, ideas that come from critics of development in third world countries, who are as diverse as post-structural social theorists, political ecologists, environmentalists, anti-globalization activists. Alternatives to development argued for communitarianism of a sort. And some of the ideas of these post-development thinkers have over the years at least been attempted to be mainstreamed into development theory and practice. For example, the dangers of top-down approaches in favor of more participatory ones, the problems with the uncritical application of scientific and technological solutions to agriculture, industrial production, and various other spheres. I will be speaking about that in my paper. And values other than the economic and material, as even Geshe-la mentioned, such as on the environment, gender, and so on, to be taken into fuller account. Now, the issue here, now this is one, so a critique about development per se. The other thing that has happened recently in academia and more generally is the notions of decoloniality and the ontological turn in the social sciences, which takes the debate into yet another different and even more ambitious terrain, where challenging the very enterprise of social scientific thinking and perceiving the project of development as epistemic violence against non-Western societies. Indeed, along with the idea of development, it rejects the epistemological, ontological, and chronological possibility of a shared scientific tradition. And here we have the keynote speaker will open. This concept of pluriverse, Ashish Kothari was one of the editors of a post-development dictionary. And when I was preparing for Raji's conference in September, I looked at this volume and I found an entry by Keshidoji Damdola, and then they know each other for a very long time, but they are meeting today for the first time. So this is all the interdependence. The concept of pluriverse seeks to apply epistemological and ontological plurality by challenging all claims of universality and extending a vast range of ideas, practices, and visions, while consistently not seeking to judge and order them or bring them into conversation with each other. So, for example, I think there are copies outside of Pluriverse, a post-development dictionary that's co-edited with Ashish Kothari and others, where there are entries on ideas on smart cities, on circular economy, BRICS, Buddhist thought on the environment, wisdom-based compassion, all of that, queer, love, alternative currencies, so a range of ideas. So our challenge today, one of the things that this conference is seeking to do is to just look at then how do we sort of, take these very diverse ideas, how to bring them into some sort of shared vision of transformative, emancipatory development, because I would argue that that does remain an enduring societal ambition for critical modernists and others. That some basic idea of development is something even small town, rural India, or anywhere in the world, they are aspiring to that. But when it comes up against the greed of, whether it's nations who are, occupying others for, just trying to get their resources and all of that, there'll be a paper on transboundary rivers and the whole issue with Tibetan rivers in today's, political dispensation. And also we see with the global north and global south, climate change negotiations are extremely contested because, in a way, it's denying third world countries, a global south, the third world label itself is problematic, but developing countries the same opportunities to perhaps, improve standards of living. And also we have to debate those because tied up with those notions is obviously the notion of power. So with that, I will welcome you all to this conference and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to convene.
Thank you very much, Professor Kavir Gilji. Now I would like to request our keynote speaker, Mr. Ashish Kothari ji, founder of Kalparish and co-founder and co-editor of Pluriverse and a post-development dictionary, to share a few words on this conference, please.
You might want to shift down those slides. You see, good exercise. Thank you. Thank you, Kaveri, for this invitation, to Geshe-la and everybody else at Tibet House. I learned recently that to avoid this long initial thank yous and, all the people on the stage and all of that, we just say all protocols observed. Okay, so please, no disrespect to anybody here, but I'm not going to name everybody and all the dignitaries. I'm going to get straight into my presentation. So, having heard Geshe-la and Kaveri and talk about a number of the issues that I will also talk about, I think there will be probably some repetition, but I think they've already laid some fantastic ground for what I will speak about today. I think we're all familiar with the kinds of crises, and both of them also spoke about some of them. Today, of course, our focus is the ecological, but the ecological cannot be separated from all the other aspects of life, and all of them are in serious crisis, from the very personal in terms of alienation and so on, to the completely global, whether it's climate or the other sorts of crises that we've already heard about. So I won't go into that, because if you make the mistake of reading the morning newspapers or opening any of the news channels, you will be hearing about this all the time, right? So I'm not going to actually go into this. But one of the issues that has clearly come out, and Kaveri also spoke about this briefly, is a big question comes up on the notion of development itself. We know the word actually originates either in biology, for instance, the development of a seed into a plant, into a tree, or a baby from an embryo into a baby, into a full human being, or in other ways. Those are the sorts of origins of the word. But it first started getting used in the economic context, I would say post-World War II. And from that original notion where you're trying to actually talk about the development, in that sense, the opposite of envelopment, right? The envelopment is to enclose, development is to open up. So to open up to the flowering of possibilities in all different ways for human beings and the rest of life, it has actually got restricted over the last few decades to just looking at GDP, at finances and financial growth, and economy also from a very narrow perspective. And what that has also then meant is that everything else becomes fodder for this particular vision of economic growth. Virtually every country in the world except Bhutan uses GDP as a notion, as a measure of whether we are developed or not. In fact, my terms for the so-called developed countries are destroyed and destroying countries, and those who are so-called developing are being destroyed countries. So Kaveri, maybe that's the kind of words that you could also be using instead of developed and developing. So in that sense, we see here, you look at the advertisement here. This is from an Indian multinational corporation talking about nature as a barrier. That itself is one of the biggest mistakes we make. And then to say, if we need development, like laying pipelines, then that barrier has to be removed, as you see here. Probably no advertising agency will repeat an ad like this now. This is about 30 years old, because everybody wants to be seen to be ecologically inclusive. But the notion of development still very much exactly the same. And what we're also doing in this process of development is the conversion of what were livelihoods, which were not jobs. They were occupations that were within ecological, cultural contexts, not necessarily perfect, many problems with them, but they were in that sense, and they're sort of more holistic, to what we have now, where those are being destroyed increasingly, and what is being created in the modern economy is jobs, which are separated from all the ecological and cultural and other contexts. And that's why we desperately wait for the weekend, and we desperately wait for our vacations, etc. We've separated jobs and leisure and pleasure, and that's what I call now deadlihoods, or what the late anthropologist David Graeber called bullshit jobs. Excuse me for the... Actually, bullshit is a very good term, because gobar, right? Dung is actually very good. Okay. So we know now very clearly, and this is what even some of the economists are beginning to understand, is that economic growth is inherently unsustainable. You cannot have growth, perpetual growth on a finite planet. We see that with several planetary boundaries already being crossed. We've seen that with the climate crisis, which is already upon us. It's not coming, it's already here. And with so many other things. We know with the ecological footprint network that we are already using 1.5 times what the Earth can actually provide. Along with this, we also actually see tremendous levels of inequality. And the two are connected in very intricate ways. We see, for instance, that this inequality across the world, including in India, is growing exponentially. And in that sense, if you look at development, in a way, it is not that development has not reached the poor, but that development is actually causing this inequality. This is a connection that we begin to understand more and more. We also begin to understand that this notion of development, growth at all costs, is literally at all costs, including the cost of democratic freedoms. We see in today, across the world again, including in India, where people stand up in defense of their territories, their forests, their land, their water, their knowledge, their systems. They are labeled not just as anti-development, but increasingly anti-national or seditionist, including the 5 young people in 2021 who were charged with all kinds of anti-national activities for simply standing up with the farmers' movement or asking about questions about the climate crisis. We also see that the same system that is creating the problems is giving us what it calls solutions. Carbon trading, net zero carbon, in the biodiversity thing, no net loss, or various other such terms that actually begin to come in, new buzzwords that are being created by the same system, not to sustain the earth, but to sustain itself. Sustainable development in that sense, including, I'm afraid, even the SDGs to some extent, are about sustaining the current system, not sustaining the earth, and not talking about removing the kinds of injustices that we're talking about. Finally, if you look at the COVID period, this very strange period we've just been through over the last 2.5, 3 years, we see that, of course, there's a recognition, which Geshe-la brought out, the recognition that the COVID pandemic should have given us the opportunity to think very fundamentally about processes of development, what it is to be human, what is progress, etc. And to some extent it did. But we also saw that the same period was when nation states used this as an opportunity to become even more authoritarian, and corporations as an opportunity to gain that much more profit. You can see the figure up there. That's actually already an old figure. It's probably now many more trillions of dollars of how much profit has been made at a time when hundreds of millions of people actually lost their livelihoods and their jobs. So, but in the COVID pandemic, we also saw the opposite, which is that side of human nature which can extend itself with compassion, with solidarity, with love, and say, we will come and help you. Young people helping the elderly, those who are still healthy helping those who are not well, those who still had jobs or had money helping those who had lost their livelihood. So that expression of solidarity is what I want to focus on today, and not so much the bad news. So that's the end of the bad news. I'm now going to get into what I think is some of the most wonderful things that are happening and how we can kind of enhance those. Because there are two kinds of alternatives. It's not that we are condemned to follow the pathway that the industrialized West has told us. We're not condemned to Margaret Thatcher's dictum of there is no alternative, the Tina dictum. There are two kinds of alternatives. One of them is resistance. This picture is from 1988-89, I think, of Adivasi protest in central India against 2 mega hydroelectricity projects on the Indravati river. And in that protest, they were not just talking about, we don't want to be displaced by this dam. There were 300 villages that would have been displaced. We don't want our forests to be drowned, but also that for you, that is to say for the government, they were telling the government, for you, the river is about hydroelectricity and megawatts. For us, the river is our mother. Ye hamari maa hai. We will not allow our mother to be shackled by your dreams of progress. They protested, they actually stopped those 2 dams. It was one of the successful protest movements in that time. So you actually see that in these movements of resistance, you see images and glimpses, sometimes stated, sometimes not stated, of other ways of relating to the rest of nature, of other ways of being, of other ways of dreaming, of other ways of knowing, of other ways of behaving and acting, compared to what the mainstream system, created by all the isms that I've put up there, is actually telling us, right? So we really need to listen to these movements, and they're happening across the world. They've been happening, of course, for centuries, for decades, but the more recent ones, the farmers' movement, we all know about in India, the peace movements in Burma, Myanmar, and elsewhere, the anti-racism movements, the youth climate justice movements, the movements for new constitutions in Chile and Colombia and elsewhere. These are all movements of resistance against the current system, but also about creating something new or sustaining from the old what is still relevant. And that's where the second kind of resistance, a second kind of alternative becomes very important, which is people do need food. There is actual poverty, there is deprivation, there is injustice. So how do we deal with that? Not simply by saying no to the current system, which is important, but also yes to what? And that's where we see actually across the world thousands, literally tens of thousands of examples of people creating possibilities for meeting human needs and aspirations without trashing the earth and without creating injustices and inequalities. This book, Kaveri kindly already mentioned, it's available outside, and I'll speak a little bit about it at the end, which has more than 100 examples of these. I'm going to give you very briefly a quick glimpse of some of these. Now, these are very long, detailed stories. I could spend an hour on each one of these stories, and I'd love to because I like storytelling, but I'm going to take just 1 minute each. This is, for me, the most inspiring example from India. 5,000 Dalit women farmers. Everybody is familiar with the caste system. So Dalit women are in fact the most marginalized section of India's society, both because of patriarchy and casteism. And they're very small landholders, 1 acre, 2 acres of land. They were 30 years back facing the same problems that poor families, marginalized families face, which is, of course, lack of adequate food, lack of access to education, health, etc., social marginalization, etc. 30 years back, 35 years back, they formed themselves into sanghas, that is women's committees in every one of 75 villages, and then together a Deccan Development Society as a federation of these sanghas. They brought back their traditional seeds into agriculture, switched completely back to organic, rejected all the hybrids and everything the modern system was giving them, including chemicals, etc., collectivized a lot of their operations, shared the seeds, shared the knowledge, shared everything in the commons, and I'll come back to the commons in a while, and a whole bunch of other things I don't want to get into, a parallel public distribution system, grain banks, etc. And through all of that, actually managed to not just create enough food for themselves, these 5,000 families for the whole year, and some to sell in the market, but what they call food sovereignty, Anna Swaraj, which means complete control over everything to do with food. No control whatsoever with corporations or with the government in as something else. And in all of that, holding seeds and the earth as being sacred. And this element of sacred is something I'm going to try and run through this whole presentation. All the way across to the other end of the world. This is the Quechua indigenous community in Peru, in the Andes highlands. And here they actually have sustained their control over and their custodianship over a very large landscape, or what they call the biocultural sacred landscape, which incidentally is the origin of the potato. I went here in 2008 and I was stunned into complete speechlessness when they showed us 100 varieties of potato. Small purple ones, big red ones, all kinds of shapes and sizes, I'm used to this, lump of something that we get the potato in India. But I saw that diversity, it was incredible. But along with that biological diversity, of course, is the cultural diversity linked to it, is the politics of controlling that landscape, is the women's knowledge being asserted, etc. Through all of that, again, asserting food sovereignty and other aspects, similar to the Dalit women farmers. A little bit south of that, this is the Sapara indigenous nation, one of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon, who have taken back control over that part of the Amazon from the corporations and the government, have refused any kind of mining and extractivist activities, and are trying to create a hybrid system of sustaining their own traditional systems of living with and within the forest, where everything has a spirit, including stones and the river and everything like that, their own cultural systems, their own knowledge systems, bringing back their language, which was destroyed by some forms of colonialism, but also relating to the modern world through forms of community-led medical or health ecotourism. I was there for 5 days and I saw how some of that kind of systems actually were trying to be worked. In fact, there are thousands of places around the world where nature is being protected through traditional or new means by communities, indigenous peoples and other communities, and through that also sustaining their livelihoods and their cultures. We call them territories of life. Go to Central Asia. This is another extremely inspiring example because it is an attempt to create a zone of peace within the most war-torn area of the world. You know, everybody talks about Ukraine as a war, but there's a constant war going on right here where Turkey, the Turkish nation state, has been invading, bombing, killing people in this quadri junction that you see here between Turkey, Syria, Iran, and Iraq, where the Kurdish ethnic community, along with others, is trying to create local democratic institutions which are based on genealogy, which is the ecofeminist principle. Some of the most amazing philosophies and ideologies and worldviews are emerging from the women there and from one of their leaders who's been imprisoned for the last 23 years, Abdullah Öcalan, by the Turkish state. Back to India here, 90 villages, many of whom were part of that movement. The picture I showed you of the human garland across the Indravati River. After that movement, they said, why should we be protesting or resisting only the state? We also have issues to deal with within our own communities. We know that Adivasi communities have much more gender equality compared to non-Adivasi communities. But still, there are inequalities. The women, for instance, are often not involved in the decision-making in the Gram Sabhas or the village assemblies or the Adivasi systems, institutions. So the women asserting themselves, saying we want equality also in terms of voice, but then also beginning to ask questions about what are our cultural identities? What happens with our education system if it's only going to be taught by teachers from outside and so on? What about our own languages? So this is a very interesting process called the Mahagram Sabha of Federation of 90 Villages. Over to Europe, the most capitalist societies in the world, and you begin to see over the last 20, 30 years, non-capitalist businesses asserting themselves, especially young people in cities saying, we want to create businesses, we want cafes, we want all kinds of businesses, but we don't want to run them on capitalist lines. We want to run them on lines where the society benefits. We get our revenues back, of course, our investments back, but not in terms of enormous profit making. And other forms. So for instance, this bottom left, right-hand side is a factory producing olive oil and other things in Greece, where workers run it on a completely democratic basis. They have this huge slogan on the factory which says, we have no boss. And remarkably, every worker gets exactly the same wage per hour of work, regardless of what work they're doing. Now imagine if our economy worked like that, where the CEO of a corporation was getting the same wage as a mazdoor, a laborer on the street, right? I know it sounds too idealistic, but this is what they're trying to do. The school on the top right-hand side also in Greece runs with very high quality teaching, but very low fees. Now think of that in India, right? That's all the private institutions that are coming up are very, very high fees. And then you have to struggle around for scholarships. Now here, how do they do that? They do that because they're embedded within a community. The entire community has agreed to do time banking, which is to say that every person in the community offers something to the school free of charge. A little bit of administration work, a little bit of teaching, or something else, whatever they can offer. So you actually have expenses which are very low for the school, but the teaching can be very high quality. And so even poorer families can afford to send their kids to something like that. Alternative currencies, many different forms of what is broadly called the social and solidarity economy, which is trying to move itself out of the capitalist system. Again, back in India, another urban example, this is in Bhuj in Kutch, one of India's lowest rainfall areas, where Bhuj as a town exploded post-earthquake in 2001. And has continued exploding and has all the urban problems that all cities face. So here, 5 organizations, along with a number of especially in slums, but also in the middle class colonies, have got together to see how can their colonies be much better in terms of life, how can they take over control much more of at least things like water and energy and garbage management, but also how can they assert their right to the decision making and planning and budgeting of the city as a whole. So again, asserting democratic control, and through that more ecologically sound, more culturally relevant and more equitable kinds of solutions. This is in Copenhagen, anarchic community. The term anarchy, by the way, everybody thinks of as meaning disorder, etc. It doesn't mean that at all. Anarchy is actually a very good thing, which means you can self-determine yourself without having to have a government or a state helping to do that. So here, over the last 40 years, they've been trying to live a life in commons. For instance, if you have a house there, you don't own it. And if you die or want to go away, then your children don't inherit that house. So there's no private property. There's no inheritance of that sort. It goes to the next deserving family. And there are many other such movements in urban areas for trying to create much more sustainability, more equality. Now, if you go back quickly to the Dalit example and the Quechua indigenous example in Peru and many others, these were communities who survived much better in the COVID pandemic than did many of the others. And why was that the case? So we've actually put together 100 examples from around the world of COVID time resilience. And the main factors were collective control over the most important resources, whether it's nature or it's machinery or it's livelihood resources of other kinds, collective forms of decision making, sustained from the past or created in new ways, solidarity, expression. I mean, the feeling of solidarity and compassion with each other, localized economies so that there could continue to be exchange even in the midst of an economic lockdown, and some other such factors. And from that, we actually learned that, in fact, if we want to move towards the kind of systems, more just, more sustainable systems we want, then these sorts of lessons are really, really crucial for us. Let me take another 5-7 minutes to bring all of this together into what I think is the kind of frameworks emerging for transformation across the world. In the last few years, through a process called Vikalp Sangam, which I'll describe at the end, we've put together this thing which we call the flower of transformation, which has 5 spheres of life as petals: the political, the economic, the social, the cultural, and the ecological. There's a bit of an artificial distinction. I'm sure academics here will question me about this, but it's just to try and understand some reality, right? And we know that they're all interconnected, intersected. They're not separate from each other. Life is lived in the messy intersections between them. But if we think of it this way, and then at the core of this flower of transformation, a set of ethics and values, then here's a few of what's emerging in terms of the kinds of changes already being asserted and much more that needs to be done. In the sphere of politics, instead of thinking of politics or democracy only as elections or primarily as elections, in fact, what these communities are saying is that elections are not very important. They're there, we'll take part in them. What is most important is that we are born with power, and we will assert that power where we are. As a village, as an urban neighborhood, as an educational institution, students in an educational institution, as members of an NGO, wherever we are, whatever collective we are in, we will assert that power because it is inherent in us, right? And that is actually democracy. Go back to the origin of the word democracy. Demoscracy means power of the people, not power of the bureaucrats and power of the politicians we elect. Unfortunately, we've willingly given over all that power to folks sitting in New Delhi and so on. Whereas these people are asserting that no, we will, like the one village in central India called Mendhaleka asserted 30 years back, we elect the government in New Delhi and Mumbai. In our village, we are the government. Hamare gaon mein hum hi sarkar. Delhi mein hamari sarkar. That's the slogan they came up with, and they're still living with that. The second aspect of that, of course, is that you cannot, having political power at that local level is not very meaningful if the economy that you depend on is in the hands of private corporations or the government. So again, the localization of economic power, the localization of basic needs rather than having to depend on somebody. And again, in the COVID pandemic, we learned this, right? If your food came from a 300 kilometers away and that had to be shut down, then you suffered. If your food was localized, you didn't suffer. You still had that available. And the same thing with other basic needs. So localization, bringing back the economy of not finance but caring and sharing, visibilizing the invisibilized role of women in the economy, right? None of what women do in the household, for instance, ever goes into the GDP calculations. Visibilizing the role of nature in the economy, bringing back, taking away from the privatization that is taking place and bringing back into the commons, economic resources, etc. And through all of that, then beginning to question GDP, economic growth as a measure of development, which is completely nonsensical, by the way, and actually bringing really meaningful measures of well-being, including, for instance, does everybody have access to clean air? A very important question sitting where we are right now in New Delhi, right? However much economic growth you might have, if you're going to be killed by bad air, what's the point? So all of this then becomes important as part of the economic transformations. The third sphere is social justice. And why this is very important is because you can have local political democracy and local economic democracy, but some of the traditional institutions, and we just saw this as an example in what's happening in Nagaland right now, can also be very regressive in terms of, for instance, gender inequality or casteism or others. So the struggles for equality from the local to the global also have to be very much part of this transformation. The fourth sphere, which I think for this conference is very important, is that of culture and knowledge. We know that we have a huge diversity of languages. I was stunned when I saw the People's Linguistic Survey of India a few years back, which Professor Ganesh Devi had coordinated. 780 living languages. Bhojpuri is not a dialect of Hindi. Kutchi is not a dialect of Gujarati. These are independent languages and we've not recognized them. We only recognize 21 or 23, right? And when education happens in only those 21 languages, we are wiping out entire languages which are libraries of knowledge. He told me, for instance, that Himachal Pradesh, I think somebody here, one of our speakers is from Himachal, has 230 different words for snow in, I don't know, 5, 8, 10 languages or whatever, 7, 8 languages. Now, when only Hindi is taught in schools, we teach only in Hindi, we're actually wiping out that knowledge, which could be so important for dealing with climate change. Different sizes of snowflakes are called different things. Different times when the snow falls, it's called different things, etc. So this, I'm just giving languages. You can think the same with food, etc. Is so important. Then decolonizing the mind. If you go back to the image I showed you of the world, the map, I don't know if any of you thought, why is this upside down? Right? Because you have Africa on top and Europe below that. You actually start asking questions about where were the so-called normal maps, when and where were they made? And you realize that a lot of them come from the colonial times when Europe was put deliberately on top and was made to look much bigger than it actually is. I can go back to that map if any of you is curious about it. So beginning to actually also decolonize in terms of language, imagery, so many different things that we continue, unfortunately, especially in our schools and colleges, to still remain colonized. And we're actually now finding new ways of colonizing by removing elements of history, such as the Mughal period. The creation, the generation of knowledge, R&D, Rajeshwari's article in one of the books that we did is very good on this, looking at how do you begin to also democratize, commonize the generation and the transmission and the use and the storage of knowledge, of R&D, science and technology, etc. All of this then also means fundamental reorganizing of our education system. I think was it Geshe-la, you spoke about how it is not just about the brain, it's also about the heart, what the Dalai Lama spoke about. Yeah, I'll just finish. Gandhiji also said that. He said, Nayi Talim, that it's the head, the hands and the heart, right? So how do we actually do that? And the original meaning of the word school, from the Greek word skole, meant learning with leisure. When 95% of India's schools are actually prisons, nothing to do with leisure. The commonizing also of our knowledge, instead of intellectual property rights, privatization, copyrights, etc. And that's why all of our books, for instance, are copyleft, Creative Commons. Please use them freely in any way which you want. It'll be nice if you give credit, but you don't need to take permission. You certainly don't need to pay us. And finally, of course, opportunities for spiritual advancement. If I was to use the word development, I would probably use it only here for spiritual development. But not falling into the traps of mainstream dogmatism that unfortunately has come into all of our religions. The fifth sphere is that of ecology, which is, of course, very crucial today. And here I go back to what I learned in school, which was the left-hand side figure of human beings as part of a pyramid of life, where human beings are on top. Note that it's the man on top and the woman below. That's what we learned in biology. What I think most religions and all Adivasi peoples, indigenous peoples have said is that we are a circle of life in which all species are equal to each other. And so how do we actually bring back that thing of reintegrating ourselves? We are within nature, not separate from it, and the respect for all species, including, I think Kaveri spoke about rights of nature, not just human rights. If you put all of this together into a very interesting discussion that's beginning to take place over the last few years, and think of South Asia. Somebody spoke, I think one of you is speaking about dams in China, how that might be impacting India, right? So we've had this thing of actually dividing nature and natural flows into nation states and making boundaries and then increasingly fences and armies and so on and so forth. Ladakh and Tibet, for instance, India and Pakistan in the Thar Desert, India and Bangladesh with the Sundarbans thing, the Ganga separated into 3 different nation states. What that does is that each then nation state is free to do what it wants with that. Nevertheless, never mind what happens downstream to the neighboring, to the peoples in the neighboring countries. Can we start reimagining South Asia from the perspective of ecological flows and cultural flows and trade flows, which means then beginning to think of a borderless South Asia? Now, I could be held as a seditionist for saying this, but I still want to assert it, that I think if we really want to move towards peace and ecological wisdom, etc., we need to start thinking about levels of borderlessness, or at least porousness in borders. Finally, then I've just been given a signal saying I need to end. At the core of this flower of transformation is the most important part that I've learned from all of these initiatives, which is a set of ethics principles. I'm just going to put them out there. I guess we don't, maybe in the question answer, if there is one, we can get into this. But to my mind, this set of values, principles, ethics is diametrically opposite to what the currently dominant system tells us. It's completely opposite to what we're taught in schools, for instance. Just to go back quickly, in our schools, it's all about competition. What these transformations are telling us, it's actually about cooperation, right? It's that physical labor should be treated with as much dignity, assuming that it's dignified. I'm not talking about a whole bunch of undignified physical labor that we impose on people, but as dignified as, say, mental labor, right? The rights of nature, not just human rights. Non-violence, peace, harmony, compassion, interconnectedness was spoken about. And essentially, if you put all of this together, we're talking about worldviews that celebrate not money, not fame, not power, but life. And this is just so very different from our current system. But we see that it is possible. There are people who are asserting this. Swaraj is one of the notions that has come back into. It's a very old Indian notion. Nothing new, but Gandhiji brought it back in terms of not just the freedom from the British, but to say that individual and community freedom, but with responsibility towards other people. And we've extended that to say not just other people, but other species also. So we assert our power, we assert our freedoms, we assert our autonomy and our self-determination, but not by doing things which will undermine other people's freedom and happiness and things. So, for instance, our consumption patterns have to be very critically challenged. There are similar notions all over the world. Most of these are available also in the book Pluriverse, so I won't go into them. This includes also the radical reinterpretations of religions, which is why we asked Geshe to write about Buddhism in the book. Others have written about the other main religions, and how within those religions also there's a lot of rethinking going on. How do we go back to the fundamentals of the spiritual values that all of these religions are based on? And then, of course, also coming from within the belly of the beast, things like degrowth and a number of others on which many people, including Rajeshwari and others, have been working. So I'm just going to end with this set of questions. None of us have all the answers. We need much more of this kind of churning and thinking and practice on the ground, etc., to be able to answer these sorts of questions. Who will take the lead? Do we need a state? If so, what will it be its nature and function? Do we need business? What would be that look like? What would our own academics, what sort of transformations do we need in our academics, in our spiritual traditions, etc.? And how do we achieve scale? Now, a lot of people ask me this question. You have these thousands of examples, but the macro system still remains the same. And this actually, to my mind, again, no easy answers here, but I think the ability to connect movements of resistance with movements of constructive alternatives, the ability to weave ourselves together across different landscapes, cultures, geographies, etc., is what helps or could help to create the scale that we want. Not by becoming single thing becoming bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, that's upscaling, and not by copying something exactly, because that's not going to work in your own area. So, but by what I call outscaling and then connecting across regions. Two initiatives we've started, I'm just going to end in a minute, sorry. Two initiatives we've started, I thought I had 35 minutes, so that's what I'm actually taking. Two initiatives we started is in India called Vikalp Sangam, which is to bring a lot of these sorts of groups, movements, communities, individuals together who are practicing or trying to conceive these alternatives across the country. So that includes physical confluences, it includes a website which now has 2,000 stories of this transformation. Any of you ever feeling depressed by the morning news? Please shut down the newspaper or the television channel and go to this website. At least for a while, I think you'll cheer up, because there is some good news out there. And then similar thing across the world called the Global Tapestry of Alternatives, trying to weave horizontally fantastic moments that are happening all over the world, and then trying to create scale through that kind of weaving. There's lots of networks and organizations across the world that are part of this, and a website which has also stories from different parts of the world. Two books, both of which are outside, in case you would like to purchase them. The one on the left-hand side is the one where Rajeshwari has an article on 40 people envisioning India in 2100, the ideal India that they want. Then coming back to the present and saying, how do we get there? What are the pathways? What are examples already available? And Pluriverse is the one with 100 examples from other parts of the world. This is my last slide. I'll just leave you to read it, because I think it's one of my favorite quotes from an Argentinian filmmaker, Fernando Biri, quoted by the poet Eduardo Galeano, about utopia. Because any time I give this presentation, people say, oh, but it's too utopian, we're never going to get there. But I think that's why this quote is so very important. We need these visions, at least to be able to get somewhere towards where we want to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashish Kothari ji. Now we will have a question answer session, and each participants will get one question to raise the question to our keynote speaker, and so that all the participants get equal opportunity. So before you raise the question, please introduce yourself. Yeah. Namaste.
I'm Professor Savita Kerkar from Goa University. It was a wonderful presentation, yes, of course. But there are lots of questions here, like human beings sometimes can't be convinced about certain issues, like especially when we have elections. Everyone hates a specific government, but at the last moment, they are paid off by so many people, and someone else wins the elections, and nobody blames themselves for someone being elected. So this is one example. Second example is during the COVID times, we've all of us blindly taken the vaccine for COVID. Nobody has thought about the consequences of COVID. That's also a human instinct. It was made compulsory to all human beings that we have to take COVID, otherwise you can't be in your working place, you can't live in a hostel, you can't travel anywhere. But so all of us took the vaccine. Now we are seeing the consequences of the COVID vaccine, where people are having heart attacks at a very early age. We have people dying from the age of 20 to 40. Very young people with unexplanatory, we can't even explain, but it's because of a heart attack. And that's because of the COVID vaccine, which they're relating that to. But this research is also hushed up. It's not brought open to the society. So how do we, it's a big problem, how do we convince human beings to be good, to be very ethical? It's sometimes very difficult. So it's easy to say this is a problem, that is a problem. Here, these people are doing very good things. Yes, that's a big study which we have to share with people. But at the last moment, everyone becomes vulnerable to certain things and everything gets destroyed. So what do you have to say on this?
Yes, and should we do one or should I take a few? Okay. Thanks, Savitaji. So obviously, yes, this is in our current situation. This is a big problem, and you gave two examples, and of course there are many more. So the kinds of transformations we're talking about cannot deal with these in the immediate. In the immediate thing, there are some things we can do. For instance, with the case of elections, people have been demanding various kinds of electoral reforms. One of the biggest would be that parties do not use their own resources, funds. That there be a central pool and every party gets an equivalent amount or some sort of proportion of that. Because one of the biggest problems is the generation and then the use of money, which is why now we have these stupid electoral bonds, right? NGOs can't take funds, but parties can take especially from corporate houses. So we need a whole series of electoral reforms as a short-term measure to deal with some of the sorts of problems you're talking about with elections. But in the long run, my point here is, and this is what, say, the villages of Gadchiroli are saying, yeah, we'll take part in the elections. But for most decisions that are important for us, we will be the decision makers. And we will force the government to actually comply by what we're saying. Otherwise, next year, we're not going to go for elections at all. We won't vote for any party. Now, that kind of, if in the last 75 years of independence, we had generated that as our main focus of democracy, then we wouldn't be in this situation of saying, okay, which candidate do I vote for, and then tomorrow will he or she do the right thing or not? Okay, so at least the next 75 years, let's try and do that, rather than continuing to focus on bringing some party into power. But meanwhile, fight for these electoral reforms. With the COVID vaccination, I think this is a very important example of the non-democratization of knowledge and technology. The more we fight for that, the more we say that things must be in the commons, must be in the open domain, all technologies and the the knowledge behind them, etc., instead of intellectual property rights, must be in the public domain, especially something as important as this. And the consequences of taking or not taking vaccines should also be in the public domain. In fact, at that time, there was a court case arguing against compulsory vaccination. And the court actually said, yes, it's not compulsory. Even the government said it's not compulsory. Unfortunately, institutions were saying that if you don't take the vaccine, you can't come to office tomorrow, or you can't sit in a public transport. So there were distortions of various kinds that happened, and unfortunately, we didn't have the public power enough to be able to challenge that and to correct it in the way it should be corrected, including the hushing up of what you're saying, consequences of vaccinations. So this is a consequence of the non-democratic nature of the generation of knowledge and technology. And I'm sure some speakers will be talking more about that later. So these are struggles we have to constantly wage. We've just had this, just last week, in the environmental domain, There was a few years back something called Parivesh as a website that was set up where all environmental impact assessments, etc., were and documents relating to that were put up, and anybody from the public could go and download those. It's been shut down. The government shut it down last week, saying it's making companies vulnerable to knowledge theft, which is ridiculous. I mean, these are things that should be in the public domain. So now if I want to challenge a thermal power station or a chemical factory or whatever it is, I don't have access to the information anymore. I have to file an RTI. So they're actually misusing the RTI law to say, you want information, file an RTI. Instead of saying we in fact, the RTI Act says that it has to be proactively put up by the government in the public domain. So this is what's happening, and we have to fight those things. Yes.
Sir, over here, sir, at the back, sir. My name is Sirik Nadup. Such a wonderful and enlightening presentation. Thank you, sir. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So my question is a very small question. You gave an example of Viomi, I think, worker factory in Europe, right? They were paid equally. So if every worker are paid equally, which worker would take more responsibility? So I'll give you an example. There was a study conducted where in a university, all the students were graded their average grade. So the first, when there was an exam, the students who don't like to study did not study, and the student who liked to study studied. And when the grade came, let's say B plus average, the student who did not study, they were very happy because even without studying, they got B plus, right? The student who were very studious, they got B plus, so they were very sad because they were used to getting A, which they deserve because they put in the effort. And it continued for a few more times, and then the people who used to study, they did not study at all, because what's the point? Because I don't get what I deserve because I put in the effort. So in that context, how do there was a small example in a place, if you make it more prevalent in most our society, how do you think that would happen? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. So the way it works with Viomi, and I'll give another example of how it works, is that there's all decisions are taken democratically by the workers. That is to say, all the workers are involved. So if a worker is slacking or is not doing what he or she is supposed to be doing, you have another 30, 40 or 100 workers who are actually going to ask you, why haven't you actually done what you're supposed to be doing? You're getting paid as much as I'm getting paid. You're not doing it, which is affecting my work, which is affecting our reputation in the outside society. So peer pressure begins to work. And then after a while, it's not peer pressure, but the trust that you have in each other and the sense of responsibility that comes in, because I know then that if I do something that's going to affect another 99 people, I shouldn't be doing that, right? It's the same thing. Like, I mean, people say this thing, it's kind of derogatory to Indians, but Indians in India will throw garbage out on the street. When they travel to Amsterdam, they won't. Why? So, either because you fear action, you get fined 100 euros, or because you find that everybody else is behaving, not that Amsterdam is a great city otherwise, but I'm just saying in this example, at least one is, that you find that people are behaving in a certain way, you also begin to fit into that sense of responsibility. Second example I'll give you, certification of organic food in India, organic produce. Now, either you actually get very expensive certification by corporations or the government as a farmer that you are organic and you can then sell your food as organic, or you have what is called the PGS, the Participatory Guarantee Scheme, where farmers cross-certify each other. It's peer certification, much cheaper, and the way it works, because you can say the same thing, that they might cheat, and they have an incentive for cheating because then they can sell their organic produce at a higher cost. But the way it works is, firstly, trust that you are actually adhering to the system. Secondly, that there are spot checks from anybody from outside, including consumers or maybe a government agency. And if any farmer gets discredited that you're actually cheating or that you have certified another farmer wrongly, then the entire system gets discredited. So again, both a combination of trust and faith and a combination of the consequences of not acting responsibly mean that PGS works really, really well. And in fact, it's recognized by the Government of India also as a valid certification. Now, if from childhood, this was the sense that was put into all of us, that I have a sense of responsibility towards all my fellow students, it would not be about my coming first and it doesn't matter what happens to the rest of the class. It would be that the entire class of 20 students needs to move up together. And if you're struggling as a student or being irresponsible, there will be another 19 students who are going to either help you to move up or put pressure on you not to do something that's going to negatively impact the rest of the students. Unfortunately, we are never taught in that kind of an atmosphere. The atmosphere is intense competition. So then the race is to the bottom line rather than to the upper line. This is why what you're saying exactly. So you can't change it in that microcosm without at least some larger level changes also taking place. And if you look at institutions like SecMol and so many others, I think I had a slide, I don't know where it disappeared, of alternative learning spaces in India. This is what they do. And they have produced the most fantastic results in terms of what the students have come out to do in society. And they don't have this problem at all. Nobody fails and nobody deliberately tries to undermine the system so that they can be lazy and still get good marks. Because the whole system in that school or learning institution will then be staring at you and you have to then behave responsibly. So this is what I would say. This is how it would work in all fields of society, I think.
Sorry to jump the queue. In this connection, one of the major questions is that I personally think that communism failed because of that. Communism, talking about the localization, talking about the equality in the society. So it failed. And in China, there's no communism now. It's not real communism. So wherever in the world, communism really failed because of the one factor. Because in a family should be the best of the best or the ideal situation where things should work on a basis of trust, love and affection. Even in the family, there are issues. Issues because some children, they're more compassionate. Some children are very selfish. And when you are very selfish, your behavior is going to be very different. And this is not that you are given by your parents, this selfishness. It comes from somewhere. So because of this, if this is where this is the community, because of which all these lapses are bound to happen. So I think there's a major reason why communism failed. And what's your take on this?
Thank you, Geshla. I haven't really studied it that closely. I'm sure this must be one of the factors, but I have not seen any communist state, as a nation state that claims to be communist, to actually be communist in that. Communist in the sense of the final stage of communism that Marx spoke about, where in fact the state doesn't exist, which is the anarchy or the kinds of systems I'm talking about. Now, in these examples of, let's say, the Kurdish movement or the Zapatista or the Adivasi local self-determination movements, transformations take place right from that micro level of the family and the individual to the larger society. So again, if there is a child that's been, I don't know, wherever that selfishness, let's say, comes from, we don't know where it comes from, it's born in them or it comes from society, we don't know. But suppose it's there is a atmosphere in which that is dealt with, not through punishment so much, but in terms of the seeking of values, the learning, the explorations, etc., that take place. And then, and where even then some individuals don't, in that sense, behave responsibly, there are consequences, which are social ostracization or peer pressure or other sorts of things that come in. Radical democracy would have to be based on these sorts of systems, from the individual, the family, the small unit to the larger units, etc. Only then I think we're going to be able to see this. And this is, of course, again, what all spiritual faiths tell us, that the fundamentals of that has to be taught right from that childhood phase. So, but really there's no communism. None of the states were actually communist in that sense of the word. Yeah.
We'll take two last questions.
Hello, sir. My name is Chimi Witten. I'm a research fellow at the National Maritime Foundation. So my question is related to the values that you have talked about, which is required to like in alternative transformation. But then when it comes to Tibet, all these values are almost all the values are deprived by the communist China. And so how do you then address the issues or climate justice that Tibetan people face? Your thoughts on it? Thank you.
Well, I mean, I guess the simple answer to that is you can't address them until the Chinese are occupying Tibet. So the struggles to free Tibet, of course, which hopefully many of us are part of or supporting, have to be there. And we do, I guess the signs of hope are other places in the world which have also struggled against occupation and for freedom and have been able to achieve it. And that's why I gave Kurdish also, because though they are constantly under bombardment, at least in a part of their region, they have been able to claim, to assert and achieve that kind of freedom. But they're not asking for a Kurdish state. They're saying we don't want a Kurdish country, we just want a Kurdistan which has its ability to whatever. So I think if we think of through, and of course all the anti-colonial struggles that we've had to wage, I hope that over the next, 2-3 decades, Tibet will be able to achieve the freedom and then go its own self-determination way as it should, as it deserves to.
May I? Thank you, Mr. Kothari. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed your presentation, especially the figures, the champagne glass, and the inverted world map and other figures. Even the ecological pyramid you have shown. Actually, we fall in one circle rather than human being the dominant on the top. Anyways, my question is regarding the knowledge system, the traditional knowledge system that, especially in our in the tribal areas that we have been carrying out for several hundred years. So, if we see further, the traditional knowledge can be an intangible and a tangible knowledge. Now, in the race of development, in the race of education, the intangible knowledges which are really significant for the ecological, for the environmental conservation. So this rich intangible knowledges are rapidly, vanishing in the tribal areas. And moreover, when we talk about this intangible knowledges, what we call is the traditional ecological knowledge. So in most of the Buddhist, dominant belt like Ladakh, Sikkim, Arunachal, we have faith, we have belief and tradition in preserving this sacred ecological landscapes in the form of local deities, what we call is La and Lu, So these intangible knowledges are disappearing. So my question is, whom to blame? To the people who have adopted the policies or to the government who have implemented the policies? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would say both, because while we can point our fingers to the government which has certain kinds of policies, I think insofar as we have a certain amount of power to resist and to assert our own, we are also responsible. So I would say both. But what is happening, I think, and this, you're absolutely right, this is a huge erosion taking place around the world, and especially the more the written form comes in, the more the oral forms disappear. And we know that a lot of the intangible heritage is actually the oral traditions, the paintings, etc. I think in many of the movements now, this is being reasserted. Storytelling, for instance, is coming back. We recently had a Vikalp Sangam on indigenous worldviews, and the Lepcha women had come from Sikkim and the Darjeeling area, and they were telling about how their traditions of storytelling and women shamans is actually being brought back so that they can be going through the entire community to tell stories about the river. And they also say that the river also tells stories, so to bring that back into the thing, and along with that, fight against big dams that are coming up on the Tista or other rivers. So sort of combining resistance with the revival of that kind of tradition. And the same thing with La's and Lu's. So for instance, we do a bit of work in Ladakh. And so to be able to bring that sense back, we need also in schools, in places like Ladakh or Tibet, to have this kind of storytelling coming back in. So that the teachers are not only the PhDs and those who've done their written whatevers, but in fact the local elder, woman and man is also a teacher who comes to the school and talks about spiritual traditions, the spirits of the land, the spirits of the water, and these sorts of things. So I think we need to actually bring this back, and we can also use the UN, the UNESCO, this thing on intangible heritage, which is quite interesting and powerful. But we need to bring it down to the ground and say, okay, how do we do that in our own communities, and also force the government to accept these in the formal education system as being important. We now have at least a couple of universities which are also bringing Adivasi, Dalit women farmers, for instance, the example I gave you, or Adivasis, to the formal education, for the formal university system, and recognizing them as teachers, which then gives the students the opportunity of learning wisdom and knowledge from these people who may actually not even know how to read and write, but they are fantastic teachers in their own sense. So I think the more we do that, the more we...
The new education policy 2020, sir, regarding the preservation of old Indian traditional knowledges. For example, from this year in the Central University, I'm teaching in Delhi University. I'm Dr. Dorji. Sorry I forgot to introduce myself. There are three in my knowledge. There are three papers or courses they have introduced: Vedic mathematics, Ayurveda, and nutrition. And I don't remember the other one. But they have least focus in the tribal areas. Like for example, in Ladakh, Sovar Ekpa has been the local amchi system. It has been practiced for the last 1,000 of years. But I think focusing in the tribal region would be another alternative to preserve this intangible. But they have not. The NEP 2020. There's nowhere having mentioned about the preservation of this intangible knowledges in tribal areas.
Absolutely. I mean, if I was to be frank, this particular regime is using tradition as a means of pushing down our throats one kind of cultural tradition. Let's be frank, Hinduism, or certain forms, not even all, certain forms of Hinduism. So other religious traditions and folk traditions, you're talking about people's knowledge, that's not in the focus. So why only Ayurveda? There are the Amchi system, there's Unani, there's so many others, right? Why only yoga? There's a dozen different forms of either meditation or bodily kinds of things which are there across India and South Asia. So we need to also assert, that's why I said diversity, that when the government says, yeah, we will recognize tradition and we will bring it into the education system, fantastic, but, and that's what the NEP says, but why only one? Why not all the dozen that exist for medicinal systems or other sorts of things? These are again struggles that we have to keep talking about it. But at least let's do it in our own systems. In Ladakh, as you would know, one of the struggles has been, why shouldn't there be also Bodhi in the education system? Why is it not there? But then there's been their own internal dynamics of that, which I don't want to get into. But other places, people are saying, no, we will also teach in the local language. In Kutch, for instance, now Kutchi is actually beginning to come into the schools. So locally also we need those movements, even as we kind of struggle against or guide the government into different policies.
Skill development programs, we have vocational courses, and we have skill development program. In skill development program, you can put up this course. So any professor of the university can float a course. You can design it yourself. It's according to the expertise which is available, so that you can teach the course. So if it's not there, you can introduce it, get it approved by your board of studies, academic council, and introduce it. If there should be takers for it. So you can float it actually.
One last one from a young person, maybe? Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ujjwal Pathak. I'm from Gulmohar University. Sir, my question is, you have mentioned about a factory in which there is no boss, and sir, everyone gets equal wages. Sir, everyone does. Sir, but sir, this is the practice which is practiced in a very socialist country. As a socialism, as a term, has been faded wherever it has been practiced, be it Soviet Union or any other country, sir. So how will we justify or promote this kind of act in our countries? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Well, firstly, let me clarify a misunderstanding. Greece is not a socialist country. It's a very capitalist country. This was in Greece. Okay. So they, in fact, when they did that, they had to struggle against the capitalist former owner of the same factory, and they had to struggle against the government. They're still struggling. In fact, right now, they're having serious problems, so the government is trying to take over that the land on which the factory exists. So if they could do that in the midst of a very capitalist society, there's no reason why we can't do it here. Here, at least some forms of broadly what can be called socialism or commons, let's say, still exists, right? Even though government has tried to destroy it rapidly. But there are still forms that exist. So there's no reason why we can't actually bring that in here. And there are examples in India also where workers, the producer companies, for instance, I can give you an quick example. There's a producer company called Dharani in Andhra Pradesh. About 2,500 farmers who collectively run that company. They sell their organic produce into the market. The revenues from that goes equitably to all the workers, all the farmers, and they take their decisions collectively. So we have examples of that kind here in India also. There's no reason we can't do that across all the sectors of the economy.
Thank you very much. And we are very sorry that we could not entertain more questions due to time constraint. And you can raise the question individually to Mr. Ashishji separately during tea break or lunch break. Thank you. And now I would like to request Venerable Kishidaji Damdila to kindly offer the kata and souvenir to our keynote speaker, Mr. Kashish Kothari-ji. Thank you very much. And the next session, which is on the climate change, politics and policies, our view from the global south, will be starting in 5 to 10 minutes. And my colleague, Mr. Lekmila, will moderating the first session. And I would like to thank once again to our keynote speaker and our chairperson and our speakers, particularly our participants who are gathered here and giving us and sparing us time over here, and also watching live from YouTube and Facebook. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Tasle, and very good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tenzin Legman, Nalanda Course Coordinator at Tibet House, New Delhi, and I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all gathered here to our one-day conference on the ecological imperative and ethical interdependence possibilities for the 21st century. We will now start with the first session of our today's conference, which is on climate change politics and policies, a view from the global south. And Professor Rajeshwari S. Raina will be chairing the session. And we have three great speakers, and they are Dr. Rohit Azad, Mr. Matthew Bell, and Dr. Chimi Yude. Unfortunately, our second speaker, Mr. Matthew Bell, he couldn't able to make it today, but we will share his recording when the time comes. And now I would like to request our chairperson and the speakers to please come on the dais and take your respective seats. Thank you. Before we begin, I would like to inform you all that we will be having 20 minutes by the end of this session for Q&A. Hence, I would like to request everyone to kindly reserve your questions at the end, until time, sorry. Before I leave, I would like to take the time and introduce our chairperson for the session. Professor Rajeshwari S. Raina is a professor with the Department of International Relations and Governance Studies at the Shivnadar Institution of Eminence, Delhi NCR. Inter- and transdisciplinary research drawing from institutional economics, ecological economics, science, technology and society, STS studies, focusing on the substantive relations that underpin agriculture, human and ecological well-being, are central to our academic interest and social commitments. Her publication and public engagements with governmental, academic and civil society organizations and networks address institutions and policy processes, post-growth possibilities, decentralized agro-ecological and social ecological system transformations. Okay. They draw from and reinforce post-growth opportunities and environmental justice options during this difficult phase from 2020 to 22. Her papers on agriculture and the development burden on how we know biodiversity, and her co-edited volumes with Julian Francois Gerber on post-growth thinking in India, and with Mr. Keshav Das, Inclusive Innovations, Evidence and Options in Rural India, 2020. So with this, I request our chairperson, Professor Rajeshwari, to kindly take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And a very, very, well, let's say humble and excited day today for us, all of us here. There are very few conferences that are organized specifically on questions of interdependence, interactions, and relations. And I think that's, relations between entities, between us as a species and our world. So may I begin, Venerable Geshe-ji, the director of Tibet House. Well, our chief guest is not here. Keynote speaker and friend, guide, philosopher Ashish Kothari, my colleague Kaveri Gill. May I begin by expressing my gratitude and happiness at being invited here first and foremost. Well, we have Rohit Azad, who's a friend, fellow traveler. We are part of several other groups too, especially a group that's on teachers against the climate crisis, basically trying to reach out to other teachers, questions of education, as Ashish mentioned. Chima Yuvdon, fellow travelers again on climate justice activities. And quest for a new economics, right? Questions of knowledge politics. I just want to take a moment here to reflect on some of the things that we said in the first session. The question of language, that is, there are, for instance, I'll just use that as a heuristic here. The question of language, that is, there are multiple languages, 700, 600, you number them. I had a very interesting Chinese student who worked here with us, two of them who worked here with us as part of a project. And they were totally surprised that the All India Radio read news in 28 different regional languages. And they said, that's not possible. They were like shocked. They said, you can't read national news in 28 different languages. And then one of them said, it's possible. They might be telling each one a different story. They might be telling a different kind of lie to each of them. And it's possible. So we had to tell them, no, it's not that. It's just the All India Radio. It's just a plain translation and so on. So one of the lessons for us there was, we were talking about it later, saying that yes, you can use language to tell different stories. But you can also, bring people together with diverse languages and the same story, right? And that thing came out beautifully in your lecture, Ashish, about how the pluriverse can actually work. It doesn't mean that the AIR is representative of pluriverse, but we can make it work differently. We can ask questions about how we know differently. One of the things that again struck me in the first session was the reference to communism and socialism and so on. Yes, communist states have failed as in the state, yeah. But the idea that is a collective responsibility, workers and the managers or whatever, the patent right holders, whatever they're producing, leather goods or wine or whatever they produce, having the same ownership as somebody who actually, bottles or transports the particular product, is a communist ideal, that it is an ideal of collective ownership, shared well-being and belonging. And that is, again, that's something that we should all aspire to live up to. It's, again, I'm not talking about the state and the suppression and stuff that we've all witnessed, but we're talking about an ideal, a dream that we can all live up to, of a shared ownership. Of the other point that I also wanted to mention, though it was not specifically mentioned, is about expansionism and empires and occupation, right? History tells us that all empires, irrespective of which one it was, all empires shrink and eventually disappear. If there are countries today, nation states, that refuse to learn that lesson, big problem, yes? But we have to remember that is, all empires will eventually fail. So there will be other empires of a shared learning, of a collective ownership that will live on and that will sustain us and nature. So that said, I just want to spend 2 minutes. I've taken time diverting from what I wanted to say as an introduction to the session with 3 brilliant speakers. But I did initially consider speaking about post-growth, but I just don't want to do that now and want to focus on the question of, why didn't we learn from the lessons that we got from the 1970s? Geshe-laji's, when he spoke about, 1970s, and Kaveri Gill, when she spoke about the 1970s, the limits to growth idea that that economic growth is actually a problem that is pushing the world to the brink of unsustainability and destruction. Why didn't we learn from that? Why didn't we learn from the 1975, academics like Georges Kiroyan, who tells us that, in his paper on energy and economic myths, he says, entropy law says that there is no way to cool a continuously heated planet, 1975, yeah? And therefore, thermal pollution could prove to be a more crucial obstacle to growth than the finiteness of accessible resources. That is, it's not just because of resource scarcity that our economy will crumble. It will crumble because of, the inability to withstand the heat that our system is generating. Yeah. So there is a question of scarcity of resources too. Yes, no doubt. But that's not what will kill our system. What will kill our system, our economic system today, is the thermal pollution, that is the heating, the overheating of the system, as global warming, as we've witnessed today, but also in several other forms. So what I want to ask of all of us today, as we listen to both of these brilliant speakers who will speak to us live, and the other speaker who will, Matthew, whose recorded presentation we will hear, is to ask ourselves why we don't learn. What is it that keeps us from seeing what's hitting us in the face? Why don't we learn as a people? Well, also as governments, but as we heard, there are, in Gadchiroli, in tiny little places, far away from the map, insignificant as far as Delhi is concerned, there are people who form their own governments, who make their own decisions. There is a direct democracy at work. There are people who are otherwise considered, in the mainstream, considered illiterate, who have a tremendous political literacy and willingness to spend time and effort to build that. Yeah? Why don't we learn about these, and why don't we build these as cases that can actually teach us to survive in an increasingly climate-threatened world? What are the lessons? One of the key lessons that we get from the 1970s is about us as a species. Georges Kiroyan's work tells us about how we are different from other species, not because of, capitalism or communism or any of these things, but because of our exosomatic urge. We are the only creatures on Earth that can actually accumulate energy outside our body. That is, all other species have an endosomatic system, that is, of energy use, or consumption, excretion, living, doing their bodily functions, reproduction, whatever they do. We are the only species that can actually, control exosomatic, accumulate and control exosomatic energy systems. And we will hear Rohit talk about what we do with those energy systems, right? And why we do this, yeah? How the economy comes to play. The second point is that, we are the only, the exchanges that human societies do, is the only kind of exchange where we don't see the economic activities, what we do, as a subset of the environment. That is, it is a small subset. The economy is actually a tiny little subset of the larger social systems, which are again embedded in, biophysical systems, nature. But we don't see that because we've somehow elevated the economy during the Industrial Revolution, during 200 years running up to the Industrial Revolution, 18th, 19th century, the first and the second. We've given the economy some kind of, elevation, kind of autonomy from the rest of this biophysical system. And that's something that was consciously built over 200 years. And we now, given the climate crisis that we are facing, have to find ways of changing this, and changing this in multiple ways that we can do it. That whatever ways we can, let's experiment and try and change this run up to the 200 years before the Industrial Revolution. Actually, that's the crucial phase that we should be studying, to see how the economy got the space that makes us imagine it as something that is autonomous and relatively free of this biophysical system. We have to get to that. What were the social systems? What were the, social relationships, whether it was a question of kinship or trade relationships or mercantile capitalism? How did that get that space? And how can we reconnect back to the roots, to the biophysical roots, and bring this interdependence and ethical interdependence back to work. So these are the two things that I hope we will carry away from the session. I'm going to stop now and hand the floor over to Dr. Rohit Azad. Like I said, a good friend and co-traveler. Dr. Rohit Azad is a teacher at the Jawaharlal Nehru University, having a university that we know has produced some of the brightest minds in this country. He has twice been a Fulbright Scholar at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and the New School of Social Research, New York, respectively. He's also been involved in several, teaching, research, and activist modes of engagement with social problems, especially questions of energy and climate change, and how the state, and other actors, industry, fossil fuel lobbies in particular, ought to look at this problem. Yeah, he's published a book, It's Not Over, the OUP book, and on the global crisis. Go ahead, over to you.
Thank you. So, about 15 minutes, right?
Yes, 15 minutes.
Yeah. All right.
And if you're running 2 minutes into the...
Perfect. Thank you, Professor Raina. Thanks, Kaveri, for giving me this opportunity. So what I'm going to do is essentially to look at the question of transition much more than the question of how we visualize a post-capitalist society. So this presentation is not so much as on which Ashish has already explained in terms of how we visualize a society beyond what we already see, both in terms of value and in terms of the social system. The purpose of my presentation is more on transition. So how do we reach from here to there? Because, think of this debate in the context of socialism. So there have been ideas about socialism, and I completely agree with him that there is hardly a state which has actually genuinely represented the socialism that Marx was perhaps visualizing. At the same time, one needs to think in terms of how do we go from here to there. It's the transitional path which I think is kind of missing as far as the left is concerned. And I'm not talking about the party left, I'm talking about the left beyond the party left. So this is a view on the climate crisis from the perspective of the global south. So let me straight away jump into what I wanted to present. And so one important thing to discuss about this is how much carbon space are we actually left with? These are two temperature targets, as you know of, 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2 degrees, which IPCC often talks about. And the charts that you see here represent a very, very difficult phase that we are going through. The two charts the two bars that you see here are essentially in terms of what we have already emitted, the dark blue region that you see there. And the one which is left is the light blue is what the carbon space that we are left with. And as you can see, 1.5 doesn't seem to be something that we'll be able to achieve. We already know that, even though that is a target that we keep, just to be on the optimistic side, to be thinking in terms of what is still there. But 2 degrees is still possible. How do we make that possible? I mean, nothing is original in that sense. In this, a lot of people have written about it. We're just trying to bring this all together here. The next one, which we found quite alarming, is the fact that if you look at what we have emitted over, in the post-industrial revolution phase, the last 2 centuries essentially, this is from 1800, and what we found startling was the fact that what we emitted in a century about a couple of centuries. Actually, we have emitted in the last 30 years alone. So you have that line which splits the whole graph. This is basically yearly emissions. So in that sense, it's a flow. And the area under that is basically a stock of how much carbon has been emitted so far. And 50% of what we have emitted has actually been emitted in the last 30 years. So 3 decades is equivalent to 2 centuries, which essentially looks like, in this case, it's like a Titanic, except the fact that we've already seen the iceberg, we know about the iceberg, but we're literally steaming full steam ahead, with all the pun intended. This is exactly what we are heading towards. Now, given that, the first question that comes to one's mind, and this I think Mr. Kothari has already done the champagne glass, this is in the context of if you divide the globe in broadly 4 regions, one is the global north, and the others as global south, then you can see this is a climate injustice quotient, which essentially represents the ratio of how much you've contributed in terms of emissions versus what your share in the global population is. So anything greater than 1 is essentially unfair because you've basically taken more than what was yours, if we think in terms of a fair distribution of carbon space. So the global north has done 4 times what its fair share was. Whereas the other regions, whether you look at South America, Asia, which is including China, by the way, and all the emissions that we talk about in the context of China, even if we include that, it is still below, let's say, the global fair share. And Africa, of course, is at the very bottom. So this wine glass, as they say, is as it gets closer to, let's say, a wine glass, the more unequal the distribution is. And that's what we see here, West versus the rest. The problem is not just that. The problem is those who have contributed the most to it are not the ones who are going to face the brunt of it. George Monbiot said that those who are least responsible are the ones who are going to bear the brunt of it. And this chart, this is from Jason Nickel, but it's an interesting chart. The upper chart is the overshoot emissions. So those who have emitted more than their share are dark red in color, and the ones who have not, or at least have surplus, so to speak, are towards the green color. But if you look at the effect that this climate change is going to have, depending on the region that you happen to be a part of, it's a mirror image of that. So those who have contributed the least are the ones who are going to face the most, in terms of, this is a multi-dimensional climate vulnerability index that they've created, and it shows the ones which are green up are the ones red here, and the ones which are red there are yellow, or whatever, closer to the green, closer to yellow, which means that those who have contributed are actually not going to, at least not to the same extent, bear the brunt of the problems that we are going to face. Which effectively tells us that there are 2 issues involved here. Again, nothing new. Everybody has said about it. One is the climate crisis. The other is the climate injustice part, both of which needs to be addressed in this transitional question. What we did was, if you were to kind of divide the global carbon space, taking the 2 degrees Celsius as the limit, then if you look at which countries where, in terms of the population, then this chart essentially represents the surplus and the deficit countries. Those which have crossed the limit are yellow in color, and those which still have a surplus, in the sense that they haven't emitted their share, which is not to recommend that they should emit the share. This is just to give you a sense of the climate injustice that you have. Unfortunately, there are people who have argued that those who are on the red actually should be emitting their fair share. So I'll come to that in a moment, but that's not what we are arguing, of course. The Z factor, which is perhaps the thing that we propose to contribute to, is the following. Let me just spend a minute. I have time, so to explain this, because this is the central point that we are trying to make. All the negotiations that are taking place currently, let's say in COP or outside, are essentially in terms of the net zero emission targets. So the global north has set a target of 2050. Nobody is achieving it. That's a separate matter. But at least in terms of targets, this is what we essentially have. So think of the global north as the one which you see with the red red color, because they have crossed, so it's prominent there. But to reach, let's say, by 2050 is that line that you see there where they reach their net zero. And for the global south, there is a scope that they increase in the immediate, because we are also tackling poverty and many other issues which requires, and definitely we have also a right to energy. That is not the same as right to carbon, but right to energy. So in some sense, initially the emissions is going to increase for the global south and gradually decline up to whatever the commitments are made of. But if we were to do this, let's say the share that the global south has, if we were to emit it, then it essentially means that the deficit that the global north has already emitted, the thing which has already gone into the environment, added to that the fair share that the global south does, then obviously we would have crossed the limits. How do we then target the 2 degrees Celsius? The only way in which it can be done is if you have negative emissions from the global north. So the deficit that they have is somehow to be compensated for. And that's what you see in the figure below. That's the Z factor. Z is the excess of emissions that they have made, not only so far, but in what they're going to do moving into the future till they reach net zero. So they've already crossed, plus what they're going to emit till they reach net zero. All of that they need to compensate for. Unfortunately, that's technologically not possible. There is no such thing as net negative emissions, despite all the claims that Bill Gates may be making or Elon Musk may be making. There is no such thing as net negative. So what do we do? The responses, mainstream, I am an economist, so let me first put the argument that the mainstream does, which is that you just create a carbon trading framework. I mean, those who are in surplus sell the carbon credits, and those who are in deficit buy and emit. And we already know that wherever these markets have been set up, including in Europe, they have actually failed, and for multiple reasons. One is the bargaining power of the nations matters a lot. And secondly, here effectively what you're saying is those who emit more buy the right to emit even more in the process, which seems both on the count of climate crisis and injustice, it fails on both. If we look at the global north and the progressive forces there, the ones who have been arguing for green growth, broadly from the left, it includes Bernie Sanders, for example, and including my co-author's Institute, Perry, which has proposed the Green New Deal. The problem is that while they address the issue of climate crisis, they do not see the role that, or do not look at the problem from the perspective of the global south. And in that sense, they are only as progressive as far as the climate crisis is concerned, but not taking climate injustice into account at all, because they are essentially only talking in terms of differentiated responsibility of net zero, but nothing beyond that. And the last but not the least is the progressive left, let's say, within the global south. And when I say progressive left, I'm not talking about a large section of people. I'm talking about the party left by and large, which is actually arguing, if you read their political, the paper's mouthpieces, they argue that the global south has a right to emit because we have that space. So if you were to do it, you may be addressing the climate injustice, but you would be far crossing the targets that you have. So what do we do? And that's what I'll try and end with, is the only way we can limit the 2 degrees Celsius is if we address both these issues, the climate crisis as well as the climate injustice part. And in that sense, as I said, it's a transitional proposal, not so much as how you see the world post this transition having taken place. And one of the ways in which it can be done is, yes, I have the stopwatch here. Thanks. So what we've proposed here is if you take the those who have emitted more than the global average versus those who have emitted less than the global average, though the ones who are the deficit countries essentially finance the transition, the energy transition that needs to take place in the global south. In that sense, effectively, the net negative globally would be taking place because we have ways of decarbonizing economies. So not only do they decarbonize their own economy, but they also help decarbonize the global south. In multiple ways, this can be done in energy transition, in greening the global south, not at the cost of the global south, but this has to be funded on principles of justice by the global north itself. One of the ways in which it can be done is by creating an international carbon fund, not on the lines of the International Monetary Fund, although the IMF, when it was created, at least the vision that was there of the IMF was actually a progressive one. It was John Maynard Keynes's idea. And the idea was that the surplus nations actually help the deficit nations in developing. That was the, idea behind the IMF. Of course, IMF never turned out to be as that, precisely because of the power relations that we know of between the South and the North. But this is at least a visualization of that kind of a progressive, distribution, if it is possible. And as you can see here, although we've taken it in the context through flows and not stocks, so China becomes a pair nation. But if you were to do it in terms of stocks, China also is at the receiving, it receives carbon funds. India gets the maximum because we have a huge population. So the funds that we get from this makes the transition, makes the global south help with the transition from a fossil fuel based economy to a more renewable based economy. And just one last bit, although I don't have the time, but let's say even if this were not possible, this can still be done domestically. The elite in the global south need to pay for this transition. So you can say that the first model that you presented is very utopian. North is not paying up, what's the point? But the point is it can be done in the global south itself. And let me quickly just show you. This is from the NSS data of India, and which is not a correct representation of the super rich in India, because they are not yes, they are not the ones who are essentially covered in the NSS. So in that sense, it's not representing Ambanis and Adanis. They are never surveyed. So even then, you can see the inequality that is there. Bottom 10% versus the richest 10%. The distinction, the difference that you have in terms of emissions. So how do we tackle that? If you tax the rich in terms of inheritance taxes, which we don't have in India, wealth taxes, which we don't have in India, long-term capital gains tax, there are many taxes which you can actually implement. The number of billionaires that we have can help you create that fund, India-specific fund, to make that green transition. And one of the ways in which additionally can be done is carbon taxes. Carbon taxes increase the prices of carbon commodities which embody carbon, and that is something, for example, if SUVs become more expensive, which they need to become expensive in India, then at least from the consumption side, it can be tackled. But then the problem with carbon taxes is it's regressive. The poor end up paying far more than what the rich would be paying per unit of their income. And the way to tackle that is to provide carbon dividends. So you collect taxes, but then you redistribute those taxes in cash or in kind. In our case, we propose in kind. So free ration, free electricity, up to a certain limit, to be distributed across different sections of the population. And as you can see, if you were to do that, then the tax pyramid itself is inverted, because the benefits surpass the taxes that the poor would have to pay. So in net benefit terms, you've inverted the climate injustice that you find domestically. So thank you for patiently listening to. I crossed it by 24 seconds, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rohidaza. This was a fascinating presentation, and I enjoyed every time I hear this. It's wonderful. We've got the next presentation, which is a recorded presentation by Mr. Matthew Bell, who's been kind enough to send a presentation on recording. I'm just going to introduce him by the time you would upload the presentation. So Mr. Matthew Bell, OBE, is a board director and jointly leads the public policy practice of frontier economics. He has been helping clients for over 20 years on the design of effective policies, including cost-benefit analysis, impact assessment, policy design, behavioral research, and quantitative modeling. He has worked extensively on climate change and environmental issues, as well as industrial policy, education, housing, and criminal justice. His work is focused on the UK, but he has offered expert advice to governments in over 20 countries across all continents. From 2014 to 2017, he was the chief executive of the UK Committee on Climate Change. He was awarded an OBE on the Queen's Birthday Honours List 2018 for services to combating climate change. A very warm welcome to you, though you're not here, and we'll listen to your presentation, a recorded presentation. We take questions on all the three speakers after we finish here. Thank you.
My name is Matthew Bell. I'm the director at a company called Frontier Economics, which provides specialist economic advice on all issues, including climate issues. For a number of years, I was chief executive at an organization called the Committee on Climate Change. The committee is an independent public body in the UK that is responsible for providing independent advice to Parliament on all aspects of climate change. As many of you will know, climate change is already having impacts around the world. We are seeing higher temperatures, rising sea levels, and higher mortality amongst humans, animals, and plants. Global temperatures are already over 1 degree Celsius higher than they were in pre-industrial times. In fact, that global average masks a lot of variation around the world. Over land, global temperatures are 1.5 degrees Celsius higher than they were in pre-industrial times. And in different parts of the world and over different types of land, those temperature rises are already higher still. Global temperatures have risen faster in the last 50 years than in any 50-year period for the last 2,000 years. That rise in global temperatures is driven by human activities that emit greenhouse gas emissions. One of the most important greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, has been rising in concentration steadily in our atmosphere year on year since the Industrial Revolution. The concentrations of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere are already higher than they have been in at least 2 million years. That steady rise in greenhouse gas concentrations and the associated rise in temperatures led to many attempts and has led to many attempts to address that. Those attempts involve countries getting together at an international level, as well as many local initiatives that I'm sure you're aware of. But perhaps the most iconic of the latest international agreements was the agreement signed in 2015 in Paris, known as the Paris Agreement to tackle climate change. That agreement explicitly recognizes that the only way that we are going to tackle climate change is through a collective endeavor. It is not enough to hope or to state or to require any one country or any one industry or any one company or any one household to act in isolation. The only way that we are going to successfully address the risks and threats from climate change is if everybody acts together. The Paris Agreement also recognized, alongside that collective action, the reality and the importance of national sovereignty. Individual countries will have to decide how quickly and in what ways they are going to reduce their emissions. The Paris Agreement provides a framework for pulling together the national commitments of each country, and for understanding whether we are going fast enough or not fast enough. It provides a way for verifying those emissions and for having continued discussions about how to ratchet up effort, to increase effort, if it proves, as it has done so far, that we are not yet doing enough. It also opens the door to many other mechanisms and ways of helping us to address climate change. It provides mechanisms for pricing carbon, for adding a price to greenhouse gas emissions. It also opens the door to international financing of climate, to the support that recognizes the fact that vulnerable communities have contributed the least to the risks that we face today and are also disproportionately affected by those risks. The financing of climate measures across the world has been one of the focuses of discussions, slow discussions, difficult discussions over the last 8 years since the Paris Agreement was signed. A series of meetings take place every year, the latest hosted by Egypt, which for the first time saw agreement around what is called a loss and damage fund, a way of financing action around the world and recognizing the fact that the wealthier, higher income countries are disproportionately responsible for the risks that we face today and should be involved in how we address those risks. Meanwhile, emissions keep on rising, maybe at a slightly lower rate, but at rates that are not consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement, which is to retain global temperature rises to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to make every effort to keep those temperature rises below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The emissions that we are seeing, the greenhouse gas emissions that we are seeing, come predominantly from 5 types of activities. The first of those is the generation of electricity, which can happen using carbon-intensive means, such as coal, gas, and oil, or through much less carbon-intensive or even zero-carbon means through the generation of electricity from solar, wind, and water. The other area of greenhouse gas emissions is the heating and cooling of homes and buildings. Particularly in colder countries and in colder parts of countries, heating often uses gas, oil, or indeed wood, emitting greenhouse gas as a consequence. The transport sector is another big sector involved in the emission of greenhouse gases. Surface transport in cars, trucks, vans, and motorcycles. Sea transport in ships, and air transport in planes, all driven off fossil fuels, for which currently there are very few alternatives, and all contributing to climate change. Industry is the fourth main area where we see considerable concentration of greenhouse gas emissions. The production of steel, of cement, of cars themselves, and of many of the products of modern society emit through their processes greenhouse gases. And finally, agriculture. Agricultural activities, farming, is a source of considerable greenhouse gas emissions, but also in land use change and forestry provides one of the mechanisms for absorbing some of the greenhouse gases that we have emitted to date. If we can increase forest cover, then that will absorb some of the greenhouse gases that we have emitted, but by itself will not be enough to address the issues that we face today. A number of other technologies have the opportunity to address greenhouse gas emissions in each of those sectors. In the electricity generation sector, as we mentioned, solar, wind, water, other forms of generation, technologies that are well known and that are increasingly competitive with higher carbon technologies can produce electricity at costs that are comparable to those and indeed lower than those technologies in some cases. In transport also, innovation in electric vehicles and related technologies means that we now have the means to address the greenhouse gases for some elements of surface transport, and further work is going to be needed for other types of transport. But for passenger vehicles and for electricity generation, we now know the technologies, and those technologies are increasingly available at a cost that is competitive with their high carbon alternatives. That is less true of the other sectors. We probably largely know the technological solutions to heating buildings at low carbon rates, but they are still relatively expensive, and more work is going to be needed to bring the costs down. In agriculture and industry, even the technologies are at relatively early stages of trialing and will require considerable more research, development, and innovation to get them ready in time to help tackle climate change. Other cross-cutting technologies, such as carbon capture and storage, where greenhouse gases are captured either just as they're emitted or indeed sucked out of the atmosphere and buried underground, as well as low-carbon fuels, synthetic fuels, and others, have the potential to reduce emissions quickly, but are still in relatively early stages of development and of developing how we can make them cost-effective. In the development and the transition that is going to be necessary to address climate change, notions of equity are central to the international regime, to the Paris Agreement and the subsequent agreements that we've seen. The transition to lower carbon way of living will be costly, but the alternative, which is to continue to emit and to face ever rising temperatures and the consequences of climate change, is even more costly. And so the question that faces all of us is, how can we bear the costs of the transition, minimize those costs, and ensure that the costs are fairly distributed and accounted for? Higher income countries contribute the most to emissions currently on a per capita basis for each individual, and also face the easiest path to reducing those emissions, and they will need to contribute the most. Countries that are growing need to have a clear low carbon path to growth, and countries that are growing the quickest will need to also quickly adopt those low carbon paths in order not to replicate the path to higher incomes that we have seen in high income countries today. That low carbon transition will also create opportunities. It will create opportunities for new sectors, new discoveries, and new ways of living. We are already seeing huge fortunes and new low carbon ways of living developing, from electric vehicles through to new generation technologies, through to different ways of interacting and of being together. Those opportunities will drive wealth in the future, and increasingly less wealth will be earned through higher carbon alternatives. One of the elements of that low carbon transition is likely to also be living in an increasingly circular economy, an economy where we generate less waste, and the waste that we do generate, we find ways of recycling and reusing. Properly taking account of our impact, not just on the climate, but on nature more broadly, is increasingly part of the international discussion, and thinking of ways to run our economies in a way that recognizes the role of nature, the value of nature, and the importance of preserving and enhancing nature in how we tackle not just climate change, but how we live our lives. National strategies will be needed to support both the low carbon transition and a broader concept of how we interact with nature and preserve the natural capital that development to date has depleted. At the Committee on Climate Change, we were responsible for supporting the development of national strategies and for providing independent guidance to the government about whether it was doing enough or not enough in different areas. Independent scrutiny of government actions is an important part of everybody understanding whether and what actions are needed and whether more is needed. The opportunities that we were talking about from the low carbon transition will need different skills and will need people to change the types of jobs and the types of activities that they do. That also requires national and international strategies and support in order to understand how best to do that and how best to ensure that people are not left behind through the course of the transition. Our failure so far to act fast enough on climate change means that adaptation is going to be crucial. Adaptation to higher sea levels, adaptation to higher temperatures, and adaptation to the new world that we are going to live in. Understanding the risks caused by climate change is crucial to making sure that that adaptation is successful. And again, proper risks assessments at local and national levels will play an important role. The international responses to those risks will also involve making sure that we are putting in place suitable finance, but also suitable skills and support when climate change creates the problems and when the risks from climate change materialize. The world changes very quickly. It is only 150 years since the invention of the very first electric light bulb, and we're now looking at artificial intelligence and the consequences of all the innovation that has taken place over that period. It is only 120 years since the first airplane flight, and now we are landing robots on Mars, soon to be followed by flights to Mars. The world 100 years from now will be unimaginable compared to what we can think of today. We need to make it a world that is fit for the imagination that we see in our dreams, rather than the imagination we see in our nightmares. The role of agreements like the Paris Agreement, the role of institutions like the Committee on Climate Change, the role of each one of us individually in thinking about how to tackle these difficult problems will be crucial in the years ahead. We will need to go faster. We will need to go in a way that recognizes the both historic and current responsibilities of different people in the situation we find ourselves in today. The good news, and I'm an optimist, is that many of the technologies and many of the tools and laws and regulations that we will need to tackle climate change are already known. It is a question of how we implement them and implementing them well and justly. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be with you in person today, although at least I saved the greenhouse gas emissions of a flight. But I will be very happy to speak and answer questions if you get in touch with me at any time in the future. I wish you all the very best in your discussions and my warmest greetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthew Bell. It's been a pleasure listening to you, and especially given that the session is looking at questions of climate change and the global south. It's a real, well, let's say, an opportunity to listen to your voice from the global north, but also speaking about global changes and things that we need to do differently. I'm going on to the next speaker here with us today on the dais, Dr. Chime Yudo. Dr. Chime Yudo is also from Jawaharlal Nehru University with a PhD in comparative global climate change policies from the Center for European Studies at the School of International Studies in JNU in Delhi. And she is currently a research fellow and the head of the Blue Economy and Climate Change Cluster at the National Maritime Foundation in New Delhi. She was recipient of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI Fellowship 2021-22, and she has recently published a monograph entitled Rising Seas, Coastal Impacts, Metropolitan Resilience in India. Over to you, Chime. 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. At the very outset, I would like to thank the Tibet House for inviting me here to speak at the ecological imperative and ethical interdependence possibility for the 21st century. So today my presentation will focus on climate change justice, human rights and resilience, looking from the global south perspective. And my fellow panelists, and also in the morning inaugural session, most of the they have set a tone for this presentation and also largely covered what I'm going to speak here. So bear with me. So this is overview of my presentation. First, I'll look into the global climate change, its impact, and then I talk about climate justice, I'll look from two different perspectives. One is the mitigation and one is from the adaptation, and then see where does Tibet fit and figure in this whole narrative. And by taking the case of Chinese dam, mega dam project, and then I'll briefly touch into the future imperatives. So if we look at the global climate change, average temperature change over the years, there's a global scientist consensus on the result. And you will see over the 1900s, there is an exponential increase in the global temperature rise. And also we experience each decade hotter than the last. And also we have set up global consensus by the scientists saying that this whole century is known as the Anthropocene, and also it's the whole problem was caused by the human beings. So also now we have noticed, or we usually experience the worst climate change impact all over the world, because it's being faced by both the rich and poor. And there's a mega drought experienced by United States, at least 1,200. This is at least in the 1,200 years, and also there's extreme weather events that has hit China, and which cause massive floods and scorching heat. And Greenland also has experienced massive melting of ice sheets, which is causing sea level rise. Similarly, in the Europeans as well, they are experiencing brutal heat waves. And similarly, in the East Africa, millions of people are facing extreme hunger, which is caused by drought. And in India as well, it has recorded 280 heat waves days across 16 states in 2020 only, and also Assam faced massive flood in 2022. So what we can drive out from this whole headlines is that climate change is increasing in its intensity, and also in its the increasing at massive level. And not only that, we are also experiencing this whole climate change and temperature rise are accelerating and is exacerbating the heat waves, and also the extreme climate change as well. So we are facing harsher operating conditions, and also it has adverse impact on upon freshwater supplies, and adverse impact on agriculture, food production. And from here we can see that the impact is disproportionately impact on the global south or the poorer countries. And it was also discussed, I wouldn't take much time. And with with giving that background, who is responsible in this case of global carbon emission, and who ought to do most to prevent further warming. So it's been discussed. I will briefly give you this one graph which discusses the annual carbon dioxide emission by different countries. Here we see that China is largest carbon dioxide emitter, and followed by United States, and then India, and then Germany, Brazil, United Kingdom, France. If we flag out this graph, then carbon dioxide emissions per capita by country gives different narrative, and it gives a nuanced interpretation, because the x-axis, the broader graph, it shows the number of population, and the y-axis, the height, it represents the carbon dioxide emitted by the countries. And if we flag out some of the facts, and the wealthiest 1% of the world's population were responsible for the emission of more than twice as much carbon dioxide as the poorer half of the world from 1900 onwards. And North America alone consumes 18% of the world energy, but it constitutes only 5% of the population. And at the same case with the European Union, European nations such as Germany and the United Kingdom, they account 4% and 3% respectively of global total, but then it does not include overseas emission under the colonial rule. And when we talk about climate justice, equity from the mitigation context, and extreme weather events, disasters affect all countries, both rich and poor. But as we face a future with enhanced risks, it is critical to face the reality of those who bear the burden of the changes that we see currently. And also the issue of justice is that those living in the poverty are the hardest hit by the climate change. And then despite being the least responsible for the crisis, then climate change justice has evolved from the idea that responsible for climate change should lie with the world's climate offenders, that they are because of the wealthy and the powerful. But what we miss in the discussion is the focus on the adaptation part of it, because most of when we talk about climate justice, is mainly looked from the climate change mitigation perspective. So here I thought I'll focus more on the climate justice from the context of adaptation. What it means is it means the equality of outcomes, not the equality of opportunity. And also every country have responsible, and mostly when we talk about the mitigation, it's mostly between the nation states and at the global level. But when we talk from the adaptation, it looks into the each individual or the national level policy, whether they have responsibility, to ensure that just distribution of benefits of climate change protection efforts, and also the each nation state, they have a responsibility to minimize unequal burdens created by climate change and enhance resilience. They also have responsibility to enhance the resilience of community to withstand adverse impact. So in this whole context, I wanted to see where does Tibet figure, and because we know that there are numerous countries or marginalized community, indigenous and colonized country who face climate injustice under all that context. And then I wanted to see how do we find or accommodate Tibet into this discussion. For that, we need to explore how far social justice is considered in local adaptation policies or measures in Tibet, and also to undermine and discuss the level of participation of local community in adaptation policy and planning. So here I wanted to focus on Tibet because recent IPCC 6 report, it has highlighted that Tibetan Plateau is facing almost higher glacial melting than the rest of the world, and because of that it's like warming has increased, so is the humidity, and also glacial retreat, permafrost degradation, like expansion, all such impacts are facing by the community. But then most worrying part is that this whole climate change impacts have been disproportionate, and then the local people or community does not have access to environmental resources, and also they does not have a proper mechanism to address that. So I'll look into this whole issue by taking the case study of Chinese damming projects on the Tibetan Plateau. So Chinese have started construction large mega dams on the major rivers of Tibet. As our keynote speaker has already mentioned, how river is important, how it is a lifeline of the people. So there are many studies who has highlighted that these projects have been contested both from the technological and political point of view due to ways in which decision has been made, and as well as in relation to the resultant ecological damage and ecological distribution aspect. Moreover, if you look from the environmental justice perspective as well, there is injustice caused by the way how environmental benefits and burdens from the large dams were distributed. In this context, Chinese government has been using Tibetan Plateau to meet their climate goals by developing hydropower projects and using mining
mineral resources to make electric vehicles, but then in terms of the benefit, Tibetans are deprived. Moreover, there are also cases where Tibetans have to relocate it. These things are important to look into. And also there's a procedural unfairness caused by exclusion, and also social injustice caused by environmental degradation. And this also has larger connection with the structural ills such as colonialism. So I also looked into China's National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy 2035, which was published in 2022. And when I looked into Tibetan Plateau, there is measures and policies, but most of them are related to the conservation and protection of ecosystem, and also there's the measures of construction and building. But then there's missing resilience of community, how China is going to build or provide measures to build the community resilience is something that is missing. And also here, when we talk about conservation and protection, that is something that is needed for the adaptation. But when we look into these issues, and most of the in the grassland or the nomadic people has been removed, thousands of people has been relocated in the name of conservation and protection of ecosystem. There's also double standard there. So by looking into this issue, and Chinese climate mitigation and adaptation policies overlooks questions of equity and justice. And also when it comes to Tibet, because right now it's under the colonial rule, to achieve equitable outcomes, one has to acknowledge and address the account for legacy of and the current impacts of harm and exclusion caused by the exploration and explorations of natural resources. And also it requires policies and mechanisms that address the impact, because when we look from the adaptation point of view, it's not it's not dependent on how individuals are working towards it, but it's more how government is providing the resources and mechanisms. So in conclusion, I would like to focus that since this whole current framework of how current framework fails to look into whole of holistic manner. So we need to explore climate adaptation equitable beyond current framework. So in that case, I feel we might need to identify a different framework. They are in other disciplines such as particularly in anthropology. So Tibet has been studied through a framework of Highland Asia. Since Tibet is a sensitive issue, and when it comes to political issue, it is related to a sensitive issue. So when it restricts us to look into the issue quite unbiasedly. So I think we can use different framework using Highland Asia, because anthropology have used it quite actively to identify and address the issue more coherently, and also in concern to climate change, vis-a-vis climate change. So also we need to recognize that climate change is a fundamental issue and ethical issues which constitute human rights challenges. As Tibetans are deprived of access to natural resources, and also there are very strong documentation of how Tibetans being excluded, and how there are measures which address climate change by excluding Tibetan local community who are dependent on the resources. So in that case, we have to, instead of looking from the top down, which and adversely cause maladaptation and also exclude them from taking decisions. So we have to discuss, when we talk about Tibet climate change, we have to look from the climate justice and human rights. I think with this, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you. I look forward to interactive session.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yuno. And we'll take questions for about 14 minutes to be I'll take 1 minute to wrap up. We're eating into our lunchtime, so please Very pointed questions. Keep it crisp. Should we start? To both the speakers here now. Yes.
Hello, my name is Dr. Barbara Maas. I am a representative, a minority here from the global north, but I consider myself foremost a human being, a sentient being, regardless of where I come from. One thing I think that there's a common thread that has flowed through all the presentations this morning, although it has not been articulated. And that is the big elephant in the room, which in this case is the human in the room. All of these issues that we are facing are the result of how much the Earth, a limited system, can produce and how much is being taken out. The more of us there are that take out, the less can be accommodated. And we are reaching the edge of planetary limits. And I think it was particularly noteworthy to me in the talk of my economy colleague from London, when we did not talk about the important role of meat consumption and meat production, for example, in the global climate crisis, which is a larger problem than the entire global climate transport sector. And I wondered how the two speakers that are here present, it's maybe more relevant to Dr. Rohit Azad than to you, how you see that fitting in. It's a political hot potato to talk about what people should eat and how they should reproduce. It's a difficult thing that nobody wants to talk about, but unless we talk about it, we will fail. We will probably fail anyway, but we will definitely fail. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. That's a major question. We take 3 questions and then we can answer. Yep, quickly. The next question.
Hello, I am Tontu Wangmo from Tibet Policy Institute, based in Dharamsala. My question is to Dr. Rohit Azad. Since you have presented a PPT on the Z factor and the global game of the net zero, as we all know that the worldwide is pushing towards the green and net zero transition, right? So in concern with China, President Xi Jinping in 2020 had announced to the world that China will achieve the carbon peak before 2030 and carbon neutrality before 2060, being the China being the most carbon emitter these days. So I want to know what was your thought on this.
Can we take your question too, please?
Hello. I'm Thupten Galden from Arunachal Pradesh, and I'm civil engineering by profession. The hydropower construction along the Yarlung Tsangpo River in Tibet, it is called Yarlung Tsangpo, and in Arunachal it is called Siang River, and if you come down further, then it is Brahmaputra in Assam. Now along this river, the Tsangpo River, it originates from the westernmost of the Tibet, from the Mount Kailash. It's the melting of the glacier, and it goes all the way to the eastern part of Tibet, a place called Methok. And then it takes a very sharp turn, and then it flows down to Arunachal Pradesh, then down to Assam. Now, since last 7-8 years back, China has already constructed 3 major dams for hydropower along that river inside Tibet. Now there's another talk going on that China wants to build a huge hydropower project there along the same river, it may go up to lakhs of hydropower, megawatt production. Now there is one issue from the Chinese point of view, and there's one more saying that the Chinese might divert this river towards the mainland China. That is the China's position as of today. And from our Indian government side, India wants to construct a big hydropower project in Arunachal Pradesh on the Siang River, which is the same river, amounting to around, say, 10,000 megawatt. Now there's a consistent opposition from the local people in Arunachal Pradesh. But government of India, on the other hand, insists that we must have this project just to have a river right position in the global level. Now this is a scenario as on today. Now I would like to request Dr. Chime Yondela or all other scholars, those who are present here, this as the background. Now how we face these kind of challenges. This is a major issue, and I'm very sure that in coming days, this will be definitely come into limelight, and this will have a major impact on the climate position, or whatever you may call it. Today, the Siang River, since last 3 years, still during the winter time, Siang River used to be very crystal clear water. Now, since last 3 years, there has been a constant dirt flowing along the river. You can see that Siang River, if you see from the helicopter from above, you see that as if, milk tea is just being flowing down as the Siang River. No, this is the situation of Siang River as on today. So I would like to request the scholars who are present here, more specifically Dr. Chime Yondela, to throw some lights on that, so that we may be able to face this kind of situation, which will definitely come in future time, how to address such kind of problems. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been asked to close the session quicker, so we take one more question and then we'll stop. Not you, you just asked a question. Can you just take the mic there, please? Keep it short, please. Yeah. Thank you.
It's a question plus a suggestion. See, we're talking about climate change, we're talking about ecological deforestation, everything. What is the final solution to it? The different speakers have spoken about different ideas, so we're reading about all this for so many years now. So isn't there a solid solution to, let's say from India's angle, there are Narega workers who are employed in other fields. Massive tree plantation drive is done across the country and across the globe. That's not just it's not a question, it's a suggestion. And with growing technology, with drones, with massive big planes, is it not possible technologically that billions and trillions of seeds are thrown across the planet from planes and through drones, that those they just grow up naturally and flow naturally? That's a suggestion. Second thing is about this hydropower. Yeah. Can I continue?
I have a quick question, and then we can get responses from them.
Just two suggestions. One more suggestion. Can I continue? Second suggestion is we're talking about hydropower projects now. So there's a new government initiative, Indian initiative about a green renewable energy. Cannot India and possibly the globe shift from hydropower projects to wind power projects and solar power projects? And if I'm not wrong, that's a very major contributor to reducing of carbon, if I'm not wrong.
Thank you. We'll have a response from both our speakers now. Shall we take Rohit first and then after?
Since we don't have time, I'll specifically go to the question which was addressed to me first about net zero in China and the announcement about that. One is there are announcements and then there is action. So for example, in India, the announcement is 2070 is when we get to net zero. But in terms of action, there's hardly anything. So there is no road plan to this. Not to say China does not have it necessarily. At the same time, announcements have been made by the global north as well as the south. So we don't really know whether that is going to happen. And even if it were to happen, let's say with China, let's say that they stick to the plan, the extent that is required globally is not going to be enough. I mean, China alone doing net zero is not going to be enough. About the meat consumption and the number of people, population. One thing is the data shows that it's not population per se, but opulence which is leading to emissions. So this thing of targeting the number, not to say that you should not, but it's the inequality which is contributing more to emissions than the number of people. Because if you address that, then you're essentially blaming the global south itself, because we are the larger, we have the largest population in the in the world. That is one part. But as far as the meat consumption itself is concerned, that is something which is, again, in terms of emissions, primarily coming from the global north. I mean, per capita meat consumption in the global south would be minuscule compared to what it would be in the global north. So what needs to be addressed then would have again to be from the global north in this regard. That is not to say that we go the same path as the global north has done in the global south. That's not what I'm saying. But the extent as it is required needs to be differentiated. About the last one, about afforestation, I mean, multiple things. One is that what kind of trees, I mean, let's say, just to put it simply, I mean, what kind of trees can grow in a particular area if you just drop seeds from the drones? Number one, where are the drones going to come from? That itself is going to lead to emissions. But afforestation itself, data shows that even if you were to globally create trees the entire world, the emissions that we are making is nowhere compared to what the absorption can be. And that's why net negative is not possible. Additionally, the politics of it, I mean, it's going to basically take up the land of people who require, land is to be used for growing crops. What would happen to that if you just have trees, like Kikat ke jungle everywhere in the world? That is a artificial solution to my mind to this global problem. What is required is we need to check the emissions rather than work on the absorption.
Thank you for the questions. So in the first question regarding the meat consumption, I somehow agree with Dr. Azad, because when we say we have to stop meat consumption because it contributes to the global emission, right, methane especially. So I think when we look into the issue, we have to be very careful because in the global south, many people are dependent on the meat consumption because it's not by their choice, because they are kind of lifestyle. So when we address this, I accept that this is a problem, but then we have to also see how do we help the transition from meat consumption to vegetarian. So that also has to look from taking consideration of the global south or like a local population. Yes.
Pointing the finger at the global south. I was speaking entirely from a global perspective.
Yes, I agree.
That you hear that, I'm afraid to say, and the way you presented the emission data, if it's per capita, yes, if you have gazillions of people, your global emissions will come down per capita. But as a country, as you quite honestly showed, the picture looks quite differently. We are way past blaming in terms of the multi-crisis that we're facing, in terms of biodiversity loss, pandemic risk, and climate change. We're way past blaming. This is a global problem where everybody has to pull together. And the North pointing the finger at the South, and the South pointing at black pointing at white, rich at poor. We're way past that. We are sitting in a train or a bus that hits towards the cliff, and we're arguing about where we're sitting.
Yeah, sure. Can I? Yeah. So I agree, because we don't have time to put blame, but then we have to see how do we help in transition. That is a major thing that we have to look into. Yes. I don't think stopping is the solution. And then regarding the hydropower projects. Yes, sure. Hydropower projects. Thank you for the question. Yes, I agree, because there's when we talk about hydropower projects, we have to look from the mitigation. So because right now whole world is trying to achieve a climate goal, because to reduce the carbon emission. So hydropower, even I think it'll address your question as well. Hydropower projects as seen as a solution to reduce the carbon emission because it is looked as a clean energy. But then in reality, it's not a clean, but then it's not zero, but then it's cleaner than the fossil fuel, of course. But then here we have, what we have to look into is the geopolitics of hydropower plants and also the climate change solution, whether building dams on the river without being done or conduct environment impact assessment is viable or not. This is a whole different issue that we have to discuss, and then how these hydropower projects are also impacting the local community. How do we include and how do we solve the issue? Because displacement and relocation is the not only solution. So that is a major issue here. And regarding another question, sir has mentioned that the tree plantation could be the solution, and India has taken a role into it. But then I agree that the replantation or afforestation is a solution, it's going on. But then also we have to look into whether what is the local community or native, whether a plant is native or not, whether they can take up the local ecosystem. Because there are many cases, in case of China, they have green walls where they have done a massive afforestation, but the long term it's causing desertification of the area. Instead of giving aiding to the solution, it's causing adverse impact on the community and on the environment as well. So in that way, I think we have to look into the adverse impact with the solution, whether it's giving also there's a concept called maladaptation, which is causing challenge to the solution. And this case, I think India and now whole world is looking into the ocean, because they looked ocean as now a solution, because ocean is one of the great highest or greatest carbon sinks. But now whole world is looking ocean to extract minerals, resources, instead to like maintain or conserve. There's a whole different of complexity in there. I think that we need to address. It's not a really simple one way answer to that. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It's been a very, very rich session. This has been a really rich session, and I'd just take 1 minute to wrap up because it's been a fascinating session. And I think 2 points that I want to mention specifically about what we've been given us as a task to look at ethical interdependence. And thanks to Tibet House for giving us this opportunity to even think about ethical interdependence. One is this question of interactions within the system, that is within elements of a system, right? Within a national economy, its energy needs, between economies and one river. So let's reimagine the world in terms of interactions and relations. And I think that's possible. Not just look at one river and the number of dams, but as interactions and relations. And that kind of reimagination is what these two brilliant speakers here with us have opened up for us, and also Dr. Matthew Bell's presentation. See, well, let's say the crucial point about interdependence, which became a little controversial here about the meat question, is about interdependence between the global north and the south. If a country like India and several other countries in the south are exporting high quality food grains, rice, wheat, sorghum, jowar, all these kinds of millets, and all kinds of material that goes as feedstock to the global north to be fed, there is an interdependence, right? So it's not just about a global meat production, but it's about diverse ways of producing meat. I mean, why can't pastoralists producing meat be the same way? I mean, can be encouraged. So the question of where we invest, what we do, also depends on the kind of, interdependence that we are cognizant of. We chose not to see it. We see a global picture without seeing this interdependence is fine. But history and institutional, let's say, baggage weighs heavily on each of these statements and concerns that we have. So let's, again, actively look for ethical interdependence whatever we see today. Thank you very much. Thank you again for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you. With this, we have come to the end of today's first session. Before we conclude, I would like to thank Professor Rajesh Bariji for chairing this session wonderfully, and also to all the speakers here for your very informative and insightful take on this topic. Thank you once again. Last but not the least, I would like to request Professor Kaveri Gilla, School of Humanities and Social Science, Shivnadar University, to kindly offer a kadak and souvenirs to our distinguished chairperson and speakers. Professor Rashesh Bari S. Vaina. Dr. Rohit Azad. Dr. Chimi Yudin. Thank you, Professor Kavirila. We'll now disperse for a lunch break for an hour. And I would like to request everyone to be back in the auditorium at 2:30 p.m. for our second session on an equally interesting topic, which is on varied environment, species, and the environment in the Anthropocene, flows, connection, constitutions, to be moderated by my colleague Kamasichula. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I'll take group photos with. Oh, is that? Yes, great. Yeah. From here.
So we stay here?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
You take the
Sure.
Everyone, okay, chalo. Hello everyone, the sessions will begin in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Tashdale, a very warm welcome to all. My name is Kama Sije. I am an assistant Nalinda course coordinator at Tibet House, Delhi. First of all, we at the Tibet House are very grateful to all the speakers for kindly accepting our invitation and for being part of this panel. I would also like to thank all the participants for joining today's program. So for the second session, we have a very interesting and relevant topic, that is varied environments, species and the environment in the Anthropocene, flaws, connections and contestations. And the chairperson for this session is Mr. Duno Roy, and the speakers for our second session are Professor Savita Kerkar, Dean of School of Biological Sciences of Biotechnology, Goa University. Second is Dr. Vasundhara Bhojwait, Assistant Professor, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Shivnadar University. Third is Dr. Barbara Maas, Founder, Chief Executive, People for Nature and Peace and Head of Endangered Species Conservation, NABU International, Germany. In the end of the session, we have 15 minutes for Q&A, so I request all of you to kindly reserve your questions until the end of the session. So before I proceed with today's second session, I would like to share a brief introduction of our chairperson. Mr. Duno Roy, nearing 80, chemical engineer by training, social scientist by compulsion. Please come up on the stage, chairperson. All the speakers also please come up on the stage and take your respective stages. I would like to share a brief introduction about our chief guest. Dr. Duno Roy is a chemical engineer by training, a social scientist, political ecologist by choice, worked for over 5 decades in rural and urban scenarios, land and water management, secure settlements, safe work, environmental planning, leadership training, pollution control, poised on the delicate borderline between environment and development. I now request Mr. Dunorai to kindly proceed the session. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll plunge right into the session. Excuse me, I have a bad cough. Thankfully, Delhi air is very healthy. So, I'm a victim of Delhi air. This session, I would just like to highlight some of the main issues so that my colleagues on the panel, thank you for joining me, can focus on those issues, because it's important we keep in mind why we are here. The first thing that is implicit in the title of this whole seminar, in a sense, is that it is about ethics. And we do need to deal with that issue of ethics as it applies to ecology. So it's not a dry discussion. It's not a discussion about technology and finance. It is a discussion about ethics. So I hope you will keep that in mind. The second is, it's also, this particular panel is going to deal with the link, the connections between environment and species. And we are not only talking about connections, we are, I'm glad to note, also talking about contestations. So the connections may not necessarily be amicable. They can also be contested. And I would like to draw the attention again of all three speakers of how to address some of that. I have 5 minutes, so I'll just use that to illustrate what I mean. Dr. Barbara Mas, as part of the audience, gave this very evocative imagery of all of us hurtling on a train to disaster. And therefore, this is a kind of continuation that we are looking at. But I think it's important to point out that there's a contestation on that train. The contestation comes from asking questions. Who's driving the train? Who has the brake? Who laid the track? Why is this track going towards disaster? It's not the passengers on the train. There are other people who are part of that train, so we need to remember those contestations and bring them out so that the ethics of this contestation comes into play. And I would submit, and again, since the three speakers are here, that the ethics has a lot to do with knowledge. We are speaking, from here on this panel, we are speaking, laying claim to represent all species. This may not be true. As we saw in the last panel, if there's an economist here, he will talk of climate finance. If there's a technologist here, he'll talk about climate technologies. So we have our biases, we have our prejudices embedded in our knowledge. And that is an ethical question. Because that ethical question that does not answer what are the questions that other species may be wanting to raise from this podium. Are we presenting those? Are we conscious of those at all? If not, then how do we bring that into the debate? I'll end with a very small example. There's the Greater Himalayan National Park up in the Himachal mountains. It was, interestingly enough, proposed by the British Pheasant Society. Not the Peasant Society, it's the Pheasant Society. They're trying to protect the pheasant, which is the western tragopan, Why? Because the male of the species has a plume which they used to put into ladies' hats. And when the plume started disappearing, because the Western Tragopan started disappearing, then the British Pheasant Society got very concerned. How to protect the Tragopan. So that's a vested interest. That's what generates knowledge, to protect the Tragopan. The Ministry of Environment of India picked that up and they declared it first as a sanctuary and then as a national park. And the reason they did it was to remove human intervention in that area. So that means that there is a conception, this is knowledge, that if you remove humans from an area, that area becomes protected. This is a bias, and it comes out of knowledge, it comes out of research. So they removed the humans. Within 3 years, they had denotified the sanctuary so that a hydroelectric power plant could be built. So again, knowledge is at work. And then there are the people who were evicted from the boundaries of the park. Nobody asked them, how did the Western Tragopan survive in that area? But they were there. They've been there for centuries, and in spite of that, the Tragopan has survived. So somebody should have asked them. What was their knowledge? Nobody asked. So I put these things before you because I think this ethics issue and the knowledge that we are creating from here, or at least propagating from here, addresses the ethical issues. And I'm sure, I'm delighted that on this panel there are all women, which is very important. Not me. You'll notice I lost my hair while coming to this seminar. So at least hopefully they'll take that male gaze away, because science tends to get very patriarchal, and we need to bring the female gaze, the gendered gaze into science. So I'm very delighted. They're all very well qualified to address this issue. May I call upon all of them? I'll just briefly read out their biodatas. Professor Savita Keyakar here on my right. She is currently senior professor and dean of School of Biological Sciences in Goa University. She is a marine microbiologist, which is a very interesting discipline, because not dealing with land, dealing with the oceans. And that is something I think was briefly touched on in the last panel. And what I find very interesting is that she is dealing with how microorganisms in the oceans are adapting to their environment and what we have to learn from them. So very interesting work indeed. On my extreme left, there's Dr. Vasundhara Bhojwait. She's the assistant professor at the Department of Sociology from the Shivnada Institute of Eminence. And I think bringing the sociological aspect into science, because very often social sciences are not considered as hard sciences, but they have a lot to contribute in terms of the manifestation of natural sciences in our societies. So I'm delighted that you're here and that you will be dealing with looking at how air pollution is affected by policies and is transforming life in urban spaces. Yes? Thank you. And on my left is Dr. Barbara Maas, who is a steering committee member of the International Alliance Against Health Risks in Wildlife Trade and CEO of the UK-based animal charity People for Nature and Peace. And she's a wildlife biologist by training. So we have this great range on this panel, and I'm really delighted that you're here. Professor Keyakar, you have the floor. And the time element, I hope you'll all keep in mind.
Thank you, Professor Roy, for the brief introduction.
I'm not a professor.
Oh, Mr. Roy, for the brief introduction. And thank you very much, Professor Kaveri. And of course, Mr. Geshila for inviting me here, and all those who are associated with Tibet House in organizing this event. It's a pleasure to be in Delhi, right from Goa, and I think it's a very pleasant climate also, which was quite suitable for us. Okay, so the whole morning you must have heard of so many deliberations of how we have destroyed our planet, and it's beyond limits. But to tell all of you, we are just 0.01% of all the animal population in this world, and 2.5% of the biomass of all the animals. However, we have managed to destroy 95% of the planet already. So that's the humans. Humans are just 0.01% of the animal population. So we do have to care for other animals on this planet, which we don't do. And it's becoming a disaster and irreparable. But we have to find out solutions and be positive to repair all the damage which we have done. So I'm a microbiologist, so I look into micro solutions to solve certain problems. And I just want anyone to guess in this picture, what do you feel this is? This is a macro picture of a micro thing, but you can see it with your eyes. Can you guess? Anyone, can you guess what this is? Pardon? Huh? Algae, no. If you magnify a small thing, it's 1 centimeter, it looks like this. Pardon? Okay, you're close to it. It's a leaf which has water drops on it. Now, this is a lotus leaf, which if you look at it in microscopically, it looks like this. And these are tiny drops of water. So if you look at the surface is hydrophobic. That means it doesn't absorb any moisture. So these droplets remain on the water, on the leaf. And that's how we see the lotus. You must have seen a lotus leaf, right? Now, based on this, we have made a cloth called nanotol, and all of you must have used it in your houses. It's called the nanotechnology cloth, which doesn't absorb moisture, but keeps the water on the surface. So it's a very beautiful cleaning cloth, which you get, which doesn't absorb the dirt, but keeps the dirt on the surface, so you can wash the cloth very easily. Now, this is one aspect of technology, which the idea has come from the nature around you. So just an observation of a leaf with some water on it can give you beautiful ideas to solve problems in nature. So my talk is on biomimetics. And biomimetics is biomimetics. It's a biological organisms. You use any nature, organisms in nature, and mimic the function, what it does, to solve problems of humankind. So these are just to bring out solutions on all the destruction we have done. So we have a big array of organisms. We have bacteria, which are my favorite, which are so tiny, 1 mu in size, but they have a full biological system. They can do anything which we can do. So they're so tiny, but they have the whole system. We have plants which have chemical energy conversion mechanisms. They have hydrophobicity. They have a self-cleaning device. They have a drag reduction. They have hydrophilicity, addition, motion. Then we have insects, spiders, lizards, frogs, which have a reversible addition in dry and wet environments, aquatic animals with a hydrodynamic drag and energy production, birds which have an aerodynamic lift, a light coloration, camouflage, and insulation, seashells, bones, and teeth with high mechanical strength, spider webs with biological self-assembly, moth eyes and with structural colorations, which have an anti-reflective surface, fur and skin of polar bears, which have a thermal insulation, biological systems which have a self-healing and sensory devices. Okay, so these are different examples, and I'll cover some of them because the time is limited now, but it's a very interesting topic which fascinates me a lot. That's why I decided to speak on this. So whenever you go to a field and take a walk in the fields, you must have realized certain prickly things coming on your trousers or pants or dresses, and this is known as the burr flower. So there is a burr flower which has a hook there, and it's very difficult to, if you put your clothes in the washing machine, that doesn't go off. You have to remove it with your hand, because if you see it microscopically, this is what the burr plant looks like. It has a hook, and that's how it gets entangled into the cloth. Okay, so based on this idea, we have the tape called Velcro, which all of us have used. We use it even as for our strap. This is Velcro. So the idea has come from this burr flower. So it has a hook and it catches this. The second example is mussels. We have these green mussels, Mytilus edulis, Mytilus galloprovincialis is their scientific name. And these mussels have a beautiful sensation where the foot comes out of the mussel and they can sense anything which is toxic. So the Japanese have used this to sense toxic chemicals. However, this mussel, once it knows that a surface is very conducible for it to attach, it produces a fiber called the byssus thread. And this is an adhesive type of a glue which sticks to the surface immediately when the surface is safe for it to adhere to. So this glue has been researched upon, and it's the only glue which can stick something in a watery environment. In water, we don't have any glue at present which can stick in water. So this has been used to stick, especially when you have to do operations of embryos in the womb of the mother and newborn babies, because when you stitch them, their skin is too delicate. So you can't even use a needle and a thread. So you can stitch them with this glue, which is very biocompatible and non-toxic. Okay, so this is in surgeries, it's a water-resistant glue. Okay, now this is another example. Like we have a lot of skyscrapers. And in Pennsylvania, they build buildings and buildings like concrete jungles where there are hardly any trees. And sometimes they plant huge trees there, and the reflection of those trees comes in that glass. And birds come and hit their cells on the glass, and 1,500 birds per day used to die in Pennsylvania just by hitting on the glass and falling down, because they see the trees in the glass, the reflection of the glass. So this was a big a problem there, where all the wildlife was dying off because of hitting their heads and dying. So one scientist observed the spider web. Now the spider web, there is a spider which is called orb weaver spider. And this has a special type of a thread which reflects, when the light falls on this web, it reflects UV light. And the UV light can be sensed only by birds and other animals, whereas humans cannot sense UV light. So when the birds go near the web, they actually have ready-made food there, because the spider nicely wraps its insects, whatever it has to store and eat in future, it wraps it up and keeps it in its web. So the birds never go near that web because it reflects UV light, and UV light is supposed to be dangerous for the eyes of the birds. So scientists have put this component from the spider's web in the glass, and they made this glass which is known as Ornilux glass. Okay, that's the the commercial name, and this is what we see, but this is what the birds see. So when they look at this glass, it looks full of fibers and very dangerous for them, so they don't approach them. And this is how this issue of the skyscrapers, death of the birds, was solved by manufacturing this Ornilux glass, which came from the idea of a spider web. The next problem is of pollution of water. The next war we have in future will be for water, because all our waters are polluted. Now, in Dubai and all the Middle Eastern countries, they have a desalination system also, where they spend lots of money to remove the salt from water, from seawater, and use it as drinking water. So here we have an organism which is known as a diatom. It is a microalgae, actually, which is composed of silica. So these are some of the diatoms you see in the picture on top. The powdery form of that has been made into a filter, and now they're artificially making this filter as well by isolating the chemical compounds from it so that we don't destroy the diatoms from the sea. And this is known as an aquamodate filter, and they have a property of filtering seawater, not only the salinity, the salt from it, but even the pollutants. So this has been used for making drinking water. It's used as a special filter, so it even gets rid of contaminants like arsenic and microplastics, which is going to be a big problem in future because we have dumped a lot of plastics into the ocean, which are getting converted to microplastics. The next example is the foot pads. You must have seen the movie on Spider-Man. So Spider-Man climbs on walls. So the idea of that Spider-Man is from the foot pads of the lizards. We see our wall lizards on the wall, and they nicely can walk on a straight wall. So these are the foot pads, and there are lots of shoes and socks which have been designed for the grip, especially for sportsmen, so they don't slip on slippery surfaces. The next example is the termites. We have termites which live on mounds, and especially in Africa, we have a special place called Masai Mara, and Masai Mara means these mounds of these ants, okay? So these are white ants, and these white ants have a beautiful cooling system. So that's why the snakes go and live in the houses of these white ants. They eat all the ants and then make it their home. So it's a very cool house where you don't need an air conditioning system. So it's air conditioned on its own because they secrete certain metabolites when they eat the soil and excrete it. And then this gets converted into a very cold soil, which keeps the moisture content. So in Africa, because of the heat, they have made walls with this component so that you don't need any air conditioning system, which saves a lot of energy. The next is the robotic arm, which is inspired by the trunk of elephants. So if you see the trunk of elephant, it has a lot of linkage units. This is how the trunk is inside, but it's cartilage bones. However, now robots have been made. The robotic arm has been made with this structure, so it can catch or grasp any sort of an object which is very minute as well. These robotic arms have been used for neurosurgery operations, so that, you know, sometimes even if you move your hand, as a patient may get paralyzed if you touch a nerve. So this robotic arm is even used for these operations. The next example is the kingfisher, the beak of a kingfisher. If you look at a kingfisher, it's so swift. It doesn't make any sound when it wants to catch its prey, that is the fish, and it goes very slowly but at a very high speed. And when the beak is put into water, the water also doesn't move. It's very swift. So the fish never know that the kingfisher is going to come and pick them up. So they're so swift. So based on the kingfisher beak, the Japanese made a very fast train called the Shinkansen train. And this is the fastest train in the world. And this train, initially when it was designed, the front part of the train used to catch a lot of air, and there was a sound which was coming when it went into the tunnel. So the Japanese are very meticulous in designing technology. So they wanted to get rid of this sound, and they got inspired by the kingfisher beak, and that is how the train was modified to this. So here you can see a kingfisher picking up fish from the water, and here you can see the 500 series of the Shinkansen train, which is different from the previous series, which doesn't make any sound. It is the fastest train in the world and runs for 200 miles per hour. So saves a lot of energy, no friction as well. The next is the butterfly wings. They have iridescent wings and they have water resistant qualities. So we have a lot of solar cells or solar panels now, which we put to save energy. And these solar panels have a big problem of getting cleaned. You have to clean them very regularly. So if you use the compound which is there in the wings of these butterflies, you can clean the solar panel very easily, and you can make different colored solar panels as well. This is an artificial sponge. Okay, and we have organisms which are invertebrates, which are sponges, and they belong to the phylum Porifera. And an artificial sponge has been made now as a water pollution bioremediator. Now, this sponge is very similar to the canal system of sponges. A sponge has a mouth, and it has a very beautiful filtering unit where it filters all the water from the sea when it comes into their body. So a titanium oxide and cyclodextrin network structure has been made artificially, and you can put this sponge in water which is polluted and get rid of all the pollutants from the water. They get absorbed in the sponge. You remove the sponge from the water and dry this sponge in the sunlight, and all the pollutants are volatile, so they just disappear. So this is a beautiful mechanism. Another mechanism is the sea urchin. So the sea urchin, okay, so the sea urchin has very sharp needles, and it has a system where it can sharpen its needles on its own. So whenever a predator comes, it can just, sharpen its needles automatically. So they have studied this system, and they have made tools which do not need to get sharpened regularly. The same sea urchin has 5 teeth, and it has very sharp teeth which can even crush stone. So this mechanism also, it's made up of calcite. So this mechanism has been studied, and they devise self-sharpening devices. And these have been used. So it's made of calcite, which can break up sharp things, hard things, sorry. This is my polar bear from the Arctic. So I love polar bears. So I said I have to give one example. So if you see the polar bears, the hair of the polar bears is elastic, it is hollow, and it stretches and repels water as well. So this idea has been adapted in making coats and sweaters, which you don't have to even wash because they repel water. So even they repel sweat. This is another car, a Mercedes car, which has been biomimicked with a boxfish from the coral reefs. So it has a very high speed, it saves petrol. So these are some of the designs. This is a nautilus shell which follows the Fibonacci frequency. If anyone is there from statistics and maths here, you can measure even the angles here. It follows the Fibonacci frequency. And this is the intricate way organisms are made in nature. So that's the shell there, the nautilus shell which has been cut, and this is a staircase which has been constructed. So a lot of architectural monuments have been constructed using these different organisms. This is a camouflage technique where we have cephalopods like sepia, loligo, octopus, which can change color according to their surrounding environment. So this has been used for military applications where they make clothes which can camouflage with the surrounding. This is a shell which we normally collect from the beaches, a natural shell, and this is called the Calatrava she shell, and a Chicago spire has been made with the architecture of this shell. Another shell is called the Venus flower sponge. So this structure has got the prize in 2003 Skyscraper Award. So this is this shell lives in very drastic environments which have very high pressure and wave action. So this monument can bear the air and the wind pressure. Okay, and this is a solar powered spy plane. This is like a drone. The idea of this came from a bat. Okay, so this is how we can spy in other people's houses and other countries as well. The American government uses this a lot. Now, this is a very interesting thing. A huge whale, which is tons in its weight, is moved, can turn itself with a very small flipper, which has tiny tubercles, which is even 0.5 meter in size. So a huge whale has one right flipper, and the whole body can be turned with that. So scientists studied this flipper, and they have designed different turbines. Even the wings of the aeroplane have these tubercles on it, so they have less friction in the air. And also the fans, there are there on the Mumbai and Delhi airport. These fans, if you see them, they have small cuts on their blades, which are like the tubercles of the whale flippers. So they are used in turbines as well. This you all know, that the idea of the cat's eye have been used for road studs, which give us light at night. So the cats have a chemical called tapetum in their eyes, and this emits light at night. So this is what we use in our roads, so that we can demarcate the roads, the central part of the road. It's okay, one last slide. So these are vacuum suckers, which are inspired with the octopus suckers, and these have been used in medicine, where we can also do tissue transplants, because otherwise you have to cut the part of the tissue and the skin to transplant it, especially in people who are burnt. So this octopus sucker can just remove the skin directly with the pressure and transplant it. And these are the shark skin coatings, which are of different types. If you see the shark skin, it has a lot of ribbed surfaces, and they have various applications. One of the applications is for making hospital walls, which are bacteria-free. They don't get contaminated. The second this use is in swimsuits. It's called a fat skin line, where the swimmers have got in Olympics won the first prize because of the less friction. And they're also used as the outermost coating of airplanes to reduce the friction. Thank you very much. So this is a honeycomb, which has the architecture has been used in many architectural things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker, Dr. Vasundhara.
Okay, I just want to start by saying thank you to the organizers, Tibet House, for having me, especially to Kaveri. And I want to take a cue from the chair's introduction to make 3 quick points. The first, you talked about bias. I want to lay my bias out on the table. I'm a social anthropologist that studies science, climate science, and climate scientists. That's my bias.
You study climate scientists?
Yes, and the science they produce. So obviously, I look at, not only am I a producer of knowledge, but I also study knowledge production. And you're absolutely right when you say the ethics emerges from understanding how knowledge is produced and what knowledge is saying in that production, right? And the third point I want to make is that the panel I'm speaking at today is called Varied Environments, Species and the Environment in the Anthropocene, Flows, Connections, Contestations. I'm going to explore flows, connections, and contestations through one more thing that the chair talked about, air. I apologize about the bad air of Delhi, but I study air. Okay. So as you can see, I'm going to see how there is a change in the meaning of the word sustainability. And I'm going to do that by what I study, climate science and scientists, right? Okay, so timer started. Slide 1. And I'm going to ask 3 questions in my presentation. So the questions are here. By the end of the presentation, we'll have our answers. How do problems emerge and how are solutions addressed in science? Okay. Question 2, how does the notion of sustainability change? And question 3, how are solutions and problems a result of globally networked agents, or why solutions cannot be located in tangibles? That's another way of saying climate change is a big problem, we know it, but you can't find a simple, quick solution to it because of the way that solutions emerge. Okay, so this is an important aspect of my presentation. It's called the improved cook stove. right? And what you see in the image are all types of improved cook stoves. Now, what is an improved cook stove? It is an improvement to a mud stove, a mitti ka chula, right? And there are two types of improved ICS or improved cook stoves, natural draft and forced draft. So basically, if you can make the air flow better, you can burn biofuel in a stove more efficiently, right? A natural draft stove, you don't have a fan attached, you just change the body of the stove. A forced draft, you put a fan so that the air flows more efficiently. So wood and smoke, less wood is burnt and less smoke is emitted as compared to a mud stove. That's the idea. All right. So let's, as a sociologist, I try to do a history of the improved cook stove, and I present that to you here. In the 1970s, a very famous author named Eklum writes a book called The Other Energy Crisis Fuel Wood. And what the statement he makes in that book or paper is simply this, that too many people are going to forests and cutting them down for household heating and cooking. So we need to do something because population is swelling and we only have so much forest, right? That is the big disclaimer he made in the 1970s. 1985, so that's the global discourse. The government of India launches the national project on demonstration of improved chulas. Stoves in Hindi becomes chulas. So these stoves or improved cook stoves will burn less wood to fight the problem that Eklum has put forth. 1986, you have the national program on improved chulas to provide low smoke stoves to poor families, because most homes using mud stoves are poor families. Not in Delhi, where we have LPG, but in villages near my university campus, Dadri, Western UP, right, for example. Okay, now the rubric under which these programs are made, and there's a huge amount of funding generated, is that we need to move bad air, which is emitted from toxic, polluting air from the stove, out of the house. Because the women and the children near the stove, when usually women are the cooks, they're inhaling the bad smoke and it's causing health issues, right? That's the rubric. So decrease reliance on fuel wood, right? Let's use less wood in our stoves and throw IAP as indoor air pollution within the house, indoor. We need to move it out of the house, so you add a chimney, right? That's the solution. So the MNRE, the Ministry of Natural and Renewable Energy, actually developed and disseminated 35 million stoves in the 1980s. Independent studies have found they were a complete failure. In fact, they emitted more noxious fumes than a mud stove. Globally, such programs took place in the 1980s, really as a result of Eklum's discourse. It's a kind of knowledge production, right? And except China, they were unsuccessful, the cook stove programs. So the improved cook stove was shelved. This is not a technology that's helping, right? So by the 1990s, improved cook stove talk had died down. No government programs, no scientists working on them. It's not important for policy. That's what happened by the 1990s. All right. So this is the kind of mud stove this is the kind of improved cook stove that was implemented in the 1980s. You see that white thing? It's a plastic chimney. So it's throwing smoke from inside the house outside, right? And that, what you see there, that construction is much more compact as compared to what a person in a village would make their stove as. So the idea is if it's compact, air movement in the stove body is better, less smoke is produced. That was the idea. Okay, now we jump straight to the 2000s, right? So you've got that story down. We jump straight to the 2000s, just checking on time. Oh, I have time. Okay, we jump straight to the 2000s and you have something called black carbon come up, right? Now, we've all heard of the word soot, right? You go for a bonfire with your friends, you roast whatever you want to roast on the bonfire or for heat. There's a certain blackness that comes out. That is soot. And we can agree soot has been around since the time man invented fire. I will take that back. Human invented fire. Man, woman, we don't know, right? Let's be sensitive to gender here. Right. Okay. So soot has existed since humans invented fire. What happens in the early 2000s is soot becomes black carbon. And that is because of climate science. right? So these are just images to show you what soot is. Now you can see in the first image, that is a pot burning on a mud stove. You see it's black, right? And there's a lot of wood that gets used. Now in the 2000s, soot becomes black carbon, and to give you that history, that narrative, here I follow black carbon, right? All you have to hang on to is 2000s, soot suddenly becomes black carbon. In 1999, climate scientists from across the globe, mostly Europe and the US, implement a multi-million-dollar experiment called the Indian Oceans Experiment, acronym INDOX, right? And the aim of that experiment is to understand the effect of aerosols on climate change. Black carbon is a form of aerosol. Aerosol simply means suspension of fine solids in the air. So when you see black smoke, that's small little solid particles suspended in the air, right? As a result of that experiment, in 2002, UNEP publishes a report that, hey, we discovered something for the first time. It's a dark mass of air buoying above the Indian subcontinent, right? And that dark mass of air is found to have a very high degree of black carbon. Black carbon, so this experiment literally changes soot into black carbon. That's what I want you to get a hold of. Now, and this dark mass of air buoying above the Indian subcontinent is termed the Asian brown cloud, or ABC. Now, please see the ethics and politics in it, right? It's called Asian because people from the Indian this is what the point I'm trying to make is this. Because of the work of scientists and their discovery, which is immensely important, suddenly populations of the Indian subcontinent become emitters of black carbon, which they weren't before, right? So the scientists are not trying to suddenly make the Indian population a particular kind of people in the climate change discourse, but because of this discovery, populations of the Indian subcontinent become one of the main emitters of black carbon globally. And why is that important? Because black carbon is found to have climate change effects for the first time in the 2000s. So suddenly populations in India are contributing to climate change in a way that they weren't before because of the scientific discovery. And it has been found that black carbon is the second most important contributor to climate change after carbon dioxide. You see, it completely changes the geopolitics of climate change discourse. So the ethics comes out from that. Now, so what does the experiment do? Black carbon, the discovery of black carbon does one important thing. It moves air pollution from the source of its emission, which is inside the home, to pan-continental and planetary levels, right? And in doing that, it does three things. The local level, so in the home, the women and the children cooking are being impacted. Black carbon affects there. It moves to the regional area, so there's been research to say that it affects rivers like Ganges and Brahmaputra, never before this experiment, right? And that at the global level, it leads to climate change. So I'm following air and how air is forging connections and contestations by studying scientists and the knowledge they're producing, right? Now, this is the Asian brown cloud. This is a NASA image of the Asian brown cloud buoying above the Indian subcontinent. And in the report, the scientists write, in true color. It's dark. Indian populations are producing it. It's buoying above the Indian subcontinent. The report goes on to say that the global community must unite to fight these emissions, and they're chiefly produced from India and China. So suddenly, there is huge funding in the development world, coming from USAID, coming from DFID, for projects to rural parts of India and China to fight the black carbon problem post the early 2000s, right? All right, so then of course, how do improved cook stoves come into the story? Quick reminder, improved cook stoves were considered a failure in the 1990s, right? You remember that. Suddenly it's discovered black carbon has climate change effects, and scientists are saying, hey, we have the technology to deal with this problem already. Even though in the 1990s, it was said that this doesn't work, right? And it's back on the global stage, and there are huge amounts of projects. I did fieldwork on one such project, which I'll talk to you a little bit about, to bring black carbon and improve cook stoves together, right? So in 2007, in a village in the Indo-Gangetic Plains, highest population density. So villagers there cook a lot because there are more people and they produce more black carbon. Simple logic. Project Surya is implemented. Project Surya is run by an Indian origin scientist, now in the US. He's a big name in climate science. Veerabhadran Ramanathan, he's at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography in San Diego. I will show you a picture of him. You've heard of him, right? He's that big. Okay. And the pilot phase is implemented in 2007 to show that if you use improved cook stoves, black carbon emissions decrease in the village, right? By 2009, the EPA in the US has passed a black carbon bill in the US Congress. Okay, and in 2010, the Global Alliance for Clean Cook Stoves is set up with Hillary Clinton as the face. Julia Roberts was also part of it, to get 100 million improved cook stoves distributed in, of course, this part of the world and have people adopt it to deter climate change. Right? India did not become a part of the Global Alliance for Cook Stoves. That's another lecture. We will not talk about it, but that's all I'm going to say. Okay, 2011, USAID, which is the chief funding body for development projects in the US, launches a traction project to get, so scientists have established black carbon can be curbed with improved cook stoves. Next problem, people are not adopting the cook stove. Right? People prefer cooking on the mud stove for a varied number of reasons. I've spoken to many individuals and they say the roti, the bread, does not cook as well because the way the fire hits the bread is different. Or they have to cut wood into smaller pieces. Yeah. Or they have to cut wood into smaller pieces, right? So people, and the improved cook stove is costly. These are people who are extremely poor. They get access to mud from the village lake. They're not going to shell out money. They want to go to a doctor with the money they have, right? So people are not adopting the cook stove. So projects are now being funded to get people to adopt cook stoves where? In villages in India, China, South America, Africa, you name it. But the funding is coming from the US, the UK, wherever else. So this is, of course, Project Surya. There in the back is a very happy scientist, Ramanathan, who's giving away free improved cook stoves. That's the Philips cook stove that was distributed in Project Surya. Each cook stove costs $49 US. No one in an Indian village is going to be afford that. They distributed it for free to get people to adopt so that they could publish papers and say, hey, it works. But then actually making it happen is a different story, right? And I'm quickly going to go through this. So I did fieldwork on a project across many households in Uttarakhand, in villages, where the scientists I was working with, studying and following, tried to get people in 38 villages to adopt improved cook stoves with a very intensive field campaign. Right? I'll just say that much. But these are the two stoves that were given there. So what we found in the project is in Uttarakhand, unlike Uttar Pradesh, the average day has 14 hours of electricity. In Uttar Pradesh, it's as low as 6. Right, so in Uttarakhand, we could have a electrical cook stove, the simple G coil. You couldn't do that in Uttar Pradesh. And that is the Greenway improved cook stove. It just burns wood more efficiently because the body is compact. So these two were, and they sold. Somehow they sold. They weren't very costly, point one. Second, wood gets wet in the mountains. And it becomes very difficult for people to cook and heat their homes. So people did buy these stoves, but they were only using it for tea, quick meals, because it does cost. For the regular meals, they were using what in the mountains they call angiti, which is another kind of mud stove. Okay, so by 2013, things have happened. Indoor air pollution, the scientific term indoor air pollution has been changed to household air pollution. So air is no longer, oops, time's up. Okay, quickly, 1 minute, yeah. Air is no longer a problem inside the house. The house is a source for air pollution that goes all the way up to the planet and causes climate change. The complete different understanding of what air is and what air does, right? Through the production of knowledge, that ties in ethics. And by that time, it's also been established that no one's adopting these cook stoves. So the new campaign is get LPG to Indian villages. Cook stoves are no longer, so you know the central government's programs to try to get LPG to villages. So this is the answer to the 3 questions that I started with, right? How do problems emerge and how are solutions addressed in science? I've tried to answer that by giving you the story and the history of the improved cook stove, right? Okay. How does the notion of sustainability change? Sustainability previously in the 1990s was just air pollution. By the 2000s, it's air pollution and climate change. And I've tried to bring that out by how polluted air is understood and how it moves, flows, right? How are solutions and problems a result? So the answer is simply this. It's not like one scientist does one experiment. It's part of a very large global networked conglomeration of scientists, governments, funding bodies, publications, discursive formations, etc., right? And thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barbara, you are the final speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you for having me. And apologies, I'm feeling really self-conscious. I broke off a tooth over lunch. But, that shall not stop us from addressing this issue, which is not only very important, as you will no doubt sense, to my own life and my own heart, but to all our lives. And not just our lives as in humans. I would like to say, when I say our lives, I mean all living beings on this planet. So, first of all, I'd like us all, from all the wonderful examples that the previous speakers have presented, I'd like us to zoom right out. This is the Andromeda galaxy. This is our home galaxy. One of about 100 billion to 2 trillion galaxies in the known universe. And we are roughly there, where that arrow points. And this planet is very special, and we forget it, because it's the only one we have found so far, that astronomers have found so far, that has life. Life. I mean, there are probably others out there, but it's the only one that we know about that has life. So it's a bit of a jewel in the universe. We're very lucky to be here. But we have not treated it very well, I have to say. So if we look at this curve, this is the world population estimates, according to the UN, from about 10,000 BC to today. And actually, they're projecting how it's going to pan out by 2100, so in about 70 years, 80 years, how it's going to look. So you can see that until about 2000 BC, things were relatively calm. Even year zero, it was very calm. Then the agricultural revolution came. We started settling, growing things, and then the industrial revolution came, and that's when things exploded. And as a result of that, and we've heard that already, we were facing a multi-crises. We're facing a situation of multi-crisis, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and the pandemic crisis. And I would like you to take one thing away. All of those are connected, and all of them are caused by us. 10,000 years ago, you've already mentioned this, the human population made out about 1% of global vertebrate biomass, and wild animals made up 99%. Guess what it is today? This is a paper that just came out in February this year by Greenspoon and colleagues. Global land mammal biomass, so everything that lives on land, is about, wild animals make about 20 million tons. Marine mammals make about 40 million tons. Humans make up 390 million tons. And our livestock makes up 6 130 million tons. So we are slowly but steadily elbowing everything off the face of the earth. This is what this looks like in the paper by Greenspoon, how the distribution between wild terrestrial mammals and wild marine mammals and domesticated mammals and humans looks. It's the most scary thing I've ever seen in my life. Give me the Blair Witch Project any moment. It's a walk in the park compared to this. Perspective. 40 million tons is pigs, just pigs. That is almost twice as many as the combined mass of all wild land mammals, just pigs. So this, of course, has consequences. We have already damaged, and you touched on that already, roughly 70%, 75% of the land environment and 2/3 of the oceans. 82% of wild mammal biomass has been lost over the last 150 years, and over 40% of plant biomass has been lost over the last 150 years. This is very scary stuff, and not surprisingly, if we spread out, something else has to retreat. Extinction rates have parallel to some degree, to a large degree, human population growth, and also have now started to climb more steeply. That means our effect is accelerating. We are also harming, of course, we're harming ourselves with this. Some years ago, almost 10 years ago now, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, which is not sort of known for its groundbreaking green revolutionary attitude, said that if current rates of degradation continue, all of the world's topsoil could be gone within 60 years. So we talked about shortage of water. You're talking now a shortage of food. About 1/3 of the world's soil has already been degraded, so we're chucking more fertilizer at it to make it, grow something, grow it. And to generate, we think, well, we'll just make some more. To generate 3 centimeters of topsoil takes about 1,000 years. Why does this matter? Well, it matters because now roughly 1 million species, which make up the building blocks on which all life on Earth depends, are threatened with extinction. These animals are not ornaments. They make up ecosystems and life support systems which give us clean air, drinking water, food, all these things we need. So we are sitting on a branch and we are merrily sawing it, and we will, we're not going to win this. So in order to avoid collapsing ecosystems and escalating conflicts which result as a consequence of increasing shortage of things that we need to survive, causes conflict. We heard about the dams that are being built, where people are trying to grab water. It causes conflicts between individual families, between villages, between nations, between the global north, the global south, and these divisions don't help us. We're in the intensive care room at the moment, and we need all hands to the pumps to get out of this. But there are ways that we can, if we choose to do it. If we don't, we will have to reap the consequences. Like somebody who goes to the doctor, at some point I will go to the doctor and he will say, Barbara, it's very bad news. Unless you stop doing this and this, you are going to die. And I said, yes, but I like doing it. And then, yes, then you're going to die. That's it. So in my lifetime, the human population has doubled. In 1950 to 2023, it has tripled. And that causes problems because each one of us that means we need about roughly three times more fuel, whether it be wood or fossil fuels or whatever we are using. We need more energy, we need more water, we need more food, we need more space to live, more building materials, bedding, cups. We need more of it. And we have done all of this massive footprint in roughly 160 to 300,000 years. The first Homo sapiens appeared about 300,000 years ago. Modern man, as we stand here now, 160,000 years ago. Dinosaurs, who ruled the planet once, were around 450 million years. So we've been here for a mere snip, a glimpse of the world, and we've changed it completely. We have become accustomed to talking about climate change, human-caused climate change, that we don't even think, hang on a minute, just one species has changed the climate of an entire planet. That is huge. It's huge. A report by the IPBES, who are now, frankly, I admit, I forgot what it's called. It's the International Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. I think that's what it's called. And there are lots of clever people who sit together, and they reviewed over a number of years what are the biggest drivers of this destruction. And by order of magnitude, they came out with, first, changes in land and sea use. So we're converting land for settlements and for agriculture. Direct exploitation is the second biggest driver. Before climate change, no, at the moment. Bigger threat than pollution and invasive species. So I would like to talk to you today mainly about the biodiversity crisis, and one element of it particularly, the direct exploitation and wildlife trade in particular. And we're still sort of seeing the end, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. And I would like to show you that wildlife trade is also bad for our health, because the pandemic has come as a result of wildlife trade, and or wildlife exploitation, and it's not the first pandemic. Now, roughly 70% of all diseases that have emerged since 1940 have come from animals, pandemic. And almost all were pandemics, and they originate from animals. And it's not because the animals are evil and they're giving us stuff. It is what we do to the animals and the ecosystems in which they live that makes them dangerous. And about 2/3 of those diseases come from wildlife. So bear in mind, so don't say, oh, now we need to kill all the animals. Somebody once said, oh, well, it's the animals, the wildlife, so we need to kill them all. That would be a very bad decision for a number of reasons. So these microbes, by having contact with human beings, learn to adapt to our bodies and are able to be transmitted from them to us, and that's what you call spillover. And it's, of course, not just a problem with trading wildlife, where these diseases have been arising more and more quickly over the last 40, 50 years. It's also what we do to domestic animals, where we keep them in very horrendous and kill them in very horrendous conditions, not just in Asia, but the West is the biggest meat consumer, particularly America. And so 5 new infectious diseases emerge every year. And each one of those has the potential to become a new pandemic. Yet 98% of all funding that goes into the pandemic pot at the moment goes not into prevention, it goes into managing. Once we have a pandemic, how we're going to deal with it. And it would be so much cheaper to prevent it. It would be so much cheaper. Yet 98% of funding goes into management and preparedness for the next one, and 2% of the funding globally goes into prevention. Because we like to tinker. We like to sort of look for technological solutions and fixing the world out there rather than fixing ourselves. So The environmental degradation and exploitations drive pandemic risk. So it's not just what we do. We take the animals out, we change the ecosystems, they become more dangerous. And only, scientists now agree that only one species is responsible for the coronavirus and all the trillions, over $1 trillion that it's cost to deal with it, is us. And it's not the first one. We've had SARS, we've had the plague in the Middle Ages, we have had Ebola, West Nile, Lyme disease, MERS from the Middle East, and camels. They all fit this profile, and this won't be the last one. And the risk of virus transmission from wildlife to humans increases with increased contact between animals and us. So contact with wildlife in itself increases the risk of virus transmission and therefore poses a health risk. Research has shown that the the more intensive the contact is. So if you're just walking past a rhino, as I have done in Kaziranga last week, I was very lucky, makes no difference. But if I start, messing with the rhino, if I'm a poacher and I kill it, or if I catch a pangolin and take it to market and sell it, or if I breed the animals and say, well, I'm going to produce lots of pangolins and then sell them, and slaughter them in the Wuhan market or wherever else you are, if you're in Vietnam or in Thailand or wherever, the risk shoots up. So the more violent that contact is, the greater the risk. And here is a sobering graphic. Just look at the dotted line, first. That's the graphic for the world, global picture. Gross domestic product has been rising steadily since 1970. And the extraction of living biomass has also increased very steeply during this time, as you can see for the world. And then you see a little bit of a breakdown between the developed and the developing world. So you can see that in the developing world, and this is not pointing the finger, it's just, please forgive me, but just stating the facts. We've caused climate change. Mainly, these are, we are all, nobody's blameless. We are all messing up, part of the human condition. So resource extraction, partially as a function of population growth, is a huge problem in developing countries. So as I already said that 1 million species face extractions. The rate of this loss is accelerating, and we need to have a fundamental shift in how we relate to nature and to animals if we want to avoid a very ghastly future indeed. Roughly a quarter of all wild terrestrial vertebrate species are traded. The scope of this trade is massive. Legal trade, about $220 billion worth of animals are shifted around, and timber, pardon me. And illegal trade, those are the same people that are involved in gun running, people trafficking, drug smuggling. They see another high value, high profit commodity, wildlife, with lower risks, is worth between 7 and 23 million and has risen by 2,000% since 1980. I don't need to tell you that it's not just bad for biodiversity, it is also very cruel. This is a rhino in Assam that had its horn, that was immobilized and had its horn hacked off while it was still alive, and then it woke up. So what can we do? And I'll come to an end now. Showing people research, as this wonderful Dr. Sturman said, research shows that showing people research doesn't work. So we need to do something else. As the previous speaker has shown the same slide, we need to make peace with nature. We need to make peace with it. We need to get away from this supremacy principle that nature is there as like a supermarket almost for us to take what we want or need. Because it's become, there's so many of us now that it's not even just anymore a matter of greed. It's just, there is a shortage even just to keep everybody in a reasonable standard of living, which is frightening. And we need to come to a more holistic worldview that recognizes and acts according to seeing us as part of nature and respect it. And I was going to talk a little bit more about what can be done. I'll just race through it. Yeah. In 2006, the UN Convention on International Trade in Endangered...
How much more time would you take?
May I have 2 minutes? Yeah. Said that the use, and this is relevant to you all, that the use of tiger skins by Himalayan communities had become the biggest threat to tigers. And we then, you can see it here in the traditional clothes, they were both consumers and smugglers across the mountains into China and into Tibet, where it was sold. And then they brought chartouche wool back of Tibetan antelopes. And I was so lucky to work with His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, in this campaign that you made reference to earlier. And His Holiness used the strongest words possible. He says, I am ashamed and don't feel like living when I see all those pictures of people decorating themselves with furs, with skins and furs. And so we put all this information together and sent it out, and it was smuggled into Tibet, and it hit like a kindness bomb. It exploded like a kindness bomb. The world had never seen anything like it. People ripped these valuable furs off their chubas and gathered in front of monasteries and set fire to them, destroyed them, apologized to the animals. And what struck me, and I was not a Buddhist then, not a card-carrying Buddhist, what struck me, they did it with a smiling face. They didn't do it like, I've got to burn this now because the Dalai Lama said so, but I really don't want to. They did it with a smile. It was a eureka experience for me that turned me into, changed my life. And we can do it again. Saying we have a project funded by the German government that tries to do the same thing under the title Buddha Nature in Mongolia, Bhutan, and Vietnam. We are already some months in. We are very lucky to work directly with the Central Monastic Body in Bhutan, with the Sangha leadership in Vietnam and in Mongolia as well. To start a public awareness campaign that aims to reduce demand of wildlife and draws on the fundamental Buddhist principles of compassion towards all life, universal responsibility, and interdependence. In the words of the famous astronomer Carl Sagan, the universe is not required to be in harmony with human ambition. And we're seeing that, and I think we have a lot that we can do. And I thank you for your time, and sorry if I took a little bit more time. Thank you.
Thank you. You will agree that the three speakers have brought out three very different dimensions of the whole linkage between human beings and the environment. So, questions open to the audience. How much time do we have? How much time do we have? 15 minutes, okay.
One question.
Yes.
I just have one small question for Dr. Barbara. In your slide, there were two slides that you were emphasizing a lot on human overpopulation. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't think we have a human population problem right now and in the future, especially if we think in the sense that country like Japan, they are going to have like their population cut down by 1/3 within like 30 to 50 years. And also in like China, they have a problem of young people, new child not being born. So in near future, I think the overpopulation, or even right now, our problem with emphasizing overpopulation is kind of exaggerated. So what do you think about that? And one more thing is that when we say overpopulation, I think it is also like a propaganda. You were saying Bill Gates is very huge proponent of saying that our population is overpopulated. So what do you think about that? Thank you.
Can we have a few more questions? Then we yes. Yeah, at the back. Gautam.
My question is, we are living in a civilization which is primarily based on consumerism. How we can save ourselves from the deforestation of mind? Thank you.
Yes, the lady here in front.
I'm Joya Roy. I just wanted to say it's not just awareness, but something else, poverty. Because a few years ago, at least about 10 years ago, there was a story that there was not a single tiger left in a particular tiger reserve. And then they showed a picture of a tribal sitting on his haunches, probably in the police station, looking up at the camera, and he said he got 40 rupees for a tiger he trapped and killed. And you can imagine what that tiger then cost in, say, the Chinese market or wherever it goes. And I am familiar with an area in Jharkhand, eastern India, where there were a lot of pangolins before. And they were actually respected by the tribal people as kind of, they were very harmless. And they were very nice to have around the house also. You could pick them up and, you know, put them down. But they knew that the scales of a pangolin was very good for respiratory diseases, particularly asthma. And now they can't, if they find one which is very rare, they cannot resist killing it because it's 100,000 rupees, the value in India. So poverty.
Okay, so I think the three questions are posing the problem very clearly. Is it population or is it consumerism? This, I think, is at the heart of all the three problems. Would you like to address it, any of the three? Barbara, you could start.
Okay, let me start by addressing yours. Some people, you know, if you're not, I refer you to Dr. Sturman. Research shows that showing people research doesn't work. I presented to you not with opinions, but with data. The population in Germany, in Europe generally, and in the US is going down. In Asia, still going up. It's projected to flatten out in the next 100 years. Africa is coming up. Africa is going to be the next huge population explosion. And if you don't think that if we have taken over 99, you know, if that we make up 99% of mammal biomass on Earth compared to 1% of wild animals, that is not, there's not an imbalance, then I think, you know, there's nothing that I can say really to convince you. It is a little bit as if you, and that addresses your question about poverty as well. We all love our family and we love our friends. We love them. We like spending time with them. We like traveling with them. We like having meals with them. But if all of them suddenly come and move in with you into the living space that you have and expect to live off your salary, there's going to be poverty, and there is going to be misery, and there's going to be fighting, and there's not going to be enough food. There's going to be hunger. You love them. You wish, you want everybody to have enough, not live like most Germans and Americans live, and what we aspire what many developing countries aspire to. If there was more equitable sharing, it would go further. But the more mouths there are to feed, the more sharing there is. And there just is, you know, we heard the previous speaker already say we are consuming 1.5, and it's actually 1.75 times now as much in a year as nature can regenerate. That is a bit as if you are spending 1.75 times as much as you are making every month.
Barbara,
you are going bankrupt.
Can I interrupt? The question is not whether it's just population, but whether market forces have something to do with it. Because I think you also need to understand in the last panel, they did present data to show there's a chunk of the population, 10%, which is obscenely rich and consuming in obscene amounts, and there's a small population at the bottom which is consuming very little. So in that context, is there a divide in the we? You keep using the word we do it, but within the we, there are some who do it much more than the others, and it's part of the International Climate Conference also that you're talking about differential responsibilities. So differential means there's a differential between nations. Is there a differential between peoples? That is the question you have to address. You can't keep using the word we.
I can, because I am a biologist.
No,
I am not a politician.
but
I am an ecologist, and I'm speaking from a global
You can't,
ecological.
because other data is showing, and you are ignoring that data. You're choosing to ignore that data. That is not fair. You have to step out of your discipline and know that there are other people who are presenting as powerful data about how much certain nations consume, how much certain nations do not consume, how much certain peoples consume.
With the greatest respect, in my presentation, I said that the global north, as you are so fond of calling it, is largely responsible for climate change. That's what I said.
So then that is why he's asking the question of population.
No,
You can't blame the Asian population for consumption of tiger skins.
I wasn't blaming anybody.
Your
I said
pictures show that. Your pictures show that.
I don't,
That it is the,
frankly, I don't
it is the
understand
traditional
why at
people.
this event
Because you're looking
everyone
at data.
seems so keen. May I speak?
Yes.
Everyone seems so keen to draw divisive lines. North, South, rich, poor, India, China, this and we are all in this together. This divisiveness is not bringing us further.
Yes,
I think we need to find global solution, no matter who caused the problem, and we have taken responsibility. And you said it was the US who pumped millions into trying to solve the stove problem here. So we need to help each other if we want to solve this. And nations, when it comes to the cloud that, the Asian brown cloud spoke about, this is a global problem that was caused in one spot, but everybody needs to come together and solve it. I don't think the divisiveness and name calling and finger pointing is going to help us. There's a lot of that going on at the UN, and I would hope that particularly in a context of where we are amongst a lot of Buddhists, there is a better way of dealing with conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I could confidently speak only about what I've worked on and not about big things like, the market and everything. I just want to say something very quickly, which is there is a theme to this conference, right? We're all thinking about the ecological imperative, and but the world that we live in is not only affected by ecological problems, there are other problems too, right? So the point as an academic for me is not to say that, yes, there's a problem and this is the solution, because it doesn't work like that when you go and study the world we live in, right? The data that we've been hearing since morning, be it from economists or other kinds of scientists, has frankly been around for more than a decade. This is not new information. The problem is how do you get people to react to that information, right? And that is where ethics comes in, and it is not easy. Because, we are, just quickly, right? So we are all living in something that is called the Anthropocene, which is the geological epoch where the human race is a geological force, which means we, one human, have led to the planetary climate becoming unstable. But while we are all human, we are impacted differently. We all have intersectional identities, right? We have different ethics, we have different value systems. I am a upper middle class Indian woman academic who comes from a relatively privileged background. and how my consciousness responds to the climate problem will be different than my students, while we are both aware of the fact that this is a very serious problem. So the simple answer is that it isn't a simple problem solution system. And what I can do as an academic is show you that it is deeply complicated and nuanced. And we are speaking to a room of climate believers, not skeptics. After you've made that step, it's still difficult to get people to act. And it is in recognizing people are not the same while we are all the anthropos in the Anthropocene. Right? So it's not about pointing fingers, it's about being conscious of the reality of the world we live in. That's all I'm going to say.
We have time for maybe a couple more questions. Yeah, sir.
I have question for Sundara. It is related to black carbon. So do you see that stubborn burning is also issue of black carbon?
Oh yes. Thank you for raising that question. So this is older research what I presented today, right? Now again, I am thankfully not in the business of finding a solution because I think it's very difficult. I am interested in studying how people think about these things. Now I'll tell you what strikes me about the stubble burning problem. Yes, stubble burning does lead to emissions of black carbon. But in the last decade, if you follow popular media discourses on air pollution in Delhi, the air is polluted in Delhi because of farmers burning stubble in Punjab. What about the air quality in Punjab? That's not in the popular media discourse, right? So I find these things very, very interesting, how statements are being made, how air is being thought about and constituting Delhi as the most polluted city in the world, when the blame is being put on farmers in the adjoining regions, but their air quality and their health is also being affected, but it's not being put forth in the media like that. I think things will change. But those are the kinds of problems I'm interested in as a social anthropologist. Scientifically, does stubble burning lead to black carbon? Yes, 100%.
Hello, my name is Pimpal Singh, and my question to the related to the black carbon. So, like, as far as know that, like, when we burn the wood and making the food through the wood, sometimes I feel like it stays better than the gas or like some electronics. And even like some people are saying like making food through electronic, it will be much more hurtful to the human health. So what's your view on this part?
My response is that everything that causes climate change is not just a scientific problem, it is a social problem. And let me just quickly respond to you. See, when scientists sitting in a lab are trying to come up with the best improved cook stove, they're not thinking about taste. They're thinking about emissions. And taste is a very social problem, right? I agree with you. I have interlocutors who've said that. IIT Kanpur did a source apportionment study of major sources of air pollution in Delhi. One is crematoriums where Hindus burn bodies. And they're asking for a switch to electric crematoriums. Now it becomes a social problem. People are not going to switch how they perform funerals, right? So, I mean, the point is the social cannot be separated from the scientific. They make and create each other. I will just give you Sheila Jasanoff, whose work I'm a big fan of. She works on science and democracy. She actually gave a lecture very recently. But one of the most powerful conceptual tools I think she offers us is something called the idiom of co-production. And it simply means this: how we know and make sense of the world is how we live in it. And how do you know and make sense of the world? Through knowledge or science. Without climate science, we would not know about climate change, right? All the who did what comes after. So if you know about the black carbon problem, then maybe you will change your cooking patterns or how you choose to perform a funeral. But the social is part of the scientific. And I think recognizing that will help us be more prepared for whatever lies ahead rather than saying problem, solution, do it. It doesn't happen like that. Yeah?
Any others? We've run out of time, but one last. Okay, nobody. Yes.
Found it fascinating, Dr. Kekar. I mean, yeah, just a question to you about nature and waste. I mean, does nature have waste? Like, I mean, we drive past mountains of waste outside Delhi and all the cities, actually. Does nature have lessons about waste?
Actually, nature takes care of its waste on its own. If you consider a marine environment, nature processes all the waste. It's humans who make most of the waste on the terrestrial ecosystem, which we see, and we have dumped most of the waste in the marine ecosystem. But on its own, it's like my mother used to say, Jivo Jivasya Jivanam. Each organism lives on another organism. There's a cycle, a vicious cycle in which all the waste is controlled. If you go to the marine ecosystem, there's tons of chitin, the shells of the crustaceans which are shed. It causes no pollution. But when we harvest shrimps and loligo, octopus, and remove their shells and dump them on the beaches, it causes pollution. But on its own, it has its own enzymes which degrade it. And microorganisms are the silent ones who are doing a lot of work for humans but never take the credit for it. So I think microorganisms are everywhere and they try to control the waste on its, by doing some amount of work, but sometimes we go beyond the limit of giving them the work of degrading a certain thing.
Yes.
It's not really a comment on Dr. Vasundharaji's the statement about the climate or the black carbon in Delhi and the neighboring states. So basically, what I noticed was that I live in Delhi. I lived in Dharamsala, Himachal, and the place is quite strange. That what is happening in Dharamsala, it affects Delhi, which means that Delhi, the geographical location is such that it can be affected by the surrounding place, number one. Number two, that when I flew from Dharamsala to Delhi, so I've been always hearing about the stubble burning all the time. And what you said was once that came to me, that then what about the air quality of those places where the stubble burning actually happened? But what I noticed was that one time when I was flying, so around Delhi, they were all stubble. Delhi, there's no stubble burning. And around Delhi is just smoke coming up. Delhi is the place where it's surrounded by the stubble burning, which means that the smoke is bound to go into Delhi, and it is geographically is very strange that it's affected and it does not affect others. This is what I noticed over the last 14 years being in Delhi and in Dharamsala, number one. Number two, I've actually seen that through the aeroplane. That is what is happening. So around the time stubble burning happens, then the air quality of Delhi really becomes so bad. So these are the realities that we have to acknowledge, not just go for some rationally proving something.
Okay, just a quick response, if I may. What you've noticed is not incorrect, right? Because geographically, Delhi has the geographical position of the city, it has something called the inversion complex, where it just literally sucks and holds the air. So you're not wrong, right? But there's two other points I want to quickly make. One is, what has climate science done? Climate science has made it possible for you, me, the climate scientist, all of us in this room, to perceive planetary climate as a dynamic system, which means the planetary climate it's always in flux, which means air moves and carries particles with it, right? So of course it moves, but yes, geographically Delhi has the inversion complex, and this ties to, so there have been years where Delhi's air quality is bad because of sand blowing in from the Gulf and Rajasthan. It's not a simple answer, right? Problem solution. And the third and final point I want to make is perception. Is the air quality bad only when I see dark air? No. If you study the science of it, I mean, PM 2.5, now they have PM 1. The air in this room is probably worse than what it is outside right now, simply because there is wind blowing outside and carrying particles away, whereas it's stagnant in this room. So we're all inhaling bad air right now, trust me. If I got the air quality monitor here and calculated this. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm just saying that we are catching up with the science as everyday citizens, but that is affecting the way that we make sense of what we live with. We live with air, right?
I think we'll have to.
So we should be very realistic. So I'm sharing with you, not not like I'm not rationalizing anything. Experientially speaking, when I'm in my house, I close the windows. Next day you blow the nose, the dark soot coming out is so less, as opposed to the windows open and sleep, and next day you blow your nose is so black. So this is the reality. We cannot just deny these realities.
I cannot deny it without doing a scientific study. So I'll come to your home and study it, and then.
No, I think the point that is being made is the reality is only what you are seeing. But what you're seeing, right? You see that black snot. What you don't see is also part of the reality. It's what's stuck in your lungs, and you don't see that. No. It's not seen because it's inside your lungs. It's remained there. This is why this happens when I cut open your lung, which is when you're dead. Okay, last speaker. Please.
I just wanted to add a few points on Dr. Vasundhara's responses. Since Delhi is surrounded by several districts and how we call it as National Capital Region, Gurgaon, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, Noida, and every day we have a floating population of 30 to 40 lakh people who are traveling to and fro from these satellite cities. Second point I want to add is, as per my experience, I've gone through some research article also. The stubble burning issue, 15 years or 20 years back, there was no issue with the stubble burning or the pollution which was coming out from the stubble burning. But this is because of the change in technology, because of the change in crop pattern also. And a part of that, in Delhi, as you said, there are crematoriums. There are 8 big crematoriums. One is the biggest one is near to ISBT, and one is near to Lodi Colony. Anyway, then after that, if you consider also the dhabas, the restaurants, which runs on small tandoori ovens. If we assume at least 2,000, 3,000 dhabas, how much of wood are being charcoals are being burned every day? Then we have marriages. The October and November is like marriage ceremony, and we run so much of diesel generator sets.
I have to stop this there. I would only suggest that there are now source apportionment studies, which have been done 3 times for Delhi. And you should look at those studies because they take into account all these things. And those source apportionment studies show that road dust and vehicular pollution constitute about 55% of air pollution in Delhi. So are you going to tackle the big ones or the small ones? This is something that needs to be answered. I would just like to end by saying that I think this has been a very rich discussion. There have been the aspects of ethics about what we see, what we don't see, the kind of funding that goes into how it conducts research, what are some of the implications of that research. I might add that the burrs being transformed into Velcro is very good. It's following nature, but it creates a plastic pollution problem too. So one needs to take into account some of these issues of what is visible and what is invisible. And one last point, all these graphs that have been made, the hockey sticks going up, not one of these graphs has put into that graph, the GDP one did come up, but it does not say when did capitalism start. And if you look at many of these problems, they are related to the development of capitalism. It's the last 400 years that these problems have started. They're directly related to industrial capitalism and its greed and its what it has done in terms of divisibles. So I would just put capitalism as one of the invisible elephants in this room, and hopefully in the next discussion that would also be discussed in greater detail. With that, thank you very much for this very invigorating debate. Thank you. Thank you to the speakers.
Thank you all. So this brings us to the end of this session, second session. I would like to thank...
Thank you for putting an end to the discussion. Okay.
I would like to thank our chairperson, Mr. Dunaroy, and our speakers for sharing a very comprehensive and informative take on their respective specialties. So last but not the least, may I now request Dr. Dorje Dawala, Delhi University, to kindly offer a white scarf and souvenirs to the speakers. Thank you. Mr. Dunaroy, Professor Savita Kerkar, Dr. Vasundhara Bojwait, and Dr. Barbara Maas. So now we will disperse for the tea break. We will resume after 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. This is going to be delicate. Can we? Yeah, thank you. Let me hold it.
Wait, Mr. Hatchel, show that. Give me 2 minutes.
Ready? Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Hello? May I have your attention, please? Touch the leg and good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure to have you all here with us. May I introduce myself? I'm Kamasumba, a receptionist at Tibet House. Welcome to the third session on the significant topic, Fragile Ecologies and Contested Frontiers, Himalaya, Tibet, and beyond. For this session, we have a chairperson, Mr. Rohit Negiji, an associate professor and director of the Center for Community Knowledge at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, followed by prominent speakers, Professor Ecological Ji, School of Humanities and Social Science, Shivnada University, Institute of Eminence, Delhi, NCR, Dr. Dhanashri Jairam Ji, Assistant Professor, Department of Geopolitics and International Relations and Co-Coordinator, Center for Climate Studies, Manipur Academy of Higher Education, Karnataka, Ms. Tundu Omula, Environment and Developmental Desk of Tibet Policy Institute, Dharamsala, and Mr. Shahid Shoaib Ali G, PhD candidate, Ambedkar Institute, New Delhi. They will be solely emphasizing on fragile ecologies and contested frontiers, Himalaya, Tibet, and beyond, from their own respected perspectives. May now request Mr. Chairperson and distinguished speakers to come up on stage and please have your respected seats. Mr. Chairperson, Dr. Rohit Negiji, Professor Ecological Ji, Ms. Tundu Omula, and Mr. Shahid Shoaib Ali Ji. Thank you. Before I request Mr. Chairperson Dr. Rohit Negiji to lead the session, please allow me to introduce Dr. Negiji. Dr. Rohit Negiji is a versatile individual and associate professor and director of the Center for Community Knowledge at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, an urban planner and geographer by training. Dr. Negiji has researched on urban environmental change in Himalayas and the Delhi region. His work has been published on several journals which include Contemporary South Asia, Comparative Studies of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Geoforum, and urbanization. At CCK, he leads work on the People's Geography of Delhi, which documents and disseminates local histories of the city's diverse neighborhoods from urban villages and industrial areas to rural hinterlands and commercial zones. May now request Mr. Negichi to lead this session. Dr. Rohit Negichi.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Thanks to Tibet House and all the organizers. It's been a wonderful event today. We're all learning so much from each other. And also thanks to everyone for sticking around on Saturday evening. It's not only remarkable, but it's also shows how much interest there is in these topics. So the session that we have today relates to the larger theme of the seminar, but as it affects this particular region, the Himalayan but also Trans-Himalayan region. Why is it so important to look at? Well, many reasons, but just to give you a little bit of background, usually one tends to see the Himalayan region or the Himalayan or the Himalaya in general as a sort of barrier, right? As a sort of barrier that prevents people from moving from one place to another. It sort of is seen as a natural border to nation states and so on. But looking at it historically, it's actually what's connected civilizations. It's connected peoples. It's connected peoples through trade, through barter and exchange of ideas, cultures, religions, traditions, so on and so forth. Right? And despite several challenges that are more recent, I think of the making of this past century, many of these things are still going on, and people are trying to ensure or make sure that those traditions, those rich histories that we have, that are connected histories, still remain connected. However, this region has become a sort of center of multiple fault lines that are both environmental in terms of climate, they are seismic, earthquake risks, and so on. They're also geopolitical. So many nation states with interest and stake in the region, and that sometimes emerges in the form of many unpleasant events. However, the region, as far as we are concerned here today, is also a site of rich cultures and ecosystems. We, of course, know about the rivers that originate in the region that are part of everyday lives of millions and millions of people across wider swaths of humanity. These are also spiritually charged sites from where multiple different ideas of how we should relate to the world emerge. That are both, complementary but also sometimes contested, but that continue to guide livelihoods and everyday lives of so many people. And most of all, it is a region of interest to those with stake in a just and ecologically rich world, because there are alternatives that are being imagined, multiple alternatives that are being imagined and brought to practice despite all these kinds of larger tensions and difficulties. And I believe especially young people across the region are at the forefront of these things, of these experimentations. From my own travel and working with some of these groups and individuals, one can see that they both, of course, aspire to a particular kind of life, but also are thinking about what kinds of futures are being created in these zones, in these areas, in the pursuit of those aspirations. And those debates are ongoing from all the way from Kashmir to Himachal, Uttarakhand, Nepal, and beyond, Sikkim, etc. Just as far as South Asia is concerned and beyond. So therefore, I'm very particularly happy that we today on our panel have Professor Kaveri Gill. I actually won't go into all the introductions. She herself has requested me not to do that. But I would just say that she's someone from whose work I've learned a lot. And I've been teaching her book for over 10 years to my students, so they also know her very well through the book. And Professor Kaveri has been working on the question of waste from different points of view, different locations, different sites, and the work she'll present today is from a Himalayan town. Dr. Dhanashri Jairam, who's not been able to join us here today, but her presentation, recorded presentation, will be played for us. Is a faculty member at Manipal University. Her work is mostly on one of the aspects that I touched upon just earlier, which is the geopolitics of the environment, right? How do different nation states negotiate between such rich environmental resources in the region. Ms. Dondup Wangmo, she works in Dharamshala, and she look at the issue of resource extraction in the region, another issue that we've talked about in different places, but usually when it concerns the Himalayan region, that's not necessarily the first thing that comes to mind, but it is significant. And finally, Shoaib, I'm taking the liberty to just call him by his first name because he's my student. He is just finishing his PhD at Ambedkar University, and his work is on work basically looks at why is it that to understand apples you need to understand bees in Himachal, and how are some scientists sort of looking to recover and restore bees and their habitats, particular kind of bees and their habitats which had disappeared from this region previously. So without any further ado, I'll request Professor Kaveri Gill to please take the floor. We'll have questions later, so just as the other sessions. Thank you.
To have me here. So the paper I'm going to present is really work that stems from working on the Himalaya, and this comes out of a project workshop. I mean, it was published for that as a policy paper that I set up with my colleague Jabin Jacob at Shivnada University. And this was 2 years ago in 2021, but we now have a center of excellence for Himalayan studies. And Rohit's work here, there are many scholars in this room for whom the question of the Himalaya is front and center. Of course, we are in Tibet House itself. And so it's with great delight that I say that that center is there now in our university for a period of 3 years. We also have Siddiq Wahid, who's part of it, whose work is on, he's an expert in the area, and there'll be many other scholars. So I'm just doing a bit of advertising before I start. This work is on waste management in a Himalayan medium town, and it revisits the question of informality, centralization, and the Indian state. So here I would just like to say that I've anonymized it for this paper because, as Rohit mentioned earlier, my book, in a way, I never realized it would travel so much, so I didn't anonymize the location, and subsequently I felt I ought to have. So I've anonymized here, but for those of you in this audience, you will recognize this town very easily. And it is Dharamsala basically, but and the things that are going to come out. So when I have worked on the question of waste, although there's an environmental angle, I have primarily been interested in the question of labor and the terms of that labor and the question of poverty that was brought up in the previous panel as well. So just to give a brief introduction to this particular policy paper, it's really looking at these two things, two movements that, the Indian state has been saying that it's moving towards, and that is literally that, on the one hand, it has been talking, including in this sector of waste management policy in the country, that it has been talking about, trying to incorporate the informal sector of workers and labor, but the movement has really been to sort of privatize and formalize that part. And this paper will tangentially little bit touch upon what happens to the labor in this endeavor. And the other thing that, of course, our constitutional amendment of the 74th Constitutional Amendment of 1992, it spoke about decentralization. And, Ashish is presentation in the morning, and a lot of this pluriverse concept is really about, giving back power to the local. He called it localization, I think. So decentralization is something that the federal, system in India has promised in urban areas since 1992 and in the rural through Panchayati Raj and all. But what this paper argues is that in practice, that has not come through. And in fact, it is in the movement towards centralization that all the government programs in these areas have kind of, been. Now, the policy context since 2005 in this particular area is really that, the informal sector does a lot of the recycling work. Basically, municipalities are quite bankrupt across India. And so the waste that remains uncollected is dealt with by informal labor. And I won't go into that here, but it is of certain castes, and marginalized communities that are working in this area. And so this is the so-called informal sector. And really the drive since 2005 have been towards privatization through formalization of this work. And something that Vasundhara's work touched upon, and so many others, since morning, this whole top-down, technological, one-size-fits-all solutions. In this area, they have particularly taken the form of waste-to-energy plants. And I won't go into all the details because we're all feeling tired, and then I don't keep it a bit short. But they've taken the form of waste-to-energy plants. And again, like Vasundhara's presentation, some technologies that have proven to not work in the Indian or South Asian or global South context, incinerator plants and all, they come back again and again on the, circular luggage belt after a few decades, So that is what. So, and I want to talk about the most radical policy change. I won't go into the, what are the various Government of India programs, the Jawaharlal Nehru Mission, Swachh Bharat Mission, Atal Mission for Rejuvenation. But the big one I'm going to talk about is the Smart Cities Mission. And the Smart Cities Mission seeks to impose, smart solutions, meters, technological solutions to basically problems such as, in this instance, waste. So the study site, of course, as Rohit mentioned, a range of factors such as the building of multi-lane highways and tunnels, burgeoning tourism, and relatively successful developmental programs and outcomes in some states have contributed to the growing urbanization of the Indian Himalaya. Now, small and medium towns are understudied categories in academic research in both urban studies as well as the sphere of waste, and almost absent in the context of the Himalayan region. Seeking to rectify that, this paper is based on primary data from key informant interviews and focus group discussions, as well as secondary materials such as official documents in fieldwork undertaken in 2018 and 19. In a town of the Himalayas. This town graduated in recent years from being classified as a small town to becoming a medium town by Government of India Urban Settlement Guidelines, and now has its own municipal corporation. In topographical terms, it is hilly, with its elevation varying between its lowest, what I will call lower town, and the highest points, upper town or Macloit. The latter sees a vast tourist inflow during the summer months, and in 2016, the town was designated a smart city under the central government Smart City Mission program. The amount of municipal waste generated is rapidly growing. To the extent official data is realistic, it's said to vary from around 25-50 tons per day, with 60% emerging from the upper town that sees many tourists in the peak season. And these figures are contested by a key informant, but to the degree we can think that such official data has some veracity, the composition of municipal waste is still tipped in favor of biodegradables and paper, such as being roughly a little more than a third of the total. But plastic and single-use packaging waste, including non-recyclable packaging waste, is visibly increasing. And approximately 60% of this waste ends up in a single unsanitary landfill situated a few kilometers from Lower Town. So what are the key findings here? Basically, I wanted to look at whether these programs result in an improvement just on the environment side of, better waste management. And the basic findings are that, I'll just give you some of them because I'll just read out. So the key findings are, until the town came under centralized urban governance programs, such as Smart City Mission, its solid waste management was organized as follows. Long-term municipal sweepers, all locals, undertook sweeping and the collection of unsegregated waste from large open-barreled containers kept at various points by the municipal council. To tackle the waste generated and keep the surrounds relatively clean, a refugee civil society organization additionally funded, hired green workers and ran its own solid waste management collection system, complete with its own trucks in Upper Town, which contributed in a significant and sustained way over many years towards keeping the area clean. This was officially recognized and relied upon in the wards of Upper Town, insofar as from 2002 to 2016, the municipal council at the time signed an annual contract with the RCSO to supervise and oversee its own formal sweepers and the collection of waste, which, however, was still loss-making to the RCSO. So basically, the refugee community is funding and cross-subsidizing the municipality to keep that place clean. Like Delhi's informal but sophisticated waste recycling system, in this medium hill town context too, what could be reused or recycled from the unsegregated waste was separated out by the category of material. So they sell it in Nagrota and all, they have a chain. And then what else? So of course, compared to the plains, they just have to move it to a different place and the storage time takes longer and it's more difficult in the mountain context. From 2015 and 16, as the town came under the sway of the centralized urban governance programs of Swachh Bharat Mission, Smart Cities Mission, its municipal corporation immediately subcontracted solid waste management to a private company, as Gauri mentioned, also these people called the company, that bid for it and whose headquarters are located at a great distance in another state for a greater sum than ever paid to the RCSO. The company subcontracted it to the RCSO for a year before the latter withdrew. The empirical details of how this privatization and formalization plays out in terms of relationships between the municipal corporation, the RCSO, and the private company, with the perversely greater informalization, attrition, surveillance, and erosion of sweepers' rights are the subject of another paper. This was published in the Journal of Developing Societies in 2021. But essentially, the workers are worse off than they were before this formalization in all respects. They have this surveillance, they don't get loans. When they fall ill, there's no going to, the Tibetan hospital, and all around the salaries are delayed. And if they don't do biometrics at 5 o'clock, then the dehadi is also not given to them and all of this. Suffice it to summarize the key finding as being that of informality constituting the core of India's formalized and privatized waste management sphere, as holds true of its urbanization and planning regime in general, as scholars such as Ananya Roy and others have posited. Under Swachh Bharat Mission and Smart Cities Mission, several concrete steps suggested by these viability studies undertaken by private sector companies with background consultations involving foreign firms and governments that proposed its waste management be subjected to scientific and technological solutions geared to achieve sustainable and zero waste outcomes were officially adopted as the way forward. And here are the suggestions that they came up with. First, to do away with the large open-barreled containers and in their place install smart dustbins, fitted out with sensors and inbuilt compartments for segregated waste. Second, to achieve 100% door-to-door collection and waste segregation from the abysmally low starting point. Third, to set up waste-to-biogas plants to generate electricity. Fourth, to build compost pits as the green solution for biodegradable waste. Fifth, to construct a sanitary landfill to absorb the waste that was disposed. 5 years into these new measures, the actual results achieved on each of these policies is dismal. How much time do I have, Rohit? Okay, I have. So just taking some examples, the idea of smart underground dustbin bills failed almost from the get-go because the technology was such that the sensors didn't work. So there was meant to be these sensors that are supposed to, be in contact, through the trucks. So all of that failed early on. And in fact, if you've seen those dustbins, even the two compartments for segregation, when they removed them, they are all upended into the truck at the same time and mixed up. So even if there were any separation, and right at the entry to the Kora, you see now what happened to the compost pits also, which are basically used as dumping grounds. Then in terms of door-to-door collection, they mention about the topography, but the RCSO says that they did manage higher levels of door-to-door collection when they were hiring green workers and, having such an initiative. So it's not just the topography, but the fact that now you have lesser workers on more extreme conditions. They are coming from other states on a seasonal basis for 6 months from UP, Punjab and other places, and not able to manage all this. So that is one reason why, again, on this front, also not much has been achieved. And of course, the proposed sanitary landfill, when you're going to the airport to Guggle, there is no movement there at all. It is certainly not going in the direction. So I think to summarize, the various recommendations for waste policy emerging from top-down viability studies commissioned under the Central Urban Governance Programs either remain unimplemented in practice or have not yielded the results envisioned. Apart from the informality that is fundamentally constitutive of the sector's so-called formalization and privatization, as shown by this paper, the other major finding is the reinforcement of centralized urban governance in practice. So this is opposite of what Ashi started the day with, and we are discussing here, so it's really going towards giving the center, or at least the state, much more power even over the urban local body. So it is no surprise then that far from being resolved and better, the waste management is worse than prior to these policy changes. Indeed, the common consensus among residents of the medium hill town is that elevation to a smart city status has yielded no results on the ground. For 1 month after being declared a smart city, Wi-Fi was released freely. That was one part. After that, I didn't see any improvement in the city. Maybe in some larger cities, but in smaller cities like this one, we didn't see any change. This was an interview with a key informant. So on that note, I just want to say that this session is talking about, so obviously the question of waste in the Himalaya is very critical because there are more incursions due to, better connectivity, tourism, change in economy, all of that. And what does it really mean for those, places? So this was just one intervention. And the labor situation is much worse. So I think the earlier sessions where they talk about poverty being a key issue, of course, countries of the global south are still dealing with the brown agenda of poverty, clean water, sanitation, so-called brown agenda. I mean, the label is also a bit disturbing. But so then, in that context, as many of the questions came, we have to think about, what does that mean for people also working in this situation, right? And the labor, and of course, in the Indian context, there is a structural element also of caste and everything superimposed on the, inequality and poverty questions. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kavi. I believe the next presentation, we have a video that is going to be played, which has been sent by Dr. Dhanashree Jairam. While we wait for that, I just want to mention that she's based at the Center for Climate Studies at the Manipal Academy of Higher Education in Karnataka. She is currently based in Berlin as a research fellow and a guest lecturer at the Free University of Berlin.
Hello, my name is Dhanashree Jairam and I'm currently joining you from Berlin. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there at the conference, but I'm deeply grateful to the organizers, Tibet House, for inviting me to speak on the occasion of this conference on the ecological imperative and ethical interdependence possibilities for the 21st century. My intervention is primarily going to focus on contested boundaries and environment security nexus with a broader sort of exploration of the implications of these issues for the geopolitics of the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. As we all know, Hindu Kush Himalaya region is highly ecologically and climatically fragile. It is, of course, the source of major Asian river systems. It has one of the largest reserves of ice outside the polar regions. It has high amount of biodiversity, but at the same time, the socio-environmental vulnerabilities of this region are high primarily because you have millions of people who depend on the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region directly for their lives and livelihoods, but also the broader South Asian region is highly dependent on especially the river systems for water, food, and energy. What is also important to realize or recognize is the fact that the poverty levels and the social sort of marginalization of this region adds to the fragility of this region to a large extent, which is something that needs to be also taken into consideration, particularly when we look at the security scenario of the region, because security, as we look at in this concept, is sometimes very much narrow in how we perceive it or how we conceptualize it. And this is something that also leads to lopsided thinking on policy making, especially around ecological, environmental, and climate issues, but also beyond that when we try to build these resilient socio-environmental systems or socio-ecological systems that we need to sustain these lives and livelihoods in the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region. What also needs to be understood is the fact that these vulnerabilities multiply as we move ahead, especially with the worsening climate crisis, as we have seen with the number of disasters happening in this region, wreaking havoc in terms of not just economic losses, but also social and cultural and ecological losses, which have long-term impacts on security within the region. Now, this is what I'm primarily going to explore in terms of security and how do we understand security in this region, and to move away from the narrow way we think about national security, because what is important to recognize or to acknowledge is the fact that humans are deeply enmeshed in the natural ecosystems. So security needs to move away from a very sort of anthropocentric thinking that fails to value these interconnections and basically take into consideration the fact that environmental risk or environmental security is deeply interlinked with the spatial dimensions of human and environmental relationships, whether it is political, social, cultural, or economic geographies as we see them. Now, this is where we also, for instance, talk about the concept of Anthropocene, which essentially refers to this kind of irreversible alteration of ecological systems led by the human agency. Now, this is where, again, security sometimes tends to neglect the fact that security is beyond the so-called defense of boundaries or political boundaries. It is also about human security. It is also about security at various levels, like transboundary level, local level, or national level, which is sometimes referred to as a national security, as we constantly talk about these issues. Now, in the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region, it is also essential to focus on the fact that we are talking about this geopolitically fragile context. So we are talking about borderlands. We're talking about militarization or militarized borderlands at various levels. It's a spatial kind of militarization. It is also ideological militarization. But essentially, this goes against the principle of transboundary cooperation or collaborative efforts that we need to address boundary transcending environmental and climate issues. So this is where, again, we have to think about how does this evolving geopolitics and militarization and the kind of security nexus that we are seeing also impacts the sustainable development imperatives of the region. So yes, you need military organizations for the maintenance of territorial integrity, but how does this again sort of affect cooperation, which is expected to be more transboundary in nature? The other part, which is also something that needs to be understood, is that the military also is affected by climate and ecological disruptions. One of the examples that everybody talks about, or at least is well known, is the impact of climate change in the Siachen Glacier, which is the world's highest battleground, where you have Indian and Pakistani troops deployed on both sides of the contested boundary. Now, we know that the Siachen Glacier has receded quite a bit because of climate change, because of the presence of the troops, which also has ecological footprint or carbon footprint in the region, but also we have seen an increasing number of ice avalanches and various other disruptions, which has been responsible for the killing of many soldiers in the region as well. So this is one example which clearly sort of recognizes the fact that environmental issues have an impact on even traditional security matters. The other example, which is of course something more in the news these days, is about the India-China border standoff, particularly in Ladakh. And again, yet again, what we know is that the kind of infrastructure that is being built in the region, especially because of these contestations on border, from both sides of the border, in fact, you can see that more infrastructure is being built. Some of these infrastructure is, of course, climate controlled posts. Some of this infrastructure has, of course, impact on the ecological systems of the region, but also we need to remember that unlike Siachen, where you don't have a permanent population, Ladakh has local communities who are also affected by various vagaries of climate change, including drought-like conditions and water scarcity related issues. Now, this is again a reminder of the fact that military operations and tactics and strategies in this region would be heavily affected by the sort of ecological and climate disruptions and changes that we are seeing in this region. We also have to bring in security infrastructure in general, and how we see like large-scale infrastructure initiatives, including dams, including strategic border roads or hydroelectric power projects, as I mentioned, are being built in the region. So it's in all the countries in the region, in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region, that is seeing all these developments happening. Now, particularly, some of these are being built in very fragile parts, which also questions the logic of how do you sustain these kind of developments in the long run, if particularly with the kind of changes that are happening with environment and climate. So what do we essentially need is, of course, more and more transboundary cooperation around environmental security, including how it affects human security, and, of course, the military security, something that is obviously not as much spoken about. There have been some attempts to push for more and more cooperation, including when there's been this kind of border standoff between Indian and Chinese troops. For instance, ICIMOD, an organization that most of you must have heard of, has tried to bring all the environment ministers of the region and try to promote the establishment of a regional institution, but this hasn't really taken off to the extent one could expect, especially with the kind of geopolitical scenario in the region doesn't allow for an open exchange of ideas and collaborative sort of proposals around climate change and other environmental issues. Essentially, we need like an ecological or eco-regional approach. So what some would say, we need to have a geopolitical strategy that brings together regional organizations and other security agencies as well, on the basis of this idea of eco-geographical sort of approaches, or something that takes into consideration eco-regions or bioregions. And I think this is where steps need to be taken, and this is where we need to have more sort of coordination between different government agencies, including, for instance, between the defense and environment ministries, because, as I mentioned, some of these issues have direct implications even for the traditional national security entities. There needs to be more focus on bolstering institutions, especially focusing on climate mainstreaming, for instance. So all the organizations, all the ministries and government agencies, including non-state policy networks, need to actually mainstream climate into the security policy and security related frameworks and architectures. At the same time, we need to have greater understanding of assessment, basically, of the security implications of climate change. And this is where, again, there is a lack of understanding of how these issues are interlinked with each other. And this is where, again, there could be more cross-border collaboration and sharing of lessons learned or the data, including, for instance, on river systems, which are increasingly feeling the impacts of climate change, which obviously affect the large sections of population in the region. Militaries ideally should also have a meaningful role in cross-border environmental conservation and climate action initiatives. We have seen some examples of this, particularly with India's Ecological Task Force, which is currently deployed in various parts of the country and has been involved in afforestation and ecological restoration related activities. Now, is there a possibility of upscaling this to advance more regional cooperation on similar issues in the borderlands? Now, this is something that could also be explored further. Of course, regional institutions or institutionalization could also work in the direction of establishing non-hierarchical ways of dealing with ecological issues that are more transboundary in nature. So essentially, what my argument is trying to do or trying to focus on is to clearly sort of understand what security means in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region, with all these fragilities kind of interacting with each other and creating a sense of insecurity which does not take long-term sustainable security into consideration, and bring in approaches that can bridge this huge gap or dismantle the existing notions of security and build these new understandings and new approaches that can help overcome these challenges. So I will stop there, and thank you so much. And I hope some of you, if you have questions or any comments, I would really like to listen to them, and hopefully you can write to me at some point in time about your comments and your suggestions. Thank you so much, and all the best for the rest of the conference.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dhanishri. Actually, from what she said, I would just add one little thing, which is in the eco-regional approach that she highlighted, I would add like local people to it. You have people like pastoralists who've been moving around for generations, right? And suddenly borders get defined and they have to be limited and start to get policed and militarized, and suddenly their movement and spaces are restricted. So we'll move on. The next presenter is Dondup Wangmo. May I request you to please make your presentation. She's based at the Tibet Policy Institute, where she researches the impacts of mining and related issues inside Tibet.
Good evening, everyone. Today, I'm going to speak on the sustainable development in terms of the mineral resource extension from Tibet. To begin with my topic, I would like to explain what exactly the sustainable development means. Everyone who have gathered here know exactly what the sustainable development means, but then I want to explain it. It is a development that meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. This development is not just for one and few, rather the development is for all, despite inequity, whether rich or poor. This is what exactly happening inside Tibet. Tibetans who are living inside Tibet are facing so much social and environmental challenges, in terms of resource extension in Tibet. And this development is not bounded to the protection of environment alone. More than that, it aims to provide a healthy economic growth and a social equity that will protect us from the violence and ecological crisis, And more importantly, the larger community will get the participation in the discussion and policy making, which will have to establish a decentralized government. Currently, if we look at the Chinese government, China is practicing the socialism with the Chinese characteristic and a democracy with the centralized government, or the centralized government with the democracy. I don't know how exactly they're trying to, portray this to the world. In terms of the different policies and, a series of the different given names of development, there is a lot of the, mineral extraction in Tibet and over exploitation of the resources, natural resources, especially minerals, copper, lithium, gold, nickel, and many more, and mismanagement of the mineral resources inside Tibet. Although natural resources, especially minerals, are very important for the industry and economic growth, since the economy of the today's century is, seen as the country's GDP, income, profit, and money, there comes a problem between the economic growth and the environmental protection, environmental conservation. There creates a big gap between these two. In the end, economic growth comes at the cost of the society and environment. And these days, money is given more importance than the natural resources. And second slide is that why do Tibet need a sustainable development? This picture is the Rongbu Glacier, which shows that Tibetan is facing the extreme climate change impact. The glaciers have melted, the mountain. These two pictures are taken over the time period. The first picture shows that the mountain are, ice cap, and in comparison to the second picture, the ice and the glaciers have already disappeared. This shows that Tibet is facing the serious climate change impact, and not just that, Tibet is also facing the increased, natural disaster, and also the natural disaster, and many more related to the disaster. And in context of that, I want to speak that Tibetan, they are the most vulnerable to the climate change impact, if consideration to the Chinese, but then they have the least adaptation skill. They doesn't have much adaptation to cope with and to deal with the climate change impact. Secondly, I want to tell that the Chinese government have, until now, they have been announced many development policy regarding environment conservation, whether it is about the poverty alleviation, environmental conservation, eco-civilization. But at the end, what Tibetans are facing is the environmental damages inside Tibet, rather than benefit of the social benefit or any other environmental benefit to them. And this is the phases of the mining that I won't tell in the detail because it will take so long. since this river, the picture you can see is the impact of the mineral resource extension in Tibet. This is the acid mine drainage. Since everyone present here, I think, must have known that Tibet is known as the roof of the world, and Tibet is often mentioned as the water tower of Asia, which means that majority of the rivers that flow into the Southeast Asian countries are emerging from Tibet. And therefore, what I think is that the pollution of the river is not problematic to Tibet alone. This problem and impact is far beyond Tibet. Many of the Southeast Asian countries who dependent on the Tibet rivers will also have the problem now and also in the future. Since China's invasion of Tibet, Tibet is cursed with the mineral resources instead of the prosperous, in terms of the prosperity. While there's a numerous mining site in Tibet that's managed and controlled by China, Tibetans are left with the contaminated water pollution, pollution of air, unusable land, and there is no such benefit to them from the extension of the minerals. Tibetan nomads, who are the key guardians of the grassland and pastureland that sustain the ecology for the thousands of years, are not even given the importance, and they are not even considered. Their knowledge are not even recognized, and during any policy making, they are not even invited to express their knowledge. Instead, their voice is silenced and suppressed, by giving a penalty and claiming to the world by calling them as a backward. Somebody who depends on the nature and whose livelihood depends on the nature doesn't mean that they are backward and doesn't mean that they are poor. Sustainable development is very much currently needed in Tibet. Tibet is, as far as the climate change impact is getting the attention from the worldwide, the impacts on Tibetans themselves are getting at least attention. People worldwide doesn't know what are the impacts that Tibetan inside Tibet are facing, in terms of social, economic, and environment. China is also playing the dominance in the global market. In terms of the metal processing, China is the #1 producer of the rare earth metals, and they are also the largest country who is the largest country of the carbon emitter. Most of the metal that is processing is dominated by China, which I want to explain in a way that the Chinese government and China is recently pushing towards the green energy transition or the low carbon transition. They're trying to transition into the renewable energy, instead of the fossil fuel. So in that way, we need a lot of the raw materials for the hydropower or solar energy. So my question is that where does all the raw metals will be extracted from? As far as China is concerned, Tibet has the abundance of the mineral resources, and Tibet is the resources base for China as well. In that way, if in the future China's media and news outlet has mentioned many times that they are going to intensify the extension of the mineral resources, and they are going to have increase the electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles also. For that, electric EVs, the country need a lot of the raw materials. And they have also mentioned that they are going to ease the import from the other countries, and they are going to put effort on the self-sufficiency. In that case, Tibetans are gifted with the abundance of the natural mineral resources. It are high chances or not high chances, it will certainly happen that there will be a lot of the intense and exploitation of mineral inside Tibet. These are the impacts of the mining inside Tibet. If you can see, these are the pictures, the open cast mining in Tibet. There are many impacts, including the air pollution, water pollution, loss of access to the clean water, impacts on livelihood. But most important related to the social impact is the human displacement and resettlement. I think one of our speaker today, I think Chimi Yudun, she have already mentioned in the today's morning topic about the human displacement and resettlement. That is the huge, social impact that is currently Tibetan are facing inside Tibet. And the Chinese narrative on the extension of minerals are always, claim on the prosperity of the better livelihood of the Tibetans and poverty elevation and many other, policy they have implemented. But the Tibetan inside Tibet are facing the, marginalization and the loss of the livelihood. And there's, for the short-term benefit, they are causing the huge long-term costs. And there's a Tibetan, somebody have mentioned in the audience today's morning that Tibetan are considering mountain as a sacred. They believe that local deities are residing on the mountain. So the Chinese doesn't, respect or doesn't, feel the, I don't know how to put it, is sentiments of the Tibetans, their belief, their religious belief, their cultural belief of the considering the mountain as the sacred. And there's the land disposition as well, the loss of the livelihood. And there are the many cases, there are many cases and evidence in Tibet which involves the unsustainable mismanagement of the Chinese, mineral extension inside Tibet. And for this today's presentation, I have picked two, case studies or evidence. This is the first case study is Muru coalfield impact of mining. The first picture is the extension of the mineral, and second is the loss of the frozen permafrost. And third is the how the the local livestock are getting affected with the mining. If you look at the first case, illegal. This picture is the illegal coal mines in the Muru coal field, and the first case of illegal coal mine, I will read it out, in Muru was started in 2003, and the area comprises of the 3.5 billion tons of the identified coal reserve. Greenpeace investigation report identified that almost 42.6 kilometers square of the pristine meadows have been damaged due to the mining, and the mining areas are under the natural reserve. However, the law of natural reserve was broken, and the natural reserve is supposed to be protected even more, but then the government has broken the law. And air and the water pollution is the big loss to the local Tibetans, pasture and the Tibetans. What I'm going to mention over here is that displacement because of the mining is not about the losing about land alone. People indigenous people or local community who depends their livelihood and land is much more to them than losing their land. And Tibetans have a special bond with their livelihood, and both of their incomes and everything comes from the land. But mining had resulted in the loss of the pasture, and many livestock, especially yaks and sheep, started to become weaker due to the air and the water pollution. And Greenpeace has also noted that the company and the government did not assess the impact of the mining in the surrounding area, and environmental impact assessment identified the mining site under the nature reserve, but still company continued to mine at the place instead of the immediate hole, And the resident has to be relocated to 150 kilometers away from their place due to the intense pollution that mining has created. And this is the second case evidence that it happened in the Tibet. If you look at the second case, that unfortunately happened in the Minyalhaka, which is in Kham area of the Tibet. Many Tibetans peacefully protested the mining. Mining has caused a severe environmental damage, and most the noticeable was the death of the masked fish due to the river being poisoned by the Chinese company, which is Ronta Lithium Company Ltd, which directly discharged the mining waste and chemical into the river, despite the local peoples dependent on the river. And this river is not alone rely on by Tibetans. Lower riparian countries are also major or minorly dependent on this river. So I have already mentioned before that this damage is will be not felt by the Tibetan alone. These damages will be felt by the far beyond Tibetan as well. And this happened the way before the demand for lithium is not so high, and most of the lithium deposit in Tibet is sourced from Tibet. If I speak of the today's 21st century, many of the worldwide is pushing towards I have mentioned before, the renewable energy and the green transition. For that, there needed lots of the raw materials for the battery electric vehicles, any our cell phone or many electronic gadgets. They need a lot of the raw materials, and the lithium. Many mining sites have also predicted that in the future coming years, the demand for the lithium will be even more. In that case, there's a huge, concern that Tibet will be exploited for the natural resources, mineral resources in the coming years. And this is the importance of the traditional knowledge. Until now, because of the unsustainable management of the mining, Tibetan has challenged social environmental impact, while official news and the narrative often justify this with the new policies such as benefit of the welfare for ecological conservation. There is no such benefit or improvement on the ground in Tibet. The policy is causing larger difficulties to them instead of the helping. And if you look at the official narrative, the government will portray even the resettlement as the voluntary, and of course voluntary, but of course they are not wrong, because they have an agreement which can show that Tibet has signed on this agreement that they are willingly getting relocated. But very recently, I think 1 month before, Professor Yunde Nyima and Emily Ye have analyzed the research paper, which the paper noted that the voluntary resettlement is just what they portray to the world. They analyzed that there is nothing voluntary. They are forced to do so, by giving warning and influencing them. They do not have option to say no. If they say no, then they are directly, penalized. They will directly get the penalty and they will put into the jail. Therefore, and also there's the one research paper that had done before, way before this Professor Yunde Nyima and Emily Ye has done. The author, the Fojin Du, has clearly analyzed that there's a contradiction between what they claim and what Tibetans are undergoing. Instead of the improving and helping their livelihoods, they are challenging even more after the resettlement. He have clearly mentioned in his paper. Nomad are displaced for the so-called ecological conservation, but there is no any scientific evidences that will prove that resettlement will improve. By evicting the Tibetan nomads from the pasture land, there will be improved on the pasture land, or there will be increased. They have improved on the high yielding of the pasture land. And there is no such evidences that resettlement will improve the land, but I don't know why the government is practicing even after knowing this all. And the last I want to tell that Tibetan living inside Tibet have sustained the Tibet ecology for so long, through the sustainable development. So this is my request, and I want to address the issue here. If the Chinese government is, if the Chinese government is really wanted to conserve and protect the environment, as they have, as the China have mentioned it over the many, platform that they wanted to do something for the environment. If they really do so, then I think that they should invite and they should concern the traditional knowledge of Tibetans. Without involving the traditional knowledge from the Tibetans into any policy making or any environmental conservation, there is no any improvement on environment. And this is my few, request, or this is what I felt I should read it out. Tibetans should have a control over their land and resources, and the right to manage and according to their own traditions. And third, stop exclusion or the marginalization from the political decision making, and the stop possession of the land should recognize their knowledge. And fifth, I've already mentioned before that they are the most vulnerable when it comes to the climate change impact or any other, incident related to the environment. So they should be given the high quality of the adaptation skill or any other adaptation method. And last, I want to say that important to include their knowledge because they reflect the local concern and the condition, which can give a valuable contribution. So, I want to conclude from here that this is today's morning that Miss Dr. Chimiyutun, she have written that in her PPT that I have just noted it down in my book, that says that Chinese climate mitigation and adaptation policy overlook the question of the equity and justice. And secondly, what I will conclude from today's presentation with that Tibetan have sustained the Tibet's ecology for the thousands of years through the sustainable method. So their idea and their knowledge and their express should not be stopped. Instead, they should be given opportunity to say or express what they feel. And third, I think the economic development should not prioritize over the ecological protection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was so much to unpack in your presentation. And actually it took me back in a previous life. I used to study mining in a different continent altogether. So some of the phases and so on that you had presented were sort of took me back to that time. Now we have a final presenter, Syed Shoaib Ali, who is a PhD candidate at the School of Human Ecology at Ambedkar University. His PhD dissertation from which he is going to present today is called States of Science, Apples and Agricultural Extension in Western Himalayas.
No, not this. This. Yeah.
So the way I plan to use not this afternoon, the evening, is to share a story of modern beekeeping in the Kullu Himalayas, or better tell multiple stories that I hope string and adhere together. I will narrate it in 4 short parts, and towards the end I will talk about my PhD project, the research methodology, and the potential lessons that these stories provide. Let me start with a brief story of the modern beekeeping in Western Himalayas and in North India at large. So the story of modern beekeeping in Western Himalayas started with the establishment of Apis mellifera, also known as the European honeybee, at the Agriculture University Research Station in Nagrota Bagwa, quite close to Dharamshala now. Across the subcontinent, it hasn't been easy to establish Apis mellifera. Apis mellifera is still largely limited to North India. There has been an active interest across the subcontinent and to extend Apis mellifera, to establish and extend Apis mellifera for commercial beekeeping. Mellifera yields some 4 to 10 times the honey than the Himalayan honeybees. It's not that the scientists did not make efforts to work with the Himalayan bee Apis cerana. The first attempts to modernize beekeeping during 1930s and 40s were done with Apis cerana. But most of these projects remained insignificant, for Apis cerana absconded these modern hives. Yes. The larger observation and perception remained that Apis cerana was hostile and prone to absconding. Absconding refers to the situation where a hive completely abandons the comb and takes all the stock of honey and pollen along with them. The Apis mellifera are globally known for certain outstanding qualities as against Apis cerana, particularly those parts those that are part of their exceptionally congenial companionship with humans. They are also known to be docile and they do not abscond their combs. The modern beehive, if you have seen these boxes, these wooden boxes, the modern beehive was developed by Reverend Langstroth in 1851. Fundamental to this beehive and modern beekeeping was the discovery of what is now called bee space. So the spaces that you see between those frames is the bee space of about 7 plus minus 2 millimeters. That the bees neither seal with propolis nor do they make a comb therein. The modern beehive you may have stumbled upon consists of a wooden box that opens on the top and consists of vertically stacked frames. The distance between these frames is the bee space. A novel feature of this design, beekeepers can take out individual combs and inspect them without aggravating the bees or damaging the comb for extracting honey. As an event, the discovery of the bee space fundamentally revolutionized the human companionship with bees and beehives. This discovery of bee space made the bees far more docile in our perception, easy to move around, and deepen this relationship of mutual reliance among bees and their human keepers. There is a global widespread recognition and with an increasing sense of urgency about the loss of both global as well as local bee populations. We see a loss of bee populations in global narrative, but also in agricultural discourses in different regions. The agriculture scientists I interviewed were also trained in modern beekeeping, but they observed the established discourse. They observed that the established discourse on modern beekeeping was counterintuitive to their observations. Some of these were observations they made in their neighborhoods growing up. Others they made as scientists at the research centers or carrying out fieldwork. While it was true that Apis mellifera hives produced far more honey, not everyone could rear Apis mellifera. This is something that Dr. Murli told me, he's an entomologist at one of the research stations. They say, quote, they say that Apis cerana absconds, but at my uncle's house I observed that bees live generation after generation, swarm after swarm. Apis cerana were also hardier and evolved in Himalayan conditions. It did not need migration or active monitoring. It was in fact better left alone, undisturbed. Quote, earlier beehives were abundant around. They were pervasive. In our small orchard, you always found 3 to 4 hives. We were children then and often got stung during orchard work, particularly during springtime when the fields and orchards went into a bloom, said Tenzin. The overuse of pesticides, a blinding ignorance regarding pollination, and the misplaced thought that pesticide sprays on flowers were their benign hard work, it all led to the vanquishing of bees. This was through the decades of 90s and 2000s. Relatively, bees are not there anymore compared to their abundance in the past. Now we rent beehives during the spring season at about 700 to 800 rupees a box a day from beekeepers that migrate in from Punjab and Haryana. They migrate up here during springtime. Earlier, we had absolutely no reason to. Apart from the heavy pesticide use for about 2 decades, multiple factors coalesced. In the traditional Katkuni architecture in Western Himalayas, every house had a place for bees and its residents maintained that space. The abundance of publicly subsidized refined cane sugar led to the abandonment of those places. Eventually, the shift from traditional Kathpani architecture to modern brick and mortar housing further led to their vanquishment. But even more significantly, the arrival of the Thaisek brood virus during the 1980s and 90s led to the loss of about 80% of brood in 95% of Sirana colonies. The scientists I talked to perceived that almost all the colonies were lost during the late 80s. The scientists alleged that the infection was brought over by the introduction of and extension of Apis mellifera, the European bee. Further, the migration of large-scale Apis mellifera beekeepers led to the pillaging of few Apis cerana hives during spring and summer. Dr. H.R. Sharma and Dr. J.P. Sharma, entomologists at one of the horticulture research stations in Kullu, realized that there were very few people in the region who could rear Apis mellifera and practice migration, despite all the benefits of modern scientific beekeeping. Women were almost entirely left out. For most people, productivity was less important, while a livelihood on the side that fit into adjoining agrarian rhythms made more sense. Yet it seemed untenable to argue for traditional beekeeping at training programs and demonstration camps. The profound shifts in local architecture and livelihood expectations, including pollination services, that is, the ability to place bees at different places in the orchards, demanded more than mere revival of tradition. Dr. J.P. Sharma in particular was consumed by the question of why bees did not abscond the traditional wall hives, but did the modern Langstroth ones. I will quote him a bit. For me, some of the things he said really highlight the degree of his personal, emotional, and intellectual investment in the question. These questions were important to him in terms of how he taught his students from the University of Horticulture and Forestry, who came over for internship and dissertation fieldwork. Quote, for those who do beekeeping, they must observe these things. Bees are absolutely fascinating. The Apis cerana are hardier and more suited to the Himalayan condition, but they don't tolerate inconvenience. They abscond. It is very important to pay attention to small details. You do not learn this in a textbook. I always teach my students that. Another quote, do you know why temperature is such a critical aspect for beehives? Have you ever observed bees? Another quote, I observed that wall hives maintained better temperature for bees, provided good insulation and a space without much disturbance, of course. These are walls that are 18-inch thick. When struggling with the question of why bees absconded, why was there a perception among scientists that the Apis cerana bees absconded and were not suitable for scientific beekeeping? A unique thing, quote, another quote, a unique thing about mountain folk is that they have a separate place in their homes for all kinds of things. All kinds of beings, from bees to monkeys. You learn a lot from attending to these places. Another quote, it is very important to pay attention to small details. You don't learn this in a textbook. In 2012, after several years of fieldwork and iterative designs, they settled on a stationary design with movable Langstroth frames, with outside walls made of mud, cow dung, and straw. Materials that were easily available among communities. These walls mimicked acoustic isolation and thermal insulation properties of traditional wall hives. So they built a new beehive design. But it was not enough to have a design. The design eventually evolved with experiences of beekeepers who took to these new hives. Making place for bees also had to be about more than a renewed architectural take on the hive design. Okay. It also requires partnerships with local communities, organizations, and state departments in conversations on what constituted nature, specifically afforestation programs. Furthermore, while rearing Apis cerana today sees substantial participation of women and small beekeepers, flourishing still requires constant and ongoing negotiation and regulation of large-scale Apis mellifera beekeepers who migrate from the rest of North India during springtime. This is already a major concern in China, where it has become increasingly difficult to rear Apis cerana. Both wild and domesticated populations see scalar decline. So I'll just conclude my PhD. So my PhD dissertation, to just say a bit about the project. My PhD dissertation is an ethnographic examination of aesthetics of agriculture science in apple orchards of Western Himalayas. I draw upon multi-sited ethnographic fieldwork that consists of participant observations spread over 18 months and 76 semi-structured qualitative interviews. For the purpose of this chapter or paper, I carried out observations and interviews in the Kullu district of Himachal as well as Western Punjab, where I also attended a training program at the Farm Science Center or Krishi Vigyan Kendra. For Dr. J.P. Sharma, building the mud hives was not simply about fieldwork in villages with the few remaining wall hives. It was also about finding techno-scientific, geographic solidarities where observations figure alternatives, materials to fabricate with and improvise and innovate. It's not straightforward to turn an observation into a place for cohabitation. He said sciences increasingly lack a human element. The research station during 80s and 90s employed 10 scientists, including 2 entomologists. Now it has merely 2 scientists, including 1 entomologist. There is an increasing belief among policymakers that agriculture extension is about right incentives and subsidies to scale up a model. There is an assumption that the knowledge to bring meaningful interventions already exists. We just need to scale up one model or the other. But that knowledge does not exist. Model thinking, to think about sciences as a model, is precisely something that reduced the extraordinary discovery of the bee space into a mere box to be copied and pasted everywhere. I use this corollary of the mud hive for asking what might democratic architectures of technoscience look like. In terms of the beehive, I see the ability to improvise. The ability to maintain hives requires constant ability to tinker, innovation, to be able to iterate, develop, and adopt new approaches to adapt and flourish in shifting environments. Fabrication, people studying sociological processes of development, especially paying attention to politics among communities, talk about articulation. But I think when we work with technoscience and figuring solutions, fabrication is as important as an ability to iterate, develop, adopt new approaches to adapt and flourish. But none of these actually work without the ability to communicate. It requires improvisation, innovation, and fabrication require communication networks for articulation of concerns, figuring possibilities, and sharing them. I would just say that it mattered a lot in terms of how science is conceptualized among students among agriculture camps, and demonstrations, and I don't think that the divide between that scientists, in order to develop things, have to actively rely on members of community, and members of communities often find themselves at crossroads where they have to ask questions they have never asked before. There are all new kinds of breakdowns that happen all the time. Thank you. That would be all.
Thank you, Shoaib. Actually, towards the end of the presentation, it's like we have circled back to some of the questions we started the day with. The relation between science and society, between nature and society, culture/culture, the relation between species. So it's in a way some of the concerns you've pointed to, questions you've raised, further reinforce the kind of discussions we've had today. I don't have much to add myself, but we can maybe take a few questions. I don't know how. We are already way over time, so shall we go until 6:30? Yeah, it's 8 minutes. Okay, so we can take a few questions, collect a few questions, then presenters can come in later.
Yeah.
I think if there's no formal question, that's totally fine with all of us, I think. We can still mill about and talk about some of these things. Yeah, okay, there is a question.
Okay, my name is Pemba. Since no one is asking question, I will take one question. So my question is like to the Thundup. So my question is like, since China is like extremely deteriorating the environmental in the Tibet, and they are like also dumping the waste in the Tibet. So I was thinking like that, is China really thinking about like giving the land back to the Tibetan people in near future? Because like it somehow feels like they're dumping the waste. It means like they're not caring the Tibetan country or like Tibetan land. So it's something says about like in the future they need to give back their land to the Tibetan people. It's something say like that. So what's your view?
I don't. For your question, I want to answer in this way that the Chinese government, if they really wanted to give the land back to the Tibetans, they wouldn't have done such, environmental disturbance that they are doing still now. I think all the policies, even the resettlement recently had happened in Tibet. If you have noticed that the relocation resettlement has planned from the 2018, I think there is the huge resettlement from the Nakchu city to the Hoga, prefecture this year. So after all the analysis, the Chinese government will never disclose, their agenda or their motive behind that. But then we have analysis, and we had seen their news and their issues, and in comparison to the past incident, we have just concluded that this all, the extension of the minerals, this development is for the first is for the culture genocide. The Tibetans are, depending their livelihoods, especially with their land. So they want to, I don't know how to say, they want to stop that traditions to go forward. And second thing is, I think they want to take the land. They want to grab the land. That's why they are, actually practicing the policies. If they really wanted to give in the land, I don't think that they will grab the land. Yeah.
I just wanted to add one thing that to Ms. Wangmo's wonderful presentation, that, to read an account, the late Kungo Thupten Sampilla has a wonderful book, Copper Mountain, that sets in fiction, but what mining, what it means, the geopolitics and all of it. It's quite a dark book, but beautiful book, just before he passed away. And one other thing I wanted to say, just in connection with the first session and the talk of communist states, I think that the Dalai Lama has often said that in his thinking he is Marxist. In terms of equality and distribution. So I think to make that a little bit, I think some of the people who raised the questions may no longer be here, but it's important to set that context. Just thank you.
There's a question of Shishji, and then I'll come to
Yeah.
Mike. No.
Yeah.
Project.
No, there.
Yeah, thank you. I think, this was a fascinating panel. I learned a lot from all the four speakers. I think one other thing that's common, especially amongst the three of you, is that we're seeing more and more of this attempt by the governments and or corporations to paint themselves as being ecologically sensitive, inclusive, socially sensitive, etc. So I think, Dondup, what you were saying, that some of what they're doing is in the name of self-sufficiency or whatever. Here in India, we have our Prime Minister talking about self-reliance, Atmanirbhar Bharat, but what's happening under that is extension of coal mining. And I think it's very important for us, or Kaveri, you're speaking about smart city. I think you were talking about how bee culture, so-called scientific way of doing bee culture is actually completely unscientific. But these claims of being, which they have to claim because the whole world is talking about ecology and so on, they have to claim it. But I think it's really important that this kind of work that you people are doing and what everybody else here is doing comes up more and more in the public domain to expose this double speak and greenwashing that's really taking place. So this is not a question. I just wanted to comment saying that this is really valuable work. We need to get it out there in the public domain, in popular articles, not just in academic journals, which of course we should write in, but also in the popular articles wherever we can. Media is also captured, but there are still spaces, so that at least some of the larger public also gets to know the real truth behind a lot of this greenwashing that's taking place. So thank you a lot for your work.
My name is Tenzin Delek. I'm a geography student from Delhi School of Economics. So thank you all for the very insightful presentations. I would like to ask all of you, whoever may be, but it's about ethical values. In terms of ethical values in the epistemology or in an academic space. So my question relies on how ethical values can be and how ethical values should be exercised or practiced by the academics or as well as government or corporate on the beneficiaries of the ecological community who are suffering, especially if you are talking about current Tibet situations or even in the India's context. Thank you.
I just have a comment on the mining in China and a question for the bee article. So I don't know which to do first. Shall I comment on the mining? You spoke about, I have been to Tibet and seen the kind of ravages, cultural ravages that have taken place under Chinese rule. But in terms of extractive industries, even the 13th Dalai Lama wanted to develop some mining in Tibet, but the people objected to it. So there they had a voice. It seems that a lot of people, perhaps monks, I'm not sure who, I have read that they objected to disturbing the sacred mountains. But I wanted to say that in India, there are several areas which are quite sacred. There's one in Orissa where there was bauxite. And for 20 years, the tribal group has refused to allow either the government or to give it to a company to mine, because they said two things. One is the mountain is sacred, and second, it was bauxite, which holds water. So that water that it drew up to the mountain helped the rice below. Nobody listened to them ever. And now India has discovered lithium in Jammu and Kashmir, in Jammu, which is where there is just a pastoral community. I cannot see my government ever consulting the local people about anything to do with mining and transhumance or anything. That's just a comment. I mean, I don't think it would happen in a democratic, so-called democratic state like India. But regarding the bees, I'm very disappointed to find out that all the traditional native species were eliminated in Himachal. And both these are now, the melliferae are imported species, European species. But I recently had a friend from Hungary, and everybody has huge gardens with fruit trees. So the government there, local governments, insist on people keeping hives for solitary bees. They are also pollinators. And those who have experience, they keep beehives. So it is very much protected by local governments because they need the pollination. I mean, their interest is pollination, whereas people's interest is honey and medicinal honey, basically. So are there solitary bees in India? Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to respond like the work I do. That's how I could. But Kaveri and Shoaib's paper spoke to me in different ways, and I just want to offer that. So Kaveri, your paper was, of course, a great example of James Scott's high modernism, right? And how the local labor is actually being regressed rather than. But I also saw a form of labor in Shoaib's paper, but very differently, right? So I just want to bring that out, right? Shoaib, I was struck by the use, and positively struck by the use of the word companion. You used to say that a few times in your presentation to present to us the relationship between the human and the non-human, which is the beekeeper and the bee, or the scientist and the bee. And it made me think of like Donna Haraway's work, species meeting and classical interspecies work. But it seems to me in your work, as different from Kaveri's, the bee is defining the possibility of the market and labor. It holds the higher agency to the human. High modernism is, of course, classically the privilege telling. And I think that's an important recognition of the kind of ecological imperatives and how ethical interdependence is taking place in the Anthropocene. I mean, you instantly thought of Timothy Mitchell's work, Can the Mosquito Speak?, who reinterprets history from the mosquito's perspective. So you're making me rethink ecology, mountain ecology in the Anthropocene, but I think the bee has more agency than the human. So that's very interesting how it's destabilizing. Technoscience, sure, but the bee is leading the technoscience. I use very interesting words, companion. I use that cohabitation. And there's a history to that in the mountains, like Radhika Govindarajan's work, also about how kinship with animals is classically part of mountain ecosystems. But this is scientists. So it's different, but part of that whole ecosystem. So I just want to just put my comments out there. So thank you.
Thanks. So we have basically, maybe I can just lay out some of the things you might want to respond to. One, the larger question of ethics, of not only research, but also engagement, different kinds of engagement that you might have. Then we had a specific question about particular kind of bees. And then Vasundhara's about, actually while you were speaking, I had made some notes also about scaling, how this issue of scaling and replicating and finding a model and then making copies of it and pasting in different places, that's also part of a kind of thinking. It's capitalist, it's also modernist. And how cases from Dharamshala to bees in Kullu sort of raise very sharp questions about that kind of thinking, right? So there's Vasundhara's question. So how would you like to go first? We can go this way. Yes. There was a question about ethics of engagement and state.
Yes. First, I want to give an answer to the madam's comment about the bauxite. I think even though the government had forcefully done relocation or any other social environmental impact, I think that what government can do is I think they can give a fair compensation. I think if that will help. If they can provide a fair compensation, then that will help the resettler to have the better life, I think. And for the gentleman over there, I just forgot what his question is, but then I think in terms of the exploitation of the minerals and the natural resources, I think it all comes, not just natural resources, in our daily life also, it all comes from our mind, I think. The human, resources are meant to fulfill human needs, but then they are never meant to overexploit or the overconsumption for their greed, Human greed are unlimited, and there's no boundaries to that. within today's the 21st century and our coming years, human greed will be become more and more. So if you look at that, then the country and whoever will have need more and more natural resources. So I think ethical, and I think it comes for all our mind that if we set our mind that this is our need, we can differentiate between the needs and greed, then this is what we don't need to do, and this is what just materialistic thing that we don't have to own. I think in this way we can just have, I don't know how to tell this. I think this will help in, have a better relation with the human and nature. I think that's it. Thank you.
So just quickly, I think to your question, Joyji, I think for sure Niyamgiri, the commodification of a mountain that is sacred, and then there was talk about that throughout, like the La in a mountain spirit or in a lake. I think the difference in Tibet today would be Lamoso and all, they cannot even propose to think about a contestation, even though if even in the Indian case that consent is manufactured or all of that, I think that point is well taken. And to Ashishta's comment and your point, Vasu, I think fantastic. It is correct about, this whole, the high modernism is, the point is very much taken. I think what Ashishta said about the environment as a meta narrative that is put forward to justify other kinds of things like the immiseration of labor or other kinds of things, because it is the environment or the protection of it that is extended as an argument, whether it's in PILs or other kind of, interventions by the state as well. And that is very, very kind of, something that we see and is a common thread in all our presentations. And I think something that in today's age is much more pervasive and needs tackling. And to your question on ethics, I think throughout the day, this was the reason we talked about contestations, right? Because of course we know where we need to be headed in a sense, depending on which speakers you take in the day. But of course there is power, there is money, there is all that involved. And therefore the contestations, whether it's between the global north and south or between communities, all the panels today. And I think there the issue is that there is hypocrisy. If you think about the universal values that the international order and the post-World War II Bretton Woods institutions, they talk about, human rights, and your presentation also said to, the earlier one, Chimi Udun's. But the question is that sometimes countries, nation states will stand or not, depending on where the economic interests and other things lie as well. So I think, but today's day-long conference, the whole deliberation was about how we keep optimist about the whole thing. And in education, I think it's very important. And in younger generations, I do feel that in future generations, things are going to be so sort of, extreme in a sense that there has to be sort of movements. And also there will be, I think we are all in the teaching academic space. There's a lot of hope there, because I think younger generations are thinking about things differently. And hopefully this transition to post-capitalist, which everybody was talking about, maybe there is a chance for that.
So let me just first state, clear that up, because that is entirely the result of my my slides without any details. So the Apis mellifera is the European bee, and Apis cerana has several families, and Apis cerana is the Himalayan bee. So it's a case where they have restored the traditional traditional species in a different frame. So they kind of reconfigured what scientific beekeeping meant, tried to refigure what scientific beekeeping meant by developing a new hive form that drew that was inspired by the bee space and what we could do better with that understanding. And I'll tie, I think, both of your observations together. I think we are in such a precarious phase in terms of a kind of good kind of trouble in a way. I mean, to say it more optimistically, because I think we are constantly, within ethics, we are faced with questions about how do we account for things, and things have become very important. Whether it's bees, whether it's trees, whether it's waste, they kind of have assumed mountainous proportions in human life, like the mountains of waste. And I think it's in my years of experience doing field work, what I observed was that state was not one body that sat up there. And to develop solidarities, develop alternative pathways, really required the ability of people to be able to talk to one another. I often found that the bureaucrats were in solidarity with communities when they could face. So even bureaucrats were trying to find channels to agitate. And it happens when people get to have a conversation. Whereas in other sites where I did field work, the difference between institutions in terms of who people sat with, who people talked with, there were such gaping divides that everyone lived in their bubble. And when people live in their bubbles, then it's very difficult to communicate. Because scientists like these two scientists, they did not really have the solidarities to build those hives. No one would listen to the garbage they would spew, right? So they, especially in established journals, so they traveled to Nepal where other scientists were struggling with similar concerns, to Northeast, and try to figure out a possibility. And I think such communication is very important in order to find, in order to be able to recognize potential ways for finding solutions. And I think it's kind of a consciousness that probably grows up in multiple disciplines in terms of how we account for things. The rise of environmental economics, on the other hand, to figure out, to kind of make things present that have long been absent in accounting within economics. Sorry, yeah.
I think one thing that appears is that it's not only environmentalism isn't just, or at least not entirely only about saving what's left of ecology or nature, but actually repairing what has been damaged already. That shines through mining, that shines through waste, and the disappearance of native communities of bees. So with that, we end this session, and thanks so much to all the presenters for their papers. It was great listening to them, and this conversation has been really productive also. I hand over back to the organizers. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thanks so much, Mr. Chairperson and speakers, for emphasizing on one of the significant topic, which says the fragile ecologies and contested frontiers, Himalaya, Tibet, and beyond, which is an immense important topic to discuss, especially in the modern era. Lastly, I, on behalf of everyone, including myself, really appreciate the profound knowledge and this perspective about the same. Thank you. May I now request Ms. Joy Roy Ji to offer souvenir and khatas to respected Mr. Chairperson and prominent speakers. Chairperson, Mr. Chairperson, Dr. Rohit ji. Professor Kauri Gilji. Mr. Shai Shoaib Ali ji. And Miss Jundu Amula. Okay, thank you. Last but not the least, may I request Mr. Tinti Kunkepla, our secretary at Tibet House, to propose a word of thanks. Mr. Kunkepla.
Good evening to all. Actually, I've been given 10 minutes for the vote of thanks, but it will only take a couple of minutes. So, on behalf of Tibet House, New Delhi, I would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers and chairpersons for accepting our invitation and for sharing your views with us. We at Tibet House, all the staffs are very grateful to Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah for the constant guidance and encouragements to enhance our capabilities. I would like to appreciate my colleagues for all the efforts and enthusiasm towards putting all this together. And I would like to extend my special thanks to Professor Kaveri Gill for taking time out of her busy schedule in identifying speakers and to help plan this conference. Not just today, but thank you for your constant support towards Tibet House for all these years. And lastly, thank you to all the audience and students for your active participation in this conference. And we would also hope to see you all again soon in our conferences and seminars in the future. Further, if you wish to receive regular updates of Tibet House programs, you can subscribe to our newsletter by sending us an email to pc@tibethouse.in and programs@tibethouse.in. You can also visit our website www.tibethouse.in. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Yeah, so we have reached the end of today's session conference. Thank you once again for joining us and have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And last but not the least, all the speakers and our director, we would like to take a group picture. So please come up on the dais and we'll take a picture. And participants who can also join us and we'll take a very good picture. Please come.